Was a long day, I know how you feel. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside start to fade away. Welcome back to the mental lullaby. Tonight, we aren't just looking for rest. We're giving your mind the permission it needs to let go. Using gentle psychological techniques and calming soundscapes will guide your nervous systems from the noise of the day into the quiet of the night. You have done enough for today. Now, it's time to simply be. Let's begin our journey into sleep.
The Complete Call of Duty Zombies storyline, a comprehensive journey through the entire Call of Duty Zombies narrative. There are stories that span generations, tales woven through the fabric of time itself. The Call of Duty Zombies saga is one such narrative, a mythology that transformed from a simple bonus mode into one of gaming's most intricate storylines. This isn't just about surviving waves of undead. This is about
Was a long day, I know how you feel. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside start to fade away. Welcome back to the mental lullaby. Tonight, we aren't just looking for rest. We're giving your mind the permission it needs to let go. Using gentle psychological techniques and calming soundscapes will guide your nervous systems from the noise of the day into the quiet. Was a long day, I know how you Was a long day, I know how you feel. Was a long day, I know how you feel. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Was a long day, I know how you feel. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world
be the natural state of things, humanity's true destiny, liberation from an artificial cycle. Or it might be worse than the age of fire, all the warnings about darkness possibly justified. The ambiguity is intentional and important. This reflects the real uncertainty of breaking psychological cycles. When you decide to stop a destructive
Was a long day, I know how you feel. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Was a long day, Was a long day, Was a long day, I know how you feel. Close your eyes. Was a long day, Was a long day, Was a long day, I know how you feel. Was a long day, I know how you feel. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside start to fade away. Welcome back to the mental lullaby. Tonight, we aren't just looking for rest. We're giving your mind the permission it needs to let go. Using gentle psychological techniques and calming soundscapes will guide your nervous systems from the noise of the day into the quiet of the night. You have done enough for today. Now, it's time to simply be. Let's begin our journey into sleep.
The mysterious origin of the chosen undead from Dark Souls. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Before we dive into today's deep exploration, if you're enjoying these atmospheric journeys through video game lore, please consider liking this video and subscribing. It really helps the channel grow and lets me know you want more content like this. Now, let's dim the lights, settle in, and descend into one of Dark Souls' most compelling mysteries. There's something profoundly haunting about waking up in a cell with no memory of how you got there. No recollection of who you were, what you did, or why you've been imprisoned in this crumbling asylum perched somewhere in the frozen northern mountains. The Northern Undead Asylum greets you not with answers, but with silence, decay, and the distant groans of those who've already lost themselves to madness. You are undead, marked by the dark sign, cursed to rise again and again until your will finally breaks and you become another mindless hollow wandering these forsaken halls. But you are also called something else, something that carries weight and expectation. The Chosen Undead. The title itself raises more questions than it answers. Chosen by whom? For what purpose? And perhaps most intriguingly, chosen from among how many others? Throughout your journey across Lordran, from the depths of Blighttown to the gleaming spires of Aner Londo, from the painted world of Ariamis to the abyssal ruins of Owalasile, you'll be told repeatedly about prophecies and destiny, about the fate of the world resting on your shoulders. But the game never quite confirms whether any of it is true, or if you're simply the latest victim of an elaborate manipulation spanning centuries. Today, we're going to examine the mysterious origin of the Chosen Undead, piecing together fragments of lore from item descriptions, environmental storytelling, and cryptic dialogue to understand not just who this character is, but what their existence means within the larger mythology of Dark Souls. We'll trace the bloodline back to the very beginning, to the furtive pygmy and the Dark Soul itself. We'll examine the nature of the undead curse and why it exists. We'll question the prophecy that Oscar of Astora recites with his dying breath, and we'll explore the competing visions offered by two primordial serpents who each claim to know the truth. The journey begins not in that dank cell, but much earlier, in an age before fire, before life and death as we understand them, in a world of gray crags and archtrees and immortal dragons. The age of ancients and the Lord Souls. In the beginning, there was neither light nor dark, neither life nor death. The world existed in a state of perpetual gray, a timeless limbo where ancient stone archtrees stretched toward ashen skies and immortal dragons ruled over an unchanging landscape. These everlasting dragons knew no hunger, no fear, no desire. They simply existed, eternal and unassailable, their scales harder than stone, their reign unchallenged for eons beyond counting. This was the Age of Ancients, a time of stagnation where nothing ever changed, where the very concept of change held no meaning. The dragons themselves were beings beyond our comprehension. They possessed no souls as we understand them, no driving force or motivation. They were simply part of the landscape, as unchanging and eternal as the stone archtrees they perched upon. Their scales were so incredibly durable that no force in existence could pierce them. They were, in every sense, immortal, existing in perfect stasis with the gray world around them. But beneath this gray veil, in the depths below, something stirred. The first flame appeared, though whether it ignited spontaneously or was born from some unknown catalyst, none can say. What matters is that fire brought with it something entirely new to this static world. Disparity. The concept of difference, of opposition, of one thing existing in relation to another rather than simply existing. Where there had been only gray, now there was light and dark. Where there had been only stasis, now there was heat and cold. Where there had been only immortal sameness, now there was life and death. The first flame erupted from the depths of the earth, a blazing manifestation of change itself. Its very existence shattered the equilibrium that had defined reality since before memory. And from its depths, from the power it radiated, for Lord Souls emerged, for fragments of unimaginable power that represented fundamental aspects of this new reality. These weren't merely powerful essences. They were the building blocks of the new world order, primordial forces given form. From the first flame's depths, for Lord souls emerged fragments of unimaginable power that represented fundamental aspects of this new reality. The first soul, a brilliant soul of light and power beyond measure, was claimed by a being who would come to be known as Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight. This wasn't merely a title or honorific. Gwyn literally embodied sunlight itself. With this soul, Gwyn became a god in the truest sense, commanding legions of knights clad in silver armor, wielding lightning as his primary weapon, and establishing himself as the supreme authority of the New Age. His very presence brought illumination to the world, pushing back the gray and establishing dominion over the light. His bolts of lightning could pierce dragon scales, something that had never been accomplished before the first flame's appearance. Gwyn's kingdom would become Aner Londo, a city of impossible beauty built high above the world, where the light never faded and his power seemed absolute. He had children who inherited fragments of his power. A firstborn son who was a god of war but whose name was later stricken from the annals of history for his alliance with the dragons. Guinevere, a goddess of fertility and bounty, and Gwyndolin, the dark sun, a deity of the moon and illusions who would play a crucial role in the events leading to your journey. Gwyndolin would later create an illusion of his departed sister Guinevere to maintain the facade of Aner Londo's glory long after the other gods had fled. Gwyn also had loyal knights, the 4 Knights of Gwyn, legendary warriors whose names would echo through the ages. Ornstein the Dragonslayer, who wielded a spear in the fashion of Gwyn's firstborn. Artorias the Abyss Walker, who would make a covenant with the Abyss to fight the Dark Wraiths. Hawkeye Goff, a giant archer whose arrows could pierce dragon wings from miles away, and Lord's Blade Kirin, a deadly assassin who wielded dual blades. The second soul, representing death itself in its purest form, was claimed by Gravelord Nito, the first of the dead. This title isn't metaphorical. Nito was literally the first being to die after the first flame brought death into existence. But rather than ending his existence, death transformed him into something else entirely. Where Gwyn brought light, Nito embodied the end of all things, the final silence that awaits every living creature. His power allowed him to command legions of the dead, raising skeletons and undead servants to do his bidding, and with it, he became the arbiter of mortality, the force that would eventually claim all living things when the Age of Fire inevitably faded. Nito's form reflected his nature, a massive amalgamation of bones and corpses, a walking graveyard that carried with it the miasma of death. His arrival on the battlefield could spread disease and decay, turning the immortal dragon's scales brittle and vulnerable. This was crucial to the war against the dragons, as their stone scales had been impervious to all attacks until Nito's power introduced the concept of decay. After the war, he retreated to the Tomb of Giants, the deepest and darkest pit in all of Lordran, where he slumbered surrounded by the bones of those who came before, the skeletal remnants of creatures from the Age of Ancients. The third soul went to the Witch of Izalith, whose name has been lost to time but whose power was undeniable. Her soul represented life and warmth, the flames of creation rather than destruction. With it, she and her daughters practiced powerful flame sorceries, weaving fire into magic that could shape reality itself. Her pyromancy was art and science combined, the manipulation of flame at a fundamental level that went far beyond simple destruction. The witch created life through her flames, bringing into existence the demons of Izalith who would serve her kingdom. Her kingdom of Izalith was a place of warmth and light, where flames danced in every corridor and her daughters studied the mysteries of fire. The witch had many daughters, including Quelag and Kaelana, who would survive her transformation, and others who would not be so fortunate. Her attempts to recreate the power of the first flame would later result in catastrophic failure when the flame began to fade. In her desperation to keep the fire burning, she attempted to create a new flame using her own soul and the power of pyromancy. The spell went horribly wrong, transforming her into the bed of chaos and giving birth to the race of demons that would plague the world for ages to come. But in those early days, before her ambition exceeded her wisdom, she stood as one of the most powerful beings to ever exist. And then there was the fourth soul, the dark soul. Unlike the others, this soul was not large or immediately impressive. It didn't grant dominion over obvious forces like light or death or fire. It was small, easily overlooked, perhaps even dismissed as insignificant by those who claimed the greater souls. It was found not by a god or a great lord, but by a small, forgotten being known only as the furtive pygmy. The word furtive itself tells us something about how this being was perceived by those who came after. Secretive, guilty, trying to avoid attention. This wasn't a grand lord like Gwyn stepping forward to claim his destiny with trumpet blasts and declarations of power. This was someone small and hunched, someone easily forgotten, someone who found a soul that the others had overlooked or dismissed as unworthy of their attention. Where the others took their souls and immediately began waging war against the dragons, hungry for power and dominion, eager to reshape the world in their image, the pygmy did something radically different, something that would shape the entire future of the world in ways far more profound than any of them could have imagined. He took his dark soul and fragmented it, splitting it into countless pieces and distributing these fragments among the other hollow creatures who had not claimed Lord souls of their own. These hollow beings, these empty shells that had existed in the gray world without purpose or identity, without even the concept of self-awareness, received these fragments and were transformed. The fragments became known as humanity, and the beings who received them became the human race. This act of the pygmies was either incredibly generous or incredibly foolish, depending on one's perspective. He took a Lord soul, something that could have granted him personal power equal to Gwyn or Nito or the Witch, and divided it among countless others. He abandoned the possibility of personal divinity for the sake of creating an entire race. Every human, every single one born across countless generations, carries within them a shard of the dark soul. This is what makes them human rather than hollow. This is what gives them their resilience, their capacity for hope and determination even in the face of overwhelming despair. This is what makes them fundamentally different from the gods, who draw their power from light and fire. But here's what makes the dark soul unique among the four Lord souls, what makes it fundamentally different from the power claimed by Gwyn or Nito or the Witch. It doesn't diminish when divided. When Gwyn shared fragments of his soul with his children and his knights, those fragments were measurably weaker than the whole. Each division reduced the power available to any individual bearer. The firstborn received a portion of Gwyn's sunlight, but it was only a portion. Gwyndolin received power over illusions and moonlight, but it was a shadow of Gwyn's full strength. Seth the Scaleless received a fragment as reward for his betrayal, but it was nowhere near the magnitude of the original Lord Soul. But the Dark Soul, fragmented across millions of humans born over countless generations, somehow maintains its strength in each fragment. A human born thousands of years after the pygmy, at the time when the undead curse has already ravaged the world for centuries, still carries a piece of darkness just as potent as that carried by the first humans who walked in the Age of Fire. This property makes humanity fundamentally different from the gods and their descendants. Where divine power dilutes with each generation, each division, becoming weaker and weaker until it's barely recognizable as the original force, human power remains constant across all divisions. This means that humanity as a collective has the potential to grow infinitely powerful as their numbers increase, while the gods inevitably weaken over time as their power spreads thinner and thinner across their descendants. This difference would become the source of tremendous conflict in the ages to come. Gwyn would come to fear it, to see in humanity's strange resilience and ever-growing numbers a threat to everything he had built. The gods would attempt to suppress it, to control it, to prevent it from ever reaching its full potential. And ultimately, the entire structure of the Age of Fire, with all its glory and all its tyranny, with all its beauty and all its cruelty, would be built in part to contain and control this potential that the furtive pygmy had unwittingly created when he chose to share his dark soul rather than hoard it for himself. With their newfound power, Gwyn, Nito, and the Witch of Izalith, along with an unlikely ally, declared war on the everlasting dragons. This ally was Seth the Scaleless, a dragon born without the stone scales that made his kin immortal and invulnerable. Seth had spent his entire existence studying his brethren, jealous of their immortality, desperate to understand the source of their power and find a way to claim it for himself. When the lords rose up against the dragons, Seth saw an opportunity for revenge against those who had mocked him for his deformity. He betrayed his own kind, revealing to Gwyn the secret weakness that made dragon scales vulnerable. Lightning could pierce them where nothing else could. The war that followed was unlike anything the world had ever seen. It was a conflict of unprecedented scale and devastation, a battle that would literally reshape the landscape of the world and determine who would rule in the new Age of Fire. The dragons fought with primal fury, their breath attacks turning entire battlefields to ash, their massive forms capable of crushing dozens of warriors with a single movement. They had ruled unchallenged for eons, and they would not surrender their dominion without extracting a terrible price. But the lords had advantages the dragons could not match: intelligence, strategy, coordination, and most importantly, the power of the lord souls. Gwyn's lightning bolts rained down from the sky, each one capable of piercing dragon scales and burning through dragon flesh. Where the dragons had been untouchable in the Age of Ancients, Gwyn's power made them vulnerable for the first time in their existence. His Silver Knights fought with coordinated precision, striking at weak points revealed by their lord's lightning strikes, working together in formations that the solitary dragons could not counter. But the cost was enormous. For every dragon that fell, 70 of Gwyn's knights perished. 60 warriors died for every dragon slain. The mountains of corpses from this war became the foundation for the new world that would emerge from its ashes. Nito brought death to beings that had never known mortality, that had existed since before the concept of death itself came into being. His miasma of disease and decay corrupted dragon bodies from within, making their scales brittle, turning their immortal flesh to rot and dust. The dragons had no defense against this because they had never needed one. Death was a new concept brought into being by the first flame, and they had no immunity to something that had never existed before their war with the lords. They didn't understand what was happening to them as their bodies decayed, as their strength faded, as they felt weakness for the first time in their eternal existence. Nito's army of the dead fought without fear or hesitation, rising again even when struck down, wearing down the dragons through attrition in a way no mortal army ever could. The Witch of Izalith unleashed flames that could consume dragon flesh, creating firestorms that turned entire valleys into smoking wastelands. Her flames were different from the simple fires the dragons themselves could breathe. These were flames of creation and destruction combined, magical fires that didn't just burn but transformed, that didn't just destroy but reshaped. Her daughters joined her in battle, weaving intricate spell patterns that trapped dragons in walls of flame, that turned the very air into scalding death. The war raged across the gray world, transforming it with fire and lightning and death. The stone arch trees burned. The gray crags cracked and crumbled. The eternal stasis of the Age of Ancients was shattered forever. And when the last great dragon fell, when the Age of Ancients ended and the Age of Fire began, the world was fundamentally changed. The dragons were defeated, their civilization reduced to ruins, their kind scattered and broken. Some fled to distant corners of the world, like the ancient dragon found later in Ash Lake. Others, like Seth, sided with the victors and were rewarded for their betrayal. Seth received a fragment of Gwyn's Lord Soul, was granted the title of Duke, and retreated to the Duke's archives where he would spend ages trying to discover the secret of immortality that his scales had denied him. The undead curse and Gwyn's fear with the dragons defeated, the Age of Fire began in earnest. Gwyn ruled from Aenir Londo, his power seemingly absolute, his kingdom a beacon of light in a world that had known only gray for countless ages. The gods prospered, their children multiplied, and for a time it seemed as though the Age of Fire would last forever. But this age, like all ages, was never meant to last eternally. The first flame, which had given birth to disparity and the Lord Souls, which had brought light and dark and life and death into existence, began to fade. And as it faded, as its power diminished year by year, century by century, Gwyn realized something terrifying. The Age of Dark was coming, and humanity, with their fragments of the Dark Soul, would naturally inherit it. The flame that had brought the gods their power was dying, and when it died, the darkness would return. But this wouldn't be the gray stasis of the Age of Ancients. This would be an age ruled by the Dark Soul, by humanity, by the very beings Gwyn had allowed to exist in his kingdom but never truly trusted. According to Darkstalker Koth and evidence found in later ages, particularly in the Ring City where the truth was preserved, Gwyn placed a seal upon the Dark Soul itself, a ring of fire that would contain its power and prevent it from ever reaching its full potential. This seal became known as the Dark Sign, and it would transform humanity from beings with natural resilience and potential immortality into creatures dependent upon the fire for their very existence. It was brilliant in its cruelty, suppressing humanity's natural power while binding their fate to the very flame that sustained the gods. But the seal could only hold as long as the first flame burned bright and strong. When the flame began to fade, when its power weakened with the passing of ages, the Dark Sign's ability to contain the darkness weakened as well. And when that happened, something terrible began manifesting across the human population. The undead curse. The curse operates through a cruel logic that turns humanity's greatest strength, their resilience, their refusal to give up, into a torment. When a human dies, they should remain dead like any other creature. But the Dark Sign prevents true death, causing the curse to resurrect at bonfires scattered throughout Lordran and beyond. Each death, each resurrection, slowly erodes the victim's humanity. They lose memories first, forgetting loved ones and cherished moments. Then they lose emotions, becoming numb to joy and sorrow alike. Their connections to other people fray and break. Their sense of self deteriorates with each cycle of death and rebirth. Eventually, if they die enough times or lose all sense of purpose, all reason to continue existing, they go hollow, becoming mindless creatures that attack anything living, shambling through ruins without thought or consciousness, mere shadows of the humans they once were. The progression is horrifying to witness. You see it in the hollows you encounter throughout your journey. Some still wear the armor they died in, still carry the weapons they once wielded with skill. Some wander in patterns that suggest they're trying to perform tasks they remember from life. A hollow soldier endlessly pacing a patrol route, a hollow merchant standing behind a counter with nothing to sell, a hollow mother cradling an empty bundle as if it were still her child. They're not just dead, they're worse than dead. They're the living remnants of people who once had hopes and dreams and loved ones, reduced to automatons acting out the last fragments of purpose they can remember. The bonfires themselves represent a brilliant and terrible piece of this control system. They're linked to the first flame, extensions of its power scattered throughout Lordran. They're fueled by humanity, requiring you to sacrifice those precious fragments of the Dark Soul to strengthen them, to increase the number of times they can heal you. When an undead dies, their accumulated souls and any liquid humanity they were carrying flow into the bonfire network automatically. No choice or action required. Based on the mechanics of the world, They appear to be absorbed by the bonfires, feeding the flames that connect back to the first flame itself. Think about what this system creates. The undead are motivated to hunt for souls and humanity, gathering these resources through combat and exploration, defeating enemies and claiming their power. They grow stronger through this accumulation, feeling progress and achievement. But then they die, and in Dark Souls, death is inevitable, and all that accumulated power flows into the bonfires. The bonfire network benefits from their deaths. The system that cursed them grows stronger from their failures. It's a cycle of accumulation and loss, of gathering power only to feed it back into the system that oppresses you. Whether this was Gwyn's intention from the beginning, whether he deliberately designed the curse to create this soul-harvesting mechanism, or whether it's simply how the curse functions as a consequence of its nature and connection to the first flame, remains a matter of interpretation among those who study these dark times. What is certain is that the system exists, and whatever its origins, it serves the interests of those who want to maintain the Age of Fire. The curse keeps humans weak and confused, prevents them from realizing their true potential as bearers of the Dark Soul, and simultaneously harvests their power to feed the very flame that sustains the god's reign. By the time our protagonist awakens in the Northern Undead Asylum, the curse has been running its course for centuries, perhaps even millennia. Thousands upon thousands of undead have been created over the years, each one bearing the dark sign somewhere on their body, each one slowly losing their humanity with every death and resurrection. Most have already fallen to hollowing. The hollows that populate Lordran's ruins and dungeons vastly outnumber the sane undead you encounter. For every Solaire or Siegmeyer or Laurentius who clings to their purpose, there are hundreds of mindless hollows shambling through the darkness, their names forgotten, their stories lost, their humanity consumed by the curse. A few hold on, clinging to purpose or duty or simple stubborn determination. Some, like Solaire of Astora, maintain their sanity through an unshakable goal, a quest that gives their cursed existence meaning. In his case, the search for his own sun, his own source of light in the darkness. Others, like the merchants and blacksmiths you encounter, have found relatively safe locations where they can practice their trade and interact with other undead, giving them social connection and purpose without constantly risking death in combat. And somewhere among these cursed beings, locked in a cell they don't remember entering in an asylum they don't remember reaching, is the one who would come to be known as the Chosen Undead. The Northern Undead Asylum and Oscar's role. The Northern Undead Asylum itself tells a story about abandonment and decay. This prison is enormous, a massive complex built into the mountainside with multiple levels and dozens of cells. The deterioration visible in every corridor speaks to centuries of neglect. How many undead were imprisoned here over the years? The number of empty cells suggests thousands, all locked away from society, left to slowly go hollow in isolation. The asylum demon's presence reveals something crucial about how this place is viewed by the outside world. This lesser demon somehow made its way from Lost Izalith to this remote prison. When this creature took up residence, the response from whatever authority built this place was apparently to do nothing. Let the demon stay. Let it guard the exit. Let it ensure that none of the prisoners ever escape. Your cell is utterly unremarkable. Stone walls, iron bars, minimal furnishing. There's nothing that would tell you who you were before the curse. No personal belongings. No indication of how long you've been here or who put you here. This absence of information is crucial to understanding the Chosen Undead's origin. You are quite literally a blank slate. Whatever life you had before the curse has been completely erased. Then something changes. A corpse crashes through the hole in your ceiling, carrying with it a key to your cell. This corpse was dropped by Oscar of Astora, a knight who had come to the asylum searching for someone to fulfill a prophecy. Oscar himself lies dying nearby, having been defeated by the asylum demon in his attempt to escape. He gives you an Estus flask and recites a prophecy he learned from his family, that an undead would escape the asylum, make a pilgrimage to Lord Ran, ring the bells of awakening, and succeed Lord Gwyn. When you pick up that key and unlock your cell door, you're not drawing on some hidden reserve of heroic destiny. You're simply doing what any rational being would do when given the opportunity to escape imprisonment. You're choosing freedom over captivity, action over resignation, hope over despair. And in the world of Dark Souls, where so many undead have given up and gone hollow, that simple choice to keep trying is what sets you apart. Your escape requires defeating the asylum demon or fleeing and returning later with better gear. Most players flee that first time, and this itself is instructive. You're not expected to win every fight immediately. Sometimes survival requires recognizing when you're outmatched. When you finally defeat the demon and use Oscar's key to unlock the exit, you're completing the first stage of a journey that Oscar began but could not finish. A giant crow carries you from the asylum to Lord Ran, depositing you at Firelink Shrine. This crow is itself mysterious. It helps you without explanation, removing the logistical challenges and placing you directly where you need to be. Another facilitator, like Oscar, another piece of the machinery that sets the chosen undead on their path. The prophecy and the Serpent's Firelink Shrine becomes your hub, the place you'll return to repeatedly throughout your journey. But when you first arrive, carried by the giant crow from the asylum, the inhabitants don't treat you as someone special. The crestfallen warrior sits by the bonfire, having given up on his own quest, too hollow in spirit, if not yet in body, to find purpose. He calls you another undead who'll end up like all the others, his voice dripping with the cynicism of someone who's seen too many hopeful undead arrive at Firelink only to give up and go hollow within days or weeks. Petrus of Thorolund and his group arrive representing the Way of White, the religious order dedicated to worshipping the gods and maintaining the Age of Fire. They're searching for someone, though they won't say who or why. Petrus is polite but dismissive, more concerned with his own mission than with helping you. Even Anastasia of Astora, the firekeeper locked in a cell beneath the shrine, mute and unable to communicate, simply performs her function as keeper of the bonfire without acknowledging you as anything more than another undead using her services. None of them recognize you as the prophesied chosen undead because at this point, you're not. You're just another cursed human trying to survive, no different from the countless others who've come before. The title, the destiny, the sense of being chosen, all of that comes later, and when it does come, the timing reveals something important about the nature of prophecy itself. It's only later, after you've rung both bells of awakening, the one above in the undead parish and the one below in Quellag's domain, after you've proven yourself capable of achieving what most undead never accomplish, that Kingseeker Frampt appears at Firelink Shrine and starts calling you the chosen undead. The timing is telling, almost suspicious when you think about it carefully. Frampt doesn't appear before you ring the bells. He doesn't seek you out in the asylum or guide you from the beginning of your journey. He doesn't appear to help you through the challenges that test whether you're truly capable. He waits until you've already proven capable of significant achievement, waits until you've demonstrated that you have what it takes to overcome deadly challenges, and then he appears and claims you were chosen all along, that this was always your destiny. Frampt presents himself as a close friend of the great Lord Gwyn, explaining in grandiose terms that your destiny is to succeed Gwyn as Lord of Cinder, to link the first flame and preserve the Age of Fire for another age. He makes it sound glorious, important, like you're being offered the chance to save the world from darkness. To accomplish this grand destiny, he explains, you must obtain the Lord Vessel from Princess Guinevere in Aner Londo, fill it with the souls of the great lords, Gravelord Nito in the Tomb of Giants, the Witch of Izalith who became the Bed of Chaos, Seth the Scaleless in the Duke's Archives, and the four kings in the ruins of New Londo, and then use this vessel to access the kiln of the first flame where Gwyn waits, where the fire itself waits to be linked. Frampt tells you this is your purpose, your reason for existing as an undead. He says the curse can be lifted, that linking the flame will end the cycle of death and resurrection. He makes promises about redemption and salvation, about bringing light back to a darkening world. But he conveniently forgets to mention certain crucial details. He doesn't tell you that linking the flame means walking into the fire itself, letting it consume your body and soul. He doesn't mention that you'll burn for ages, possibly centuries. As fuel for the first flame, your consciousness slowly eroding in the flames until another undead comes to take your place. He doesn't explain that succeeding Gwyn doesn't mean inheriting his throne or his power. It means taking his place as kindling, as sacrifice, as fuel. But there's another serpent with a different story, another voice offering another interpretation of destiny and prophecy. If you defeat the four kings before placing the Lord vessel with Frampt, if you venture into the abyss that consumed New Londo and emerge victorious, Darkstalker Koth appears in that darkness and offers you an entirely different narrative about your purpose and the world's fate. Koth tells you that the prophecy Frampt recites is a lie, a fabrication created to manipulate undead into serving the gods' interests. He claims that Gwyn feared humanity, feared the Dark Soul and the power it represented, feared the Dark Lord who would inevitably be born among humans when the Age of Fire ended. According to Koth, Gwyn's linking of the flame was an act against the natural order, an attempt to prevent the Age of Dark that should follow the Age of Fire just as surely as night follows day. The flame was meant to fade, Koth argues. The Age of Fire was meant to end, and humanity, with their fragments of the Dark Soul, was meant to inherit the world in the age that followed. Koth claims you should become the Dark Lord, should let the flame fade and die, should usher in the Age of Dark, the true age of humanity, free from the tyranny of the gods and their manipulations. He makes it sound like liberation, like justice, like humanity finally claiming what was always rightfully theirs. He speaks of ending the curse, of humanity achieving its true potential, of a world where the Dark Soul can finally express its full power without suppression or control. But which serpent tells the truth? Which one is genuinely trying to help you versus manipulating you for their own ends? The troubling answer, the one that becomes clearer the more you examine their words and their histories, might be that both are lying, or at least hiding crucial parts of the story to serve their own agendas. Frampt wants you to link the fire, but he conveniently forgets to mention the full cost of that choice. He doesn't explain that you'll burn as fuel until you're nothing but ash and fading consciousness. He doesn't mention that this has happened before, that there have been other chosen undead who came before you, other heroes who linked the flame only to be forgotten as the cycle continued. He presents linking the flame as a glorious destiny when it's really just another sacrifice to maintain the god's power and postpone the inevitable. But Koth's motivations are no clearer, and his history suggests he's not the champion of humanity he claims to be. While he talks eloquently about freedom and humanity's right to inherit the world, his actions tell a different story. Koth taught the four kings of New Londo the art of life drain, a technique that allowed them to steal humanity and souls from other humans. This wasn't a gift to help humanity achieve greatness. This was the corrupting power that led to the four kings' fall, that transformed them from noble rulers into servants of the abyss, that ultimately led to the flooding of New Londo when the abyss they were generating threatened to consume everything. Think about what that means. Koth directly caused the destruction of an entire city, the deaths of countless humans, all in pursuit of his goals. He corrupted humanity's rulers and then abandoned them when his experiments spiraled out of control. This is not the behavior of someone genuinely concerned with humanity's well-being. And there's more. Dialogue from characters like Marvelous Chester, who appears in the Artorias of the Abyss DLC, and from Hawkeye Goff, one of Gwyn's four knights, suggests that a primordial serpent manipulated the people of Awalisile into disturbing Manus's grave. While they don't explicitly name which serpent was responsible, The connection to darkness and the manipulation of humans toward destructive ends point strongly toward Koth as the culprit. If this interpretation is correct, then Koth orchestrated the destruction of Oalisile just as surely as he orchestrated the fall of New Londo. Oalisile was once a peaceful land known for its unique sorceries that drew power from nature rather than souls. The people lived in harmony with the forest, developing magic that enhanced their connection to the natural world. But they were somehow convinced to dig up and disturb the grave of a primordial human, a being who had been dead and buried for so long that his name, Manus, was nearly forgotten. This being possessed an enormous quantity of humanity, possibly being one of the original recipients of dark soul fragments from the furtive pygmy himself, possibly even being the pygmy. When Manus was disturbed and awakened, when his torment drove him to madness, his humanity ran completely wild, creating the abyss and consuming Oalisile in uncontrollable darkness. The entire kingdom was destroyed, its people transformed into twisted monsters, its princess kidnapped and held captive, its peaceful existence erased. And all of this happened because someone convinced them that disturbing this ancient grave was a good idea, that whatever they sought was worth the risk. Both serpents, when you examine their patterns, are reactive rather than proactive. They respond to your achievements rather than actively guiding you from the beginning. Neither one appears at the asylum to help you escape. Neither one guides you through the early challenges or protects you from the dangers you face. They only reveal themselves after you've already proven capable of significant accomplishments, after you've demonstrated you have the strength to possibly reach the kiln and make the final choice. This suggests they're less interested in who you were before the curse and more interested in what you can accomplish now, in whether you can serve as a useful tool for their purposes. Which serpent tells the truth? The answer is complex and troubling. The prophecy that Oscar recites, that Frampt reinforces, might be legitimate, passed down through generations of Astran Knights as genuine foreknowledge of events to come. Or it might be a complete fabrication, created by Gwendolyn or Frampt or some other force seeking to ensure that capable undead continue to journey to the kiln and link the flame, perpetuating the Age of Fire indefinitely. The game never confirms which interpretation is correct, never provides definitive evidence one way or the other. What we do know is that the system works. The prophecy motivates people like Oscar to seek out capable undead and set them on the path to Lordran. It gives desperate, cursed individuals a sense of purpose, a reason to keep fighting when everything seems hopeless. It creates a steady stream of potential chosen undead who journey to the kiln, and eventually, one of them succeeds in linking the flame. Whether that success validates the prophecy or simply demonstrates that enough attempts will eventually produce the desired result remains ambiguous. Both serpents present themselves as knowledgeable guides, but both have clear biases and hidden agendas. Frampt serves the gods and wants to maintain their age of dominance. Koth claims to serve humanity, but his methods have repeatedly led to human suffering and destruction. The truth about your destiny, about your purpose, about what you should do when you reach the kiln, neither serpent can be fully trusted to provide it. The journey and what it reveals your journey through Lordran is itself profoundly instructive about the nature of your origin and what the chosen undead truly represents. You start weak, barely capable of defeating the hollow soldiers that guard the undead burg. Your starting equipment is basic at best, whatever armor and weapons Oscar left for you or that you scavenged from the asylum. Your skills are limited to simple attacks and dodges. You die frequently to enemies that will later seem trivial. You get lost in areas that will eventually become familiar. You make mistakes that cost you hundreds or thousands of souls. But you learn. With each death, with each resurrection, you gain knowledge. You learn enemy patterns, memorize attack timings, discover shortcuts and secrets. You upgrade your equipment at blacksmiths, level up your stats at bonfires, experiment with different weapons and builds until you find what works for you. And slowly, gradually, Through patient accumulation of experience and resources, you transform from a weak prisoner barely surviving against hollow soldiers into a warrior capable of standing against gods and primordial forces. This transformation isn't a result of unlocking some hidden prophesied power that was always inside you, waiting to emerge. It's not destiny suddenly activating or divine intervention granting you strength. It's the gradual accumulation of souls spent on leveling up, the slow improvement of equipment through titanite and embers, the patient learning of mechanics and strategies, the hard-won knowledge purchased with countless deaths and resurrections. You become powerful the same way anyone becomes skilled at anything, through practice, persistence, and refusal to give up when faced with failure. The resurrection mechanic is absolutely central to understanding what the chosen undead represents within the mythology of Dark Souls. Every time you die, which happens frequently, dozens, hundreds, perhaps even thousands of times in a typical playthrough, you face a choice. The game doesn't force you to continue. You could stop playing, could give up, could let your character remain dead at that bonfire forever. The choice to respawn, to retrieve your souls, to face that same challenge again with the knowledge you gained from failure, that's a choice you make actively every single time. This is why the undead curse, as horrible and cruel as it is in every other respect, also creates the unique potential for someone like the chosen undead to exist. In a world where death is final, where failure means permanent ending, the gods would always win. They have had centuries or millennia to perfect their power, to master their abilities, to establish their dominion. A mortal human, even a skilled one, couldn't hope to challenge beings like Ornstein and Smuff or Artorias or Gwyn himself in a fair fight where death is permanent. But the curse changes that fundamental equation. The curse gives humans something unprecedented: the ability to try again, to learn from mistakes, to eventually overcome any obstacle through sheer persistence and accumulated knowledge. An enemy who never truly dies, who can always come back for another attempt, who gets slightly better with each resurrection, is ultimately unbeatable given enough time and determination. This is what Gwyn feared when he looked at humanity and saw the potential inheritors of the Age of Dark. Not their strength in any individual moment, but their collective persistence, their stubborn refusal to accept defeat even when beaten down again and again. Think about how many times you die fighting a challenging boss like Ornstein and Smuff. The first attempt, you might barely survive 30 seconds, overwhelmed by their coordinated attacks. The second attempt, you last a bit longer, learning to dodge Ornstein's lightning thrust or avoid Smuff's hammer slam. The third attempt, you manage to kill one of them before dying. And eventually, after many attempts, after learning all their patterns and tells, after upgrading your equipment and adjusting your strategy, you emerge victorious. Not because you were chosen by destiny, but because you refused to accept defeat. The hollows you encounter throughout Lordran represent the alternative path, the fate that awaits those who give up before achieving their goals. Each hollow was once like you, once had their own quest or purpose that kept them sane and gave their cursed existence meaning. Each one had hopes, had goals, had reasons to keep fighting. The hollow soldiers in the undead burg were once guards protecting their city. The hollow warriors in Darkroot Garden were once proud fighters defending their forest. The hollow giants in Anerlando were once blacksmiths serving the gods. But somewhere along the way something changed. Maybe they died one too many times and lost their accumulated souls. Maybe they completed their quest only to find it didn't cure them or give them the peace they sought. Maybe they simply grew tired of the endless cycle of death and resurrection. Maybe they lost sight of why they were fighting in the first place. Whatever the specific cause, they gave up. They stopped trying. They let the hollowing process complete its work, and now they shamble through ruins without thought or purpose, attacking anything that moves with the mechanical violence of creatures operating on pure instinct. You don't know their names. You don't know their stories. You don't know what they were searching for or what they lost. You just know they failed where you're still succeeding, that they gave up where you're still fighting, that they let the curse claim them while you continue to resist. Every hollow you encounter is a reminder of what awaits you if you ever stop trying, if you ever accept defeat as permanent, if you ever let despair extinguish the spark that keeps you sane. The Artorias of the Abyss connection in the DLC content. Artorias of the Abyss, you're pulled back in time to Oalasile during its destruction, during those terrible days when Manus's awakened fury consumed an entire kingdom. Here you encounter legendary figures from history, beings whose exploits have become myth by the time of your journey through Lordran. And here you discover something profound about yourself and your capabilities. You encounter the legendary Artorias, one of Gwyn's 4 knights, the Abyss Walker himself, the warrior who was supposed to stop Manus and save Oalasile from the spreading darkness. But you don't find him victorious and triumphant. You find him already corrupted by the Abyss, his mind shattered by the very darkness he came to fight, his body twisted and consumed by forces he couldn't overcome. The knight who was supposed to be Oalasile's savior has become another victim of the catastrophe. The story of Artorias' final battle is told through environmental details and item descriptions. He ventured into the Abyss to confront Manus directly, believing his covenant with the Abyss and his incredible skill would be enough to overcome any darkness. But the Abyss was too powerful, too concentrated, too primal. Manus's fury was beyond anything Artorias had encountered before. The Knight's shield, his great shield of Artorias, a legendary piece of equipment said to be completely impervious to dark magic, was broken in the battle. Rather than retreat, rather than admit defeat, Artorias discarded his shattered shield and used the last of his strength to save his wolf companion Sif, creating a protective barrier around the young wolf before being completely consumed by the Abyss. You, the chosen undead from the future, are the one who actually stops Manus. You venture into the deepest part of the Abyss, into the chasm where Manus dwells, and you confront the father of the Abyss himself in single combat. And you win. You succeed where Artorias, the legendary Abyss Walker, one of the greatest knights to ever live, utterly failed. Your ability to defeat Manus, to survive the Abyss, to accomplish what Artorias could not, doesn't make you chosen by prophecy or blessed by fate. It makes you exceptionally powerful through your accumulated strength and determined through your refusal to give up. Think about what this means. Artorias was a trained knight from birth, tutored by the gods themselves, wielding equipment forged in divine forges, empowered by a fragment of Gwyn's Lord Soul. He had every advantage of birth, training, and divine blessing. You're a cursed human who woke up in a cell with no memory of your past. No special training, no divine heritage, nothing but the basic equipment Oscar left behind and your own stubborn refusal to stay dead. Yet you achieve what he could not. You succeed where he failed. Not because prophecy ordained it, but because you kept trying when he couldn't, because the curse that seems like humanity's greatest weakness is also your greatest strength. The ability to die and learn and try again until you eventually overcome any obstacle. But the DLC also raises profound questions about Cod's vision of the Age of Dark and what it would actually mean for humanity. You see what happened to Oalasile when concentrated darkness ran wild. The Abyss didn't bring freedom or enlightenment or humanity's true potential being realized. It brought madness, transformation into monsters, the complete destruction of civilization and culture. Every person in Oalasile was either killed, transformed into a twisted creature, or driven insane. The peaceful kingdom known for its connection to nature and its gentle sorceries was completely erased, turned into a nightmare realm of darkness and despair. Koth speaks eloquently about freeing humanity from the gods' control, about the Age of Dark being humanity's rightful inheritance. But his track record suggests the Age of Dark might not be the paradise he promises. The Abyss consumed Oalasile completely. The Darkwraiths he created in New Londo preyed upon other humans, stealing their humanity through life drain. Even Manus himself, who may have been one of the original humans to receive a fragment of the dark soul from the furtive pygmy, became a ravening beast when his humanity ran wild and uncontrolled, driven to madness and capable of nothing but rage and violence. This raises the troubling possibility that the darkness, when concentrated and unrestrained, is just as dangerous as Gwyn's attempts to suppress it. That perhaps the natural state humanity should seek isn't the eternal fire of the gods or the complete darkness Koth promises, but some balance between the two, some middle ground that the world has never achieved because both sides keep pushing toward their extremes. The final choice and what it means eventually, after countless deaths and resurrections, after defeating the great lords and claiming their souls, after filling the Lord vessel and unlocking the path forward, your journey brings you to the kiln of the first flame. This place exists outside the normal geography of Lordran, a realm unto itself accessible only through the power of the Lord vessel. The path to the kiln is a gauntlet of ash and embers, a long walk through the burned-out remnants of what might have been Gwyn's kingdom at its height, now reduced to gray dust and fading memories. You fight your way past the hollow remnants of Gwyn's Black Knights, the elite warriors who followed their lord into the flame when he first linked it ages ago. These knights were once the most powerful fighters in existence, clad in black armor that had been scorched and tempered by the flames they walked into. They wielded weapons forged in divine forges, enhanced by the power of the gods themselves. They were utterly loyal to Gwyn, following him even into sacrifice, even into the furnace of the first flame itself. But look at what they've become. They're hollow now, their minds burned away by centuries of exposure to the flame's power, reduced to ash and madness and mechanical violence. They stand as sentinels guarding the approach to their lord, but they don't recognize friend from foe anymore. They attack anything that moves with the desperate ferocity of creatures operating on instinct alone, their loyalty corrupted into simple territorial aggression. These were the finest knights Gwyn commanded, and this is what awaited them after they followed him into the flame. This is the fate that awaits anyone who links the fire. Not glory, not immortality, not even being remembered, but slow erasure until nothing remains but hollow violence. And then you face Gwyn himself, Gwyn the Lord of Sunlight, the being who conquered the everlasting dragons and ushered in the Age of Fire, the god who ruled from Aenir Londo with power that shook the heavens, the warrior whose lightning bolts could pierce immortal scales, the king whose very presence brought light to the world. But the Gwyn you face is a shadow of his former glory, a burned-out husk of what he once was. His power has been consumed by centuries of fueling the first flame with his own soul. His mind has deteriorated to the point where he can barely recognize you as a threat. He doesn't speak, doesn't try to reason with you, doesn't acknowledge your presence except as something to be destroyed. He attacks with the desperate ferocity of an animal backed into a corner, fighting not with strategy or intelligence but with the muscle memory of ancient battles that his hollowing mind can still access. His lightning is gone, burned away along with most of his power. He fights with a flaming greatsword, the fire a pale echo of the brilliance he once commanded. His movements are aggressive but predictable, powerful but lacking the divine precision he must have once possessed. He can be parried, his attacks telegraphed and vulnerable to counterattack. This is what the gods have been reduced to, what awaits anyone who sacrifices themselves to link the flame. When you defeat him, when you strike down the Lord of Sunlight in his own realm, you're not conquering a god at the height of his power. You're putting down a hollow shell of what once was the mightiest being in existence, a burned-out remnant clinging to purpose long after purpose has any meaning. It's mercy as much as victory, ending his suffering even as you claim his soul and fulfill your quest. With Gwyn defeated, you face the choice that defines your entire journey and reveals the truth about what it means to be the chosen undead. Before you lies the first flame, weak and fading but still burning, still exerting its influence over the world. You can walk into those flames, letting them consume you, using your accumulated power and the Lord's souls you've gathered to fuel it for another age. This is what Frampt wanted, what the prophecy foretold, what the entire machinery of gods and serpents and manipulation has been guiding you toward. Link the fire and preserve the age of fire, postponing the age of dark for another cycle, buying the world more time before the darkness comes. Or you can turn and walk away. You can leave the kiln behind, leave the flame to its fate, let it fade and die and allow the age of dark to begin. This is what Koth wanted, what he claims is humanity's birthright, the natural progression that Gwyn tried to prevent. Become the Dark Lord and usher in the age of humanity, free from the gods' control, free from the curse that has tormented your kind for centuries. The game presents both options without judgment, without telling you which is right. Frampt can't force you to link the fire, can't override your will even after guiding you through this entire journey. Koth can't force you to walk away, can't compel you to become the Dark Lord even after revealing what he claims is the truth about Gwyn's fear and manipulation. The serpents, the gods, the prophecy, the entire weight of history and destiny and expectation. None of it can override your free will in this final moment. You choose, not fate, not prophecy, not divine mandate. You. The truth about origin, so we return to our original question. What is the mysterious origin of the chosen undead? The factual answer is disappointingly simple. The chosen undead is a human being, a descendant of the furtive pygmy like all humans, cursed with the dark sign like thousands of other undead, imprisoned in the northern undead asylum for reasons unknown. They were freed by Oscar of Astora, who dropped a key into their cell while searching for someone to fulfill a prophecy. They happened to be capable enough to escape the asylum, determined enough to pursue the quest Oscar set before them, and persistent enough to overcome every obstacle between them and the kiln of the first flame. That's it. That's the entire factual origin. No divine parentage, no special birth, no chosen one marked from the beginning. Just a cursed human who refused to give up. But the thematic answer is far more interesting. The chosen undead represents humanity's fundamental nature as interpreted through Dark Souls mythology. Remember that humans in this world are inherently resilient through their fragments of the Dark Soul. The undead curse is what happens when that resilience is suppressed and controlled, when the natural strength of humanity is twisted into something that seems like a punishment but retains its essential characteristic: the refusal to stay dead. Every undead is a testament to humanity's stubbornness, their unwillingness to accept defeat even in the face of impossible odds. Most succumb to hollowing eventually, but only after countless resurrections, only after fighting again and again until their will finally breaks. The chosen undead is simply the one whose will never breaks, who keeps fighting through every death, every failure, every seemingly impossible challenge. This makes the ambiguity of your origin not a flaw but a crucial part of the message. You don't need a special backstory to be important. You don't need divine mandate to change the world. You don't need prophecy to give your actions meaning. What you need is determination, the willingness to keep trying when everyone else has given up, the refusal to accept that your fate is already written. The prophecy, whether created by Gwyn, by Gwyndolin, by the serpents, or by some other force, serves as a framework for understanding your journey, but it doesn't define that journey. You can fulfill it or reject it. You can follow Frampt's path or Kod's path. You can link the fire or walk away from it. The prophecy brought you to the moment of choice, but the choice itself is entirely yours. Without a backstory dictating who you should be, without a predetermined destiny forcing you down one path, you're free to become whatever you choose through your actions. The knight who started as a prisoner becomes a godslayer. The thief who knew only survival becomes a world changer. The commoner who was nobody becomes the chosen undead, not because they were born for it, but because they earned it. In the end, the mystery of the chosen undead's origin is less about where they came from and more about what they represent. They represent the idea that anyone, no matter how low they start, no matter how dire their circumstances, no matter how heavily the odds are stacked against them, can rise to achieve legendary status through nothing more than determination and refusal to surrender. They represent humanity's essential nature. Resilient, stubborn, capable of enduring unimaginable hardship and still continuing to fight. The chosen undead is chosen not by the gods or by fate, but by themselves. Every time they pick themselves up after death, every time they face another impossible boss, every time they venture into another deadly area, they're choosing to continue. They're choosing to be the hero, to be the legend, to be the one who changes everything. And in a world as dark and hopeless as Lord Ran, that choice, that determination, that refusal to give up is the most powerful force in existence. So when you wake up in that cell in the Northern Undead Asylum, when you pick up that key and step out into the darkness, when you face the asylum demon and begin your journey, you're not following someone else's plan. You're writing your own story. You're creating your own legend. You're choosing to be the chosen undead. And that choice, more than any prophecy or divine mandate or predetermined destiny, is what makes you special. Not where you came from, but where you're going. Not who you were, but who you choose to become. That's the true origin of the chosen undead. The moment they decided to keep fighting no matter what. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this deep dive into Dark Souls lore, please consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel for more atmospheric explorations of gaming's greatest mysteries. What are your thoughts on the chosen undead's origin? Do you believe in the prophecy, or do you think it's all manipulation? Let me know in the comments below. Until next time, don't you dare go hollow.
Was a long day, I know how you feel. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside start to fade away. Welcome back to the Mental Lullaby. Tonight, we aren't just looking for rest. We're giving your mind the permission it needs to let go. Using gentle psychological techniques and calming soundscapes will guide your nervous systems from the noise of the day into the quiet of the night. You have done enough for today. Now, it's time to simply be. Let's begin our journey into sleep.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Mental Lullaby. If you're new here, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. It really helps us continue exploring the deeper meanings hidden within the games we love.
The Fall of Gods and the Drowning of Men. A complete history of Aner Londo and the flooding of New Londo introduction. 2 cities, one tragic destiny in the vast and intricate mythology of Dark Souls. Few locations carry as much narrative weight and symbolic significance as Aner Londo and New Londo. These 2 cities, one reaching toward the heavens in golden splendor, and the other submerged beneath dark waters in eternal torment, represent the duality of ambition and consequence that defines the entire Dark Souls universe. Their histories are inextricably linked, bound together by the desperate actions of gods and the terrible price paid by humanity. This is the story of divine hubris, of a kingdom's golden age and its inevitable decay, and of a catastrophic decision that condemned an entire city to a watery grave. To understand these cities is to understand the fundamental tragedy of the Dark Souls world. Aner Londo stands as a monument to the Age of Fire, built by Lord Gwyn himself as the seat of divine power and the architectural embodiment of the god's dominion over the world. Its spires pierce the clouds, its halls gleam with impossible light, and its very existence proclaims the eternal supremacy of the gods who claimed the Lord's souls and used them to overthrow the ancient dragons. Yet beneath this facade of eternal glory lies a hollowed-out shell, a beautiful illusion maintained by the last remaining deity to hide the truth that the gods have abandoned their city and their responsibilities. New Londo, by contrast, represents humanity's place in this divine hierarchy. Built in the shadow of Aner Londo, both literally and figuratively, It was a thriving human city that served as a testament to what mankind could achieve under the patronage and protection of the gods. The four kings who ruled New Londo were granted fragments of Gwyn's own soul, elevating them above ordinary men and binding them in covenant to the Lord of Sunlight. For a time, New Londo prospered, its citizens living in the reflected glory of the gods above. But when darkness came to New Londo, when the four kings fell to corruption and their subjects were transformed into dark wraiths bent on stealing humanity itself, the response from above was swift and merciless. The sealers of New Londo flooded the entire city, drowning every man, woman, and child within its walls to contain the darkness below. These two cities tell parallel stories of decline and abandonment. Aner Londo, once filled with gods and their servants, now stands empty save for the illusions that mask its desolation. New Londo, once filled with living, breathing humanity, now contains only the tortured ghosts of the innocent sacrificed to protect the world above from the consequences of divine mistakes. Both cities are tombs, monuments to failed ideals, and the inevitable decay that comes when clinging to power becomes more important than the responsibility that power entails. The Age of Ancients preceded all of this, of course. In that primordial era, the world was unformed, shrouded in fog, a land of gray crags, ancient trees, and immortal dragons. There was no life, no death, no light, no dark, no heat or cold. There simply was eternal stagnation, unchanging and unchangeable. But then came fire, and with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, light and dark. And of course, from the dark came beings who would find souls within the first flame, souls of tremendous power that would allow them to challenge the dragon's eternal dominion. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, claimed the mightiest of these Lord souls, a soul of light and lightning that granted him godlike power. With him came the Witch of Izalith, who found the soul of life, and Grave Lord Nito, who claimed the soul of death. There was a fourth soul as well, the Dark Soul, found by a being so small and insignificant that it was barely noticed by the others. This was the soul that would become the progenitor of all humanity, distributed among countless humans, granting them the dark sign and the potential for both great strength and terrible corruption. Together, Gwyn and his allies waged war against the dragons. With the lightning bolts forged from Gwyn's soul, with the flames of chaos wielded by the Witch of Izalith, with the death and disease commanded by Nito, and with the crucial betrayal of Seth the Scaleless, who revealed the dragon's weakness to their stone scales, the gods overthrew the ancient order. The Age of Fire began, and with it came the Age of Gods, the age when Gwyn would build his kingdom in the sky and establish a hierarchy that would endure for countless ages. This is where our story truly begins, with the construction of Aner Londo and the establishment of divine rule. From those heights, we will trace the rise of godly power and the creation of New Londo below. We will witness the golden age when both cities thrived, explore the corruption that infected the four kings and spawned the Darkwraith threat, and chronicle the terrible decision to flood an entire city to contain that darkness. Finally, we will examine the ruins left behind, the ghosts that haunt New Londo's flooded streets, and the hollow illusion that has become of Aner Londo itself. These are not merely the stories of two cities. They are the story of the Dark Souls world itself, of the cycle of fire and dark, of the desperate attempts to preserve power even as it inevitably fades, and of the terrible sacrifices made in the name of prolonging what cannot be prolonged. They remind us that even gods can fall, that even the mightiest kingdoms can become empty shells, and that the price of power is often paid by those who never sought it in the first place. The rise of Aner Londo, the city of gods after the defeat of the ancient dragons and the establishment of the Age of Fire, Lord Gwyn set about creating a capital worthy of his divine status and the new age he had ushered into being. Aner Londo, the city of the gods, would be built on a scale and with a grandeur that proclaimed the eternal supremacy of the divine. Perched impossibly high, its foundations resting upon great arches and buttresses that themselves seemed to defy the laws of nature, Aner Londo was meant to be more than a city. It was a statement, a declaration that the gods existed on a plane above the mortal world, both literally and metaphorically. The architecture of Einerlando is perhaps its most immediately striking feature. Every structure soars upward, reaching toward the eternal sun that Gwyn himself placed in the sky above his city. The buildings are constructed on a scale meant for beings far larger than humans, with doors that tower stories high and halls so vast that entire human villages could fit within single rooms. This was intentional, of course. The gods were not merely powerful. They were fundamentally different in nature from the mortals who would serve them. The architecture reinforced this difference, making any human who entered Einerlando feel small, insignificant, reminded at every turn of the vast gulf between themselves and the divine. The great hall where Gwyn held court exemplified this principle. Massive columns of polished white stone rose to support a ceiling so high it seemed to touch the clouds themselves. Windows of crystalline glass, perhaps provided by Seth the Scaleless as part of his reward for betraying his dragon kin, allowed light to pour into the hall, creating an atmosphere of divine radiance. The floor was polished to a mirror shine, reflecting the light from above and creating the impression that one walked through clouds of light itself. At the far end of this hall stood Gwyn's throne, elevated on a dais and crafted from materials that seemed to contain their own inner luminescence. But Einerlando was more than mere spectacle. It was a functional seat of divine government, the center from which the gods administered their rule over the world below. Various deities made their homes in the different structures throughout the city. Gwyn himself resided in the central keep, surrounded by his most trusted knights and advisors. His daughter, Guinevere, the Princess of Sunlight, occupied chambers decorated with golden treasures and artifacts that celebrated the beauty and fertility she represented. His youngest child, Gwyndolin, hidden away due to his affinity for the moon rather than his father's son, maintained secret chambers beneath the city where he would eventually craft the elaborate illusion that would preserve Einerlando's appearance long after the gods had departed. The Silver Knights served as Einerlando's primary military force. These elite warriors, chosen from among the most skilled fighters and granted divine blessing by Gwyn himself, stood as eternal guardians of the city. Clad in ornate silver armor that reflected the sunlight streaming through Einerlando's countless windows, they were stationed at key positions throughout the city, ever vigilant against threats both external and internal. Unlike the Black Knights who would accompany Gwyn into battle against the demons of Izalith and lose their minds to the flames of chaos, the Silver Knights remained in Einerlando, a symbol of its inviolate sanctity. The four Knights of Gwyn represented the pinnacle of the Silver Knights Order. Ornstein the Dragon Slayer, captain of the four Knights, was perhaps the most renowned. His name alone struck fear into the hearts of dragons during the Great War, and even after the dragon's defeat, he remained at Gwyn's side as the ultimate protector of the Divine Order. Artorias the Abyss Walker, though he would eventually be stationed in Owalasile to combat the spreading darkness there, served initially as one of Einerlando's greatest defenders. Hawkeye Goff, the giant archer whose skill was legendary even among gods, watched over Einerlando from his vantage point. And Lord's Blade Kieran, mysterious and deadly, operated in the shadows, eliminating threats before they could fully manifest. The religious life of Einerlando centered on the worship of the gods themselves, naturally, but also on the maintenance of the Age of Fire that made their rule possible. Priests and priestesses tended to the various shrines and altars throughout the city, offering prayers and sacrifices to ensure the continuation of the current age. The Dark Moon Blades, a covenant founded by Gwyndolin himself, operated as a sort of religious inquisition, hunting down those who sinned against the gods and enforcing divine law with absolute conviction. To be named a Dark Moon Blade was to be granted both great honor and terrible responsibility, tasked with protecting the sanctity of the gods' rule through whatever means necessary. The cultural life of Einerlando during its golden age must have been extraordinary, though much of it is lost to time and the decay that eventually consumed the city. We know that great feasts were held in the massive dining halls, where gods and their most favored servants would gather to celebrate victories and commemorate important events. Artists and craftsmen worked to create wonders that glorified the gods and the Age of Fire, Scholars studied in libraries filled with knowledge accumulated since the overthrow of the dragons, seeking to understand the fundamental nature of souls and the flames that gave them power. Guinevere, as princess of sunlight and symbol of bounty and fertility, likely presided over many of these cultural activities. Her very presence was said to bring warmth and comfort, a reflection of the sun her father had placed in the sky. Prayers offered to Guinevere sought blessings for crops, for healthy children, for prosperity and growth. She represented the generative aspects of the Age of Fire, the promise that under the gods' rule, life would flourish and humanity would thrive under divine protection. Yet even in Aenorlando's golden age, there were hints of the problems to come. Gwyndolin, Gwyn's youngest child, was raised as a daughter despite being born male, because he possessed an affinity for the moon rather than the sun. This suggests that even the gods were bound by certain strictures and expectations, that deviation from the ordained path was problematic even for divine beings. Gwyndolin's relegation to the shadows, his secret chambers and hidden rituals, indicates that all was not perfect harmony even at the height of Aenorlando's power. The relationship between Aenorlando and the rest of the world was one of clear hierarchy. The gods ruled from above, and below them existed various gradations of servants, allies, and subjects. The humans who had emerged from the furtive pygmies division of the dark soul occupied an ambiguous position in this hierarchy. They were useful, certainly capable of great things when properly directed and motivated. But they also carried within them the dark soul's essence, the very thing that the Age of Fire was meant to suppress and control. Gwyn understood this, which is why he took such care to establish systems of control over humanity, granting favors and fragments of his power to human rulers who would enforce divine will upon their own people. This brings us to the founding of New Londo, the city below, and the 4 kings who would rule it under Gwyn's authority. But before we descend to examine that tragedy, we must first understand one more crucial event in Aenorlando's history: Gwyn's alliance with Seth the Scaleless and the consequences of the rewards granted to a traitor. The Dragon War and Seth's betrayal. The war against the dragons was the foundational myth of the Age of Gods, the great conflict that established the divine order and ended the eternal stagnation of the Age of Ancients. To understand Aenorlando and the world it dominated, we must understand this war, for its conduct and consequences shaped everything that followed. Moreover, the alliance with Seth the Scaleless and the rewards granted to him for his betrayal of his own kind established precedents that would echo through the ages, particularly in how the gods dealt with useful subordinates and the prices they were willing to pay for victory. The dragons of the Age of Ancients were beings of stone and scale, immortal and unchanging. They did not live in any meaningful sense. They simply existed, perched atop their gray crags, shrouded in eternal fog. They had no ambitions, no desires, no drives beyond the continuation of their static existence. They were, in essence, the perfect embodiment of the Age of Ancients itself, eternal, unchanging, and utterly without purpose or progression. When beings emerged from the dark and discovered the Lord souls within the first flame, the dragons did not initially perceive them as threats. Why would they? The dragons were immortal, their stone scales impervious to harm. What could these small, soul-bearing creatures possibly do to challenge their eternal dominion? This arrogance would prove to be their downfall, though not in the way one might expect. The dragons were not defeated through superior force or courage, though both played their parts. They were defeated through betrayal, through one of their own revealing the secret weakness that their scales concealed. Seth the Scaleless was born different from his dragon brethren. Whether this was due to some flaw in his creation or some cosmic accident, we do not know. What we do know is that Seth was born without the stone scales that granted the other dragons their immortality. This made him vulnerable, mortal in a way his kindred were not. More importantly, it made him other, separate, an outcast among his own kind. The other dragons recognized his difference and, in the manner of all insular groups confronting what is different, they shunned him. In his isolation and bitterness, Seth turned to study, obsessively researching the secrets of immortality and the nature of the scales he lacked. This research led him to understand the fundamental nature of dragon immortality better than any other being, dragon or otherwise. He knew precisely how the scales functioned, what forces could affect them, and what would be required to destroy them. And when Gwyn and his allies began their war against the dragons, Seth saw an opportunity for revenge against those who had rejected him. The betrayal was elegant in its simplicity and devastating in its effectiveness. Seth approached Gwyn and offered to share the secrets of dragon immortality in exchange for sanctuary and rewards in the new age that would follow the dragon's fall. Gwyn, recognizing the immense value of such knowledge, agreed. Seth revealed that while dragon scales were impervious to normal damage, they could be weakened and destroyed through specific applications of power. Gwyn's lightning could shatter them if applied with precision. The Witch of Izalith's flames could reduce them to ash. Niddo's death and disease could seep beneath them and corrupt the dragon from within. Armed with this knowledge, the war turned in the gods' favor. Dragons that had seemed invincible were suddenly vulnerable. Gwyn's lightning bolts, forged from his very soul, struck true and shattered scales that had endured since time immemorial. The Witch of Izalith's flames consumed dragons, reducing their immortal forms to ash and scattered bone. Niddo's miasma infected them, bringing death and decay to beings that had never known such concepts. One by one, the dragons fell, until only scattered remnants remained, fleeing to distant corners of the world or hiding in deep caverns where the gods' reach could not extend. Seth fought alongside the gods in this war, turning his knowledge and his bitterness against his own kind. For this, Gwyn rewarded him richly. Seth was granted a title, Duke, Lord of the Archives, making him nobility in the New Order despite his dragon origins. He was given the Duke's Archives, a vast complex attached to Aner Londo itself, filled with countless texts and artifacts where he could continue his research into immortality and the nature of souls. Most significantly, Gwyn granted Seth a fragment of his own Lord Soul, a bequeathed Lord Soul shard that elevated Seth to a position of tremendous power and brought him closer to the immortality he so desperately craved. But Gwyn's generosity went even further. Recognizing that Seth's research required materials and subjects, the Lord of Sunlight granted the Scaleless One permission to conduct experiments, to pursue his obsessive quest for understanding immortality and achieving it for himself. This permission would have horrific consequences that Gwyn either did not foresee or chose to ignore in gratitude for Seth's crucial role in the dragon's defeat. Seth's experiments began innocuously enough. He studied crystals, discovering that they shared certain properties with dragon scales, particularly in their resistance to decay and change. He learned to grow and shape these crystals, eventually discovering methods to imbue them with soul energy, creating crystalline constructs that could serve as guardians and servants. The crystal golems that would eventually patrol the Duke's archives and the surrounding areas were products of this research. But Seth's true obsession was immortality, and crystals alone could not provide it. He needed living subjects to experiment upon, to test his theories about the nature of souls and flesh and the boundaries between mortality and its transcendence. Initially, he may have limited himself to volunteers or to criminals provided by Gwyn's justice system. But as his obsession deepened and his experiments grew more extreme, his need for subjects expanded beyond what such sources could provide. This is where the maidens came in. Young women were brought to the Duke's archives to serve as experimental subjects, whether they were taken forcibly, volunteered, or were provided by Gwyn's justice system is not specified in the lore. What is clear from the evidence found in the archives is that Seth subjected them to horrific procedures, attempting to transform them, to grant them properties of immortality through crystallization and soul manipulation. The results were the Pizzicast, tragic creatures that were neither human nor dragon nor crystal, but something broken and wrong, shambling through the Duke's archives in eternal torment, their minds shattered by what had been done to them. It seems likely that Gwyn knew about these experiments, at least in general terms. The maidens' disappearances could not have gone entirely unnoticed. Yet there's no evidence he took action to stop them. Perhaps he felt the debt to Seth was too great, that without the Scaleless One's betrayal, the dragons could never have been defeated. Perhaps he believed that the pursuit of knowledge justified such sacrifices, or that the suffering of a few humans was acceptable if it advanced understanding of souls and immortality. Or perhaps, given what the lore suggests about the gods' priorities, he simply didn't care, seeing humans as tools to be used in service of the gods' purposes, their individual suffering irrelevant compared to the greater needs of maintaining the Age of Fire. This established a pattern that would repeat throughout the Age of Fire, the gods using humans for their own purposes, sacrificing them when necessary, and justifying such actions as required for the greater good. When we examine the flooding of New Londo later in this history, we will see the same pattern repeated on a far more massive scale. The precedent was set here in the Duke's archives, with Seth's experiments and Gwyn's tacit approval. Seth eventually achieved a form of immortality through the primordial crystal, a unique artifact that granted him the very thing he had sought throughout his existence. But this immortality came at the cost of his sanity. By the time the chosen undead encounters him, Seth has become a mad thing, surrounded by the products of his failed experiments, still obsessively pursuing knowledge that always seems just beyond his grasp. His treasures, accumulated over countless ages, fill his archives, but they have brought him no peace, no satisfaction, only an endless, insane hunger for more. The alliance with Seth and its consequences reveal much about Aner Londo and the gods who ruled from it. They were pragmatic, willing to ally with anyone who could help them maintain power, regardless of that ally's nature or methods. They were ruthless, unconcerned with the suffering of those beneath them if such suffering served their purposes. And they were ultimately short-sighted, unable or unwilling to see how their actions might have long-term consequences that would eventually contribute to their own downfall. These same qualities would manifest again when Gwyn established New Londo and granted power to the Four Kings. But we must first examine Aner Londo at the height of its power, when the gods seemed eternal and their rule unquestionable, before we descend to the city below and the darkness that would consume it. Gwyn's kingdom at its height. The four knights and divine authority, the period following the dragon's defeat, and preceding the flowering of the Chaos Flame in Izalith represents Aner Londo at its absolute zenith. This was the era when the gods seemed truly immortal, when their power appeared unassailable, and when the Age of Fire burned brightest. At the center of this golden age stood Gwyn himself, the Lord of Sunlight, surrounded by his most powerful and loyal servants, the four knights who would become legendary throughout the ages. Ornstein, Artorias, Goff, and Kieran. These four warriors represented the pinnacle of martial prowess and absolute loyalty to Gwyn and the Divine Order. Each was extraordinary in their own right, but together they formed a force that could face any threat to Aner Londo's security and the stability of the Age of Fire. Their stories, victories, and eventual fates illuminate not only the character of Aner Londo at its height, but also the inevitable decay that would consume even the mightiest of the gods' servants. Ornstein the Dragonslayer, captain of the Four Knights, was perhaps the most renowned warrior of his age. His very title proclaimed his greatest achievement. During the war against the dragons, Ornstein had personally slain more of the ancient beasts than any other warrior save Gwyn himself. His weapon, the Dragonslayer spear, was crafted specifically to pierce dragon hide and scale, and he wielded it with such skill that even the mightiest dragons learned to fear his approach. Tall and powerful, clad in golden armor adorned with the crest of a lion, Ornstein commanded respect through his mere presence. As captain, Ornstein's primary duty was the defense of Aner Londo itself and the protection of Gwyn's family. He stood as the last line of defense against any who would threaten the gods, a living embodiment of divine military might. His loyalty was absolute and unquestioning. When Gwyn issued commands, Ornstein executed them without hesitation or doubt. This absolute loyalty would later be tested when Ornstein was tasked with guarding Guinevere, or rather, with guarding the illusion of Guinevere that Gwyndolin created to maintain the appearance that Aner Londo remained populated by gods. Even after every other deity had abandoned the city, even after it became clear that he guarded only shadows and lies, Ornstein remained at his post, a testament to the strength of his oath and the depth of his devotion. Artorias, the Abyss Walker, presents a more complex and ultimately more tragic figure. Whereas Ornstein's loyalty never wavered and his duty never changed, Artorias was tasked with combating the forces of the Abyss wherever they emerged. This would eventually lead him to Owalasile to confront the spreading darkness there. Artorias was renowned for his courage and his skill with a great sword that he wielded with both elegance and devastating power. He was also known for his companion, the great wolf Sif, who fought at his side and was perhaps the only being Artorias truly loved. Before his deployment to Owalasile, Artorias served as one of Einar Londo's greatest champions. He walked without fear in places where even other gods hesitated to tread, investigating threats to the divine order and eliminating them before they could fully manifest. To enable him to combat the Abyss, he forged a covenant with the creatures of that dark realm, obtaining a ring that would allow him to traverse the Abyss without being consumed by it, a necessary tool for one who would be called the Abyss Walker. When Owalasile fell to the Abyss, corrupted by the machinations of Manus, the primeval man, Artorias was dispatched to investigate and eliminate the threat. This mission would be his last. Despite his legendary skill and the protection of his covenant ring, Artorias was overwhelmed by the Abyss. In a final act of heroism, he used the last of his strength to protect Sif with a barrier, saving his companion even as he himself was consumed by the very darkness he had sworn to fight. The knight Artorias who the chosen undead eventually encounters is a corrupted, maddened shell, his mind destroyed by the Abyss, his once graceful movements reduced to wild, desperate flailing. His fate stands as a stark reminder that even the mightiest servants of the gods could fall, that the darkness they fought was not some distant, abstract threat but a real and terrible force that could consume anyone, no matter how strong or loyal. Hawkeye Goff, the giant archer, represents yet another aspect of the four knights' diversity. Goff was, quite literally, a giant, towering over even the other knights and possessed of strength that few could match. But it was not his physical might that made him legendary. It was his skill with a bow. Goff could fire arrows with such power and precision that he could bring down dragons in flight, striking them from distances that seemed impossible. His great bow and specialized arrows were weapons of almost mythical capability. Despite his fearsome reputation as a warrior, Goff was also known for his gentle nature and his skill as a craftsman. When not fighting, he carved wooden statues, creating works of surprising delicacy and beauty. This combination of deadly martial prowess and artistic sensitivity made Goff a complex figure, suggesting that even in Einar Londo's militaristic culture, there was room for pursuits beyond simple violence. Goff's ultimate fate was to be isolated in his tower in what would later be known as Owalasile Township. His helmet was stuffed with resin, rendering him effectively blind. Whether this was done maliciously by those who feared his power or was the result of some other circumstance remains a matter of interpretation. By the time the chosen undead encounters him, Goff has been isolated for so long that he has lost track of time itself. Yet even in this condition, he maintains his skill, his dignity, and his loyalty to the memory of what Einar Londo once represented. Lord's Blade Kirin, the final member of the Four Knights, is the most mysterious. She operated in shadow rather than light, eliminating threats to the divine order through assassination and subterfuge rather than open combat. Wielding paired weapons, the Golden Tracer and the Dark Silver Tracer, Kirin could move with supernatural speed and silence, dispatching targets before they even knew she was present. There are hints in the lore that Kirin may have had a romantic relationship with Artorias, or at least harbored deep feelings for him. When encountered in the Artorias of the Abyss content, she is found mourning at the sight of Artorias' grave, and she begs the chosen undead to give her Artorias' soul, offering her own weapons in trade. This suggests a depth of feeling and a capacity for grief that seems at odds with her role as an assassin, reminding us that even the most deadly servants of the gods were still individuals capable of love and loss. Together, these four knights represented the power and diversity of Gwyn's forces at Einar Londo's height. They were proof that the divine order could command absolute loyalty from the most skilled and powerful warriors, that service to the gods was the highest calling one could aspire to. Their presence deterred threats both external and internal, maintaining the stability that allowed Aner Londo to flourish. But the four knights were only the most visible element of Aner Londo's military might. The Silver Knights formed the backbone of the city's defenses, stationed at key positions throughout the sprawling complex. These elite warriors, while not equal to the four knights in individual prowess, were still formidable fighters, each one capable of defeating dozens of lesser opponents. They served with pride and discipline, maintaining perfect order even during the long, quiet periods when no threats manifested. The religious and cultural life of Aner Londo during this period was rich and complex. Gwyndolin, though hidden away due to his moon affinity, founded the Dark Moon Blades, a covenant of warriors dedicated to hunting down those who sinned against the gods. These blades operated throughout the world, not just in Aner Londo itself, serving as enforcers of divine law and punishers of those who would transgress against the gods' edicts. To be invaded by a Dark Moon Blade was to face judgment for one's crimes, and few survived such encounters. Guinevere, the Princess of Sunlight, presided over the more public aspects of Aner Londo's religious life. She received petitioners, blessed those who sought divine favor, and served as a visible symbol of the gods' benevolence and power. Her chambers were filled with treasures and artifacts, each one a gift from grateful supplicants or a trophy commemorating some great deed done in the god's service. To stand in her presence was said to be overwhelming, her divine radiance so intense that ordinary mortals could barely endure it. The servants and administrators who maintained Aner Londo's day-to-day operations were numerous and efficient. They ensured that the city functioned smoothly, that supplies were procured and distributed, that the various gods and their retinues had what they needed. The logistics of maintaining a city as vast as Aner Londo must have been staggering, requiring coordinated effort from hundreds or thousands of individuals working in concert. Yet even at this height, there were cracks in the foundation. The very structure of Aner Londo's society, with gods at the top and humans serving below, contained the seeds of future problems. The gods' treatment of humanity as tools to be used rather than beings with their own inherent worth and dignity created resentment that would eventually manifest in various forms of rebellion and corruption. The precedent set by allowing Seth's experiments showed that the gods placed their own interests and the interests of their allies above any concern for human welfare. Moreover, Gwyn's obsession with maintaining the Age of Fire at any cost was already apparent. He had claimed the most powerful Lord Soul and used it to establish a divine hierarchy that placed him and his fellow gods at the apex of all creation. But the fire was not eternal, and Gwyn would have understood this. Even at Aner Londo's height, he would have been aware that the flame was slowly diminishing, that the Age of Fire would eventually come to an end unless something was done to prevent it. This knowledge likely drove many of his decisions, including the establishment of New Londo and his bargain with the Four Kings, as we shall see. The relationship between Aner Londo and the rest of the world during this period was one of unquestioned dominance. The gods ruled, and all others obeyed. Human kingdoms and settlements existed at the sufferance of the divine, permitted to thrive so long as they served the gods' purposes and accepted their place in the hierarchy. Those who proved useful were rewarded with fragments of power, as the Four Kings would be. Those who rebelled or threatened the divine order were crushed without mercy. This brings us at last to New Londo, the city built below Aner Londo in both physical and metaphorical space. To understand New Londo's founding and its purpose, we must understand it as an extension of Aner Londo's power, a demonstration of how the gods administered the human populations under their control, and how they rewarded those who served them faithfully. The Four Kings were meant to be another success story, another example of how humans could thrive under divine patronage. Instead, their fall would precipitate one of the greatest tragedies in the history of the Dark Souls world. New Londo, the city below while Aner Londo reached toward the heavens, proclaiming divine supremacy over the world. New Londo was built on more earthly foundations, rooted in the material world where humanity lived and died. This city represented Gwyn's approach to governing human populations. Grant them a measure of autonomy and power, bind them to the divine order through oaths and gifts, and use them as a buffer between the gods and the darker forces that threaten the Age of Fire. New Londo was meant to be a shining example of what humanity could achieve under godly patronage. A city where humans could thrive while still acknowledging and serving the supremacy of Aner Londo above. The location chosen for New Londo was significant. Built literally in the shadow of Aner Londo, the city occupied lower elevations, connected to the divine city through bridges and pathways that allowed communication and commerce while maintaining a clear physical separation between gods and mortals. This geography reinforced the social hierarchy. The gods literally looked down upon the humans below, while humans looked up toward the divine city above. Yet New Londo was no mere slum or servants' quarters. It was a proper city with grand architecture of its own, sophisticated infrastructure, and a culture that, while influenced by Aner Londo, developed its own distinct character. The four kings who ruled New Londo were not born to their position. They were chosen by Gwyn himself, elevated from among humanity to serve as rulers and administrators of the human city. This was a tremendous honor, of course, but it was also a burden. The four kings were expected to maintain order, ensure New Londo's loyalty to the divine hierarchy, and manage the human population in a way that served the gods' interests while preventing unrest or rebellion. To enable them to fulfill these duties, Gwyn granted the four kings fragments of his own Lord's soul. This was an extraordinary gift, similar to what he had granted to Seth the Scaleless, elevating the kings above ordinary humanity and granting them powers that approached the divine. With these soul fragments came extended lifespans, superhuman abilities, and the authority to speak with the backing of Gwyn's own power. The kings were meant to be living bridges between humanity and divinity, proof that service to the gods could elevate even mortals to greatness. The four kings ruled as a council rather than a hierarchy, each one equal in power and authority to the others. This structure had advantages. Decisions could be made collectively, reducing the risk of tyranny or poor judgment from a single ruler. It also created a system of checks and balances, where each king could restrain the others if necessary. For a time, this system functioned well. The kings governed wisely, New Londo prospered, and the relationship between the human city and Aner Londo above remained harmonious. New Londo society during its golden age was stratified but mobile. At the top stood the four kings themselves, wielding both temporal and spiritual authority. Below them were noble families who had proven their loyalty and competence, administrators and military leaders who maintained order and managed the city's various functions. Merchants and craftsmen formed a prosperous middle class, benefiting from New Londo's position as a hub of trade and commerce. And at the bottom were laborers and servants, who performed the essential work that kept the city running. But unlike some rigidly hierarchical societies, New Londo offered opportunities for advancement. Skill and loyalty could elevate one's station. A talented craftsman could become wealthy and influential. A brave soldier could rise through the military ranks to positions of authority. The four kings themselves stood as ultimate proof that even humans could reach heights of power previously unimaginable. This social mobility, combined with the prosperity that New Londo enjoyed, created a relatively stable and content population. The architecture of New Londo reflected its status as a proud human city operating under divine patronage. Buildings were constructed on a human scale, unlike the towering structures of Aner Londo, but they were still impressive, featuring sophisticated stonework, elegant bridges spanning the waterways that ran through the city, and public spaces designed to foster community and commerce. The city had a distinct aesthetic, favoring darker stones and more subdued colors compared to Aner Londo's brilliant whites and golds, creating an atmosphere of seriousness and dignity rather than overwhelming divine radiance. Religious life in New Londo centered on worship of the gods of Aner Londo, naturally, but with a particularly strong emphasis on Gwyn himself as the patron of the four kings and, by extension, the city as a whole. Temples and shrines throughout New Londo offered places for citizens to pray and make offerings, seeking divine blessing for their endeavors. The four kings themselves led major religious ceremonies, reinforcing their dual role as both temporal rulers and spiritual intermediaries between their human subjects and the gods above. The military forces of New Londo were substantial and well-trained. The city maintained its own army, separate from but allied with the Silver Knights of Aner Londo. New Londo's soldiers were equipped with weapons and armor of high quality, reflecting the city's prosperity and the importance Gwyn placed on maintaining military strength in the human territories. These forces served multiple purposes. They defended New Londo from external threats, maintained internal order, and could be called upon by Aner Londo to support the gods' military operations when needed. Trade and commerce flourished in New Londo. The city's location made it a natural hub for merchants traveling between various human settlements, and its connection to Aner Londo gave it access to goods and knowledge that other cities could not easily obtain. Craftsmen in New Londo produced weapons, armor, tools, and luxury goods that were prized throughout the known world. The city's markets bustled with activity, coins and goods changing hands in transactions that enriched both individual merchants and the city's coffers through taxation. Cultural life in New Londo blended human traditions with influences from Aner Londo above. Artists created works that celebrated both human achievement and divine glory. Scholars studied texts provided from Aner Londo's libraries, though they did not have access to Seth's Duke's archives or the most secret knowledge reserved for gods and their closest servants. Musicians and performers entertained in taverns and theaters, providing respite from the daily grind of work and contributing to a vibrant urban culture. The relationship between New Londo and Aner Londo during this period was complex. On the surface, it appeared to be one of simple subordination. New Londo served Aner Londo, the four kings obeyed Gwyn, and human interests were secondary to divine will. But the reality was more nuanced. The four kings had genuine authority over their domain and could make decisions without constant oversight from above. They governed with a degree of autonomy that allowed them to address specifically human concerns and problems in ways that the distant gods might not have understood or cared about. This autonomy, however, came with strict limitations. The kings understood that their power was derived from Gwyn and could be revoked if they displeased him. They were expected to maintain order, prevent any threats to the Age of Fire from emerging in their territory, and ensure that New Londo's human population remained loyal and useful to the divine order. Within these constraints, they had considerable freedom, but stepping outside them would bring swift and terrible consequences, as would later be demonstrated. New Londo also served a strategic purpose in the gods' management of humanity. By concentrating a large human population in one location under rulers bound to divine authority, Gwyn could more easily monitor and control potential threats. Humans were carriers of the Dark Soul's essence, the fragments distributed by the furtive pygmy, and this made them both valuable and dangerous. They had the potential for great strength and achievement, but they also had an inherent connection to the dark that the Age of Fire was meant to suppress. New Londo allowed the gods to harness humanity's useful qualities while minimizing the risks their dark nature posed. The system seemed to work perfectly. New Londo thrived. Its citizens prospered under the wise rule of the four kings, and the city served as a model for how humans could live successfully under divine authority. But this success contained within it the seeds of catastrophe. The very autonomy granted to the four kings, the power given to them to rule effectively, created an opportunity for corruption. And the fragments of Gwyn's soul that elevated the kings also made them targets for forces that sought to subvert the divine order. Into this prosperous, stable city came Darkstalker Koth, the primordial serpent, bearing lies and dark truths in equal measure. His arrival would shatter New Londo's golden age, corrupt the four kings, and ultimately lead to the city's complete destruction. But before we examine that catastrophe, we must understand the ideology Koth preached and why it found such fertile ground in the hearts of the four kings who had seemed so loyal to Gwyn's order. The Age of Fire, Koth argued, was not the natural state of the world but rather an imposition, a perversion of the natural cycle that should see fire fade and dark rise in turn. Gwyn had manipulated events to extend his age beyond its proper span, holding back the darkness that should rightfully inherit the world. And humanity, Koth claimed, was meant to be the inheritor of that age of dark, not the servants of fading gods. The dark soul that humans carried within them was not a curse or a danger, but their true nature and their rightful inheritance. Why did this message resonate with the four kings? We can only speculate, but several factors likely contributed. The kings had been granted great power, yes, but that power was always conditional, always dependent on Gwyn's continued favor. They ruled at his sufferance, not by their own right. Perhaps they chafed at this subordination, yearning for true independence rather than granted autonomy. Perhaps they saw the signs that the Age of Fire was indeed fading and feared what would happen to them and their city when the gods could no longer maintain their power. Or perhaps Kod's message appealed to something deeper. The idea that humanity had its own destiny, separate from and potentially superior to the gods who currently ruled over them. Whatever the reasons, the four kings listened to Koth. And in listening, they took the first steps down a path that would lead to New Londo's complete annihilation and the transformation of its citizens into the very monsters the gods feared most. The corruption of the four kings would prove to be one of the greatest disasters of the Age of Fire, a crisis so severe that it would force Gwyn and his allies to make an unthinkable choice: the complete destruction of an entire city and all its inhabitants to prevent the darkness from spreading further. The Darkwraith Crisis. Koth's corruption and the fall of the four kings. Darkstalker Koth was one of two primordial serpents known to have interacted significantly with the events of the Age of Fire, the other being Kingseeker Frampt. While Frampt served as an agent of the gods, guiding chosen undead toward linking the fire and perpetuating the Age of Fire, Koth worked toward the opposite end: the return of the Age of Dark and the elevation of humanity to its rightful place as inheritors of the world. Whether these two serpents were truly opposed to each other or were secretly working in concert, playing both sides of a cosmic game for their own inscrutable purposes, remains one of the great mysteries of Dark Souls lore. What is clear is that Koth's arrival in New Londo marked a turning point, the moment when the city's golden age began its descent into nightmare. The primordial serpent came bearing a message that was simultaneously seductive and terrifying. The Age of Fire was ending, the gods were fading, and humanity could either cling to the dying order or embrace their true nature and claim their inheritance. For the four kings, who had spent their reign maintaining the divine order that Gwyn had established, this message represented both a threat and an opportunity. Koth's philosophy centered on several key claims. First, he argued that Gwyn had artificially extended the Age of Fire beyond its natural span by linking the first flame with his own soul, perpetuating an age that should have ended long ago. This linking was not a heroic sacrifice but a selfish act, an attempt to preserve the gods' power at the expense of the natural cycle of fire and dark. Second, Koth claimed that the dark was not something to be feared but rather the natural state that should follow the Age of Fire, just as night follows day. Third, and most importantly for his pitch to the four kings, he argued that humans were meant to rule in this Age of Dark, that the dark soul they carried was not a burden or curse but the key to their ascension. To prove his claims and demonstrate the power available to those who would embrace the dark, Koth taught the four kings about humanity, not just as a concept but as a resource that could be harvested and accumulated. In Dark Souls lore, humanity is both the essence of the dark soul distributed among all humans and a tangible thing that can be taken and used. Normally, humanity is released upon death, returning to the cycle of souls. But Koth taught the kings how to actively steal humanity from living beings, to drain the very essence of their dark nature and accumulate it for themselves. This knowledge transformed into practice would give birth to the Darkwraiths. The four kings, convinced by Koth's arguments or simply seduced by the promise of power, began to implement what they had learned. They transformed themselves first, drawing upon the dark and reshaping themselves into something neither fully human nor fully divine but rather beings of dark. The fragments of Gwyn's soul they carried were corrupted or perhaps revealed their true nature when mixed with the concentrated dark they were accumulating. The kings became consumed by an insatiable hunger for humanity, driven to drain it from others in an endless quest for more power. But the kings did not stop with themselves. They began to convert others to their cause, creating an order of Darkwraiths sworn to the service of Koth and the coming Age of Dark. These Darkwraiths were granted dark hands, spectral weapons that could reach into a victim and forcibly extract their humanity, leaving behind empty husks that would eventually become hollow. The Darkwraiths ranged out from New Londo, invading other regions, attacking travelers and settlements, stealing humanity wherever they could find it. The transformation of New Londo society under this new order must have been gradual at first, then increasingly rapid as the corruption spread. The four kings likely began with those closest to them, loyal servants and followers who would embrace the dark willingly or could be convinced to do so through promises of power. These early converts became the core of the Darkwraith Covenant, elite warriors blessed with dark powers in exchange for their service in gathering humanity. As the number of Darkwraiths grew, their activities became impossible to hide. Reports reached Aner Londo of invaders dressed in black, attacking without warning or mercy, stealing something essential from their victims and leaving them as empty shells. Entire villages fell silent, their populations either killed or hollowed, drained of their humanity by Darkwraith raids. The threat was growing exponentially, each Darkwraith capable of creating more hollow victims, the stolen humanity making the Darkwraiths themselves stronger and more dangerous. The citizens of New Londo who had not been converted to the Darkwraith cause found themselves trapped in an increasingly nightmarish situation. Their rulers had transformed into monsters. Their city had become a base for invaders who preyed upon other human settlements, and resistance seemed futile against enemies wielding dark powers they could not understand or combat effectively. Some fled, escaping New Londo and spreading word of what was happening there. Others hid, hoping to avoid notice until someone or something could end the crisis. Still others had their humanity stolen, joining the growing number of hollows wandering the city's streets, their minds and identities destroyed. From Aner Londo's perspective, the situation represented a catastrophic failure of their system of human management and, more critically, an existential threat to the Age of Fire itself. The Darkwraiths were not merely raiders or rebels. They were actively working to hasten the Age of Dark, stealing humanity to strengthen themselves and weaken the forces that supported the current age. If left unchecked, they could theoretically gather enough power to challenge the gods directly or, at minimum, so thoroughly destabilize the world that the Age of Fire would collapse prematurely. Gwyn faced a terrible choice. He could attempt to retake New Londo through military force, sending the Silver Knights and perhaps even some of his divine allies to storm the city and eliminate the Darkwraiths. This approach had several problems. First, the Darkwraiths had proven formidable in combat, and their dark powers gave them advantages over conventional forces. Second, New Londo's architecture, with its narrow streets and many bridges, favored defenders over attackers. Third, and perhaps most importantly, such a campaign would be costly in terms of divine resources and might ultimately fail, allowing at least some Darkwraiths to escape and continue their predations elsewhere. There was another option, one that would ensure complete containment of the Darkwraith threat at the cost of every innocent life remaining in New Londo. The city could be flooded, drowned beneath water that would trap the Darkwraiths and prevent their escape. The undead nature of the Darkwraiths meant they would not die from drowning, but they would be contained, imprisoned in their own city, unable to continue their raids on the outside world. The living citizens who remained in New Londo would also drown, of course, but this was deemed an acceptable price for preventing the spread of the dark. While the lore does not explicitly state that Gwyn personally ordered the flooding, the decision to sacrifice New Londo to contain the Darkwraith threat would have required approval at the highest levels of divine authority. Whether Gwyn gave the order directly or the sealers acted with his tacit blessing, the result reveals much about the priorities of Aner Londo's order. The Lord of Sunlight, who had defeated the dragons and established the Age of Fire, who had built Aner Londo as a monument to divine glory, permitted or commanded the drowning of an entire city of humans to preserve the order he had created. The thousands of innocent citizens drowned in the flooding were not enemies of the gods. They were simply in the way, collateral damage in the gods' war against threats to their power. The decision made, the execution was entrusted to a group of 3 sorcerers known as the Sealers of New Londo. These individuals, led by a man named Ingward, were practitioners of magic who specialized in sealing and binding techniques. They were loyal to the divine order and willing to carry out the terrible task assigned to them, though whether they acted on direct orders from Einar Londo or made this agonizing decision themselves remains unclear from the available lore. What is certain is that the weight of what they were about to do must have been crushing. The mechanism of New Londo's flooding is not entirely clear from the lore, but it appears that the sealers used their magic to break or open barriers that had previously held back water sources around and beneath the city. New Londo's location in a low-lying area, surrounded by water sources, made it vulnerable to such an attack. Once the seals were broken, water rushed in with devastating speed, filling the lower levels of the city first and then rising inexorably through the streets and buildings. The citizens of New Londo had little warning and no chance to escape. Those who were not Darkwraiths, the ordinary men, women, and children who had lived in the city, found themselves trapped as water filled their homes and workplaces. The desperate scramble for higher ground was futile. The water rose too quickly and filled every space. Thousands drowned, their screams silenced as water filled their lungs. Families died together, clutching each other as the flood took them. The entire population of New Londo, save the Darkwraiths who could not die by such means, was exterminated in a single catastrophic act. The sealers watched this happen, maintaining their magical seals to ensure the water remained trapped within the city even after the initial flooding was complete. They had condemned an entire city to death, sacrificing thousands of innocents to contain a threat that those innocents had not created and could not control. The psychological toll of this act must have been immense. Ingward, the leader of the sealers, remained in the flooded ruins for ages afterward, maintaining the seals and standing as a solitary guardian to ensure that what had been contained remained contained. The immediate aftermath of the flooding saw New Londo transformed from a living city into a submerged tomb. The Darkwraiths, unable to die from drowning, were trapped in the flooded ruins, contained but not destroyed. The souls of those who had drowned in the flood remained as well, bound to the location of their death, manifesting as ghosts that would eternally haunt the flooded streets. These ghosts were trapped in a state between life and death, unable to move on, condemned to endlessly relive their final moments of terror and suffering. From Einar Londo's perspective, the flooding was a success. The Darkwraith threat had been contained, prevented from spreading to other regions. The fact that this containment required the genocide of an entire human city was, in the gods' calculus, an acceptable cost. They had demonstrated that they would take any action, no matter how extreme, to preserve the Age of Fire and their own power. The message to other human settlements was clear: serve the gods faithfully, or suffer New Londo's fate. But this act also revealed the fundamental weakness and moral bankruptcy of the divine order. The gods had failed to protect New Londo from Kod's corruption. Their system of rule, which relied on granting power to human intermediaries while expecting absolute loyalty, had proven vulnerable to subversion. Rather than acknowledging this failure and addressing its root causes, they had simply destroyed the evidence and everyone associated with it. The flooding of New Londo was not a solution. It was a cover-up, an attempt to erase a problem rather than solve it. Conclusion: Legacy and the Cycle of Fire. The histories of Einar Londo and New Londo encapsulate the central tragedy of the Dark Souls universe. The desperate attempt to preserve power and order beyond their natural span, and the terrible costs inflicted on those who had no voice in these decisions. These two cities, one ascending toward divine heights and the other built for humanity below, both met similar fates despite their different purposes and populations. They stand as monuments to the inevitable decay that comes when beings cling to fading power rather than accepting change. The flooding of New Londo and the abandonment of Einar Londo represent two approaches to the same fundamental problem: the ending of the Age of Fire. New Londo was destroyed to contain a threat to that age, its entire population sacrificed without hesitation to prevent the spread of darkness. Aner Londo was abandoned when maintaining it became too costly, when the gods themselves fled from the responsibilities they had claimed. Both responses reveal the moral bankruptcy at the heart of the divine order. What makes these stories particularly tragic is that the problems both cities faced were largely self-inflicted. The Darkwraith crisis emerged because Gwyn's system of granting power to humans while expecting absolute loyalty proved vulnerable to corruption when those humans were offered an alternative vision. The fading of the fire that led to Aner Londo's abandonment was hastened by Gwyn's own attempts to artificially extend his age, creating instabilities and consequences that made the decline he feared inevitable. The ruins left behind serve as physical reminders of these failures. New Londo's flooded streets, filled with the tortured ghosts of innocents murdered by the gods' decision, testify to the price humanity pays for divine mistakes. Aner Londo's empty halls, maintained through elaborate illusions to hide the gods' abandonment, reveal the hollowness at the center of divine authority. Neither city offers hope or promise. Both speak only of loss and the futility of resisting natural change. For those who explore these ruins in the game, the experience becomes an education in the true nature of the world they're being asked to preserve. Every ghost in New Londo, every silver knight still mechanically patrolling empty Aner Londo corridors, every treasure left to gather dust. All of it asks the same question. Is this really worth saving? Is the Age of Fire, with all its catastrophes and betrayals, truly superior to the unknown Age of Dark that would follow its end? The parallel fates of these cities also illuminate the relationship between gods and humans in the Dark Souls world. Humans were valued only as tools, granted power and autonomy when it served divine purposes, destroyed without mercy when they became problematic. The Four Kings were elevated as examples of what humans could achieve under divine patronage. Then their entire city was drowned when they turned to darkness. This pattern reveals that the divine order never saw humans as having inherent worth, only instrumental value. The legacy of these two cities extends throughout the Dark Souls narrative. The precedent set by flooding New Londo, that genocide is an acceptable response to threats against the Age of Fire, foreshadows the cycle of linking the fire that Gwyn would establish. Each linking requires a powerful soul to burn, meaning someone must sacrifice themselves. The same callous calculation that deemed New Londo's population expendable also underpins the entire system of perpetuating the Age of Fire through endless sacrifices. Moreover, the corruption of the Four Kings by Kod demonstrates that the Divine Order's grasp on humanity was always tenuous, maintained through a combination of granted power, religious indoctrination, and the threat of overwhelming force. When an alternative was presented, when humans were told they could rule rather than serve, the system proved vulnerable. This suggests that much of the Age of Fire's stability rested on humanity's ignorance of alternatives rather than on any genuine superiority of the Divine Order. The environmental storytelling present in both cities' ruins is masterful, allowing observant players to piece together these histories without extensive exposition. The positioning of corpses in New Londo, the water damage patterns, the locations where people desperately tried to escape, all tell the story of the flooding. In Aner Londo, the contrast between areas maintained by illusion and areas where the illusion has faded reveals the truth of abandonment. The game respects its players enough to let them discover these truths themselves. These stories also raise profound questions about sacrifice and consent. Gwyn's sacrifice in linking the fire is often presented as heroic, the ultimate expression of a leader taking responsibility for his realm. But under this same divine order, an entire city was drowned without giving its citizens any choice in the matter. The juxtaposition asks us to consider: is sacrifice truly noble when you're sacrificing others rather than yourself? And does establishing a system that requires endless repetitions of such sacrifices really solve anything, or does it simply perpetuate suffering? The cycle that Gwyn established by linking the fire creates a loop where these patterns repeat indefinitely. More cities will rise and fall. More populations will be sacrificed. More heroes will be manipulated into burning themselves to fuel a dying flame. The ruins of Aner Londo and New Londo are not unique tragedies, but rather examples of a pattern that will continue as long as the cycle persists. This is perhaps the darkest implication of these histories: that nothing was learned, nothing changed, and the same mistakes will be repeated endlessly. The gods proved incapable of accepting the natural progression from fire to dark, instead choosing to perpetuate their age through increasingly desperate and morally questionable means. And now that system continues even in their absence, maintained by illusions and lies, convincing new generations of heroes to sacrifice themselves for an order that was already failing when the gods still ruled. The choice presented to the player at the end of Dark Souls, to link the fire or let it fade, is fundamentally about whether to perpetuate this cycle. The histories of Aner Londo and New Londo provide evidence for both sides. Link the fire, and perhaps you prevent disasters like the Darkwraith crisis from spreading unchecked. Let it fade, and perhaps you end the cycle of sacrifices and allow something new to emerge, though that new thing is unknown and potentially terrible. What these histories make clear, however, is that maintaining the status quo has its own terrible costs. The Age of Fire was preserved through the drowning of New Londo, through Seth's experiments on innocent maidens, through the corruption and madness of various beings, through the abandonment of Aner Londo and the lies used to conceal that abandonment. These are not incidental costs but fundamental features of a system designed to preserve what cannot be preserved. In the end, the fall of these two great cities teaches us that all things must end, that resisting this truth creates only suffering, and that the price of preservation is often paid by those who never consented to bear it. Whether the player chooses to link the fire or let it fade, the ruins of Aner Londo and New Londo remain as testimony to what has been lost and warning about what may yet be lost if the lessons of history are not heeded. They are the past that haunts the present, the choices that constrain the future, and the questions that demand answers even when those answers lead only to more questions and deeper mysteries in the rich, tragic world of Dark Souls. The Fall of Gods and the Drowning of Men. Extended Analysis and Additional Perspectives Part 2. Deeper themes and unexplored narratives. The role of memory and forgetting in both cities. One of the most profound aspects of Aner Londo and New Londo's tragedies is how memory functions in both locations. In Dark Souls, memory is not merely the recollection of past events, but an active force that shapes the present and constrains the future. The way these cities are remembered, forgotten, or deliberately misremembered tells us much about the nature of power and control in the Age of Fire. Aner Londo's relationship with memory is built entirely on controlled narrative and deliberate forgetting. Gwendolyn's illusions serve not just to make the city appear populated, but to create a false memory of what Aner Londo is. Visitors who arrive and see the radiant Guinevere, the gleaming halls, the eternal sunlight, form memories of divine glory and eternal order. These memories are lies, but they are powerful lies that influence behavior and belief. The chosen undead who accepts Guinevere's quest to link the fire does so based on memories of a city that never truly existed, at least not in the form they witnessed. The deliberate erasure of Gwyn's firstborn son from all records represents another dimension of Aner Londo's manipulation of memory. Whatever transgression this unnamed deity committed was deemed so severe that his very name was stricken from history, his statues defaced, his existence relegated to whispered rumors and fragmented hints. This erasure demonstrates the god's power to shape history, to decide what is remembered and what is forgotten. But it also demonstrates the limits of that power, for the erasure is incomplete. Traces remain. Ornstein's eventual departure to seek the nameless king suggests that some memories cannot be fully suppressed, that truth has a way of persisting despite efforts to eliminate it. New Londo's memory problem is different but equally profound. The city is forgotten not through deliberate erasure but through catastrophic trauma and the passage of time. The citizens who drowned, whose souls remain trapped as ghosts, are caught in an eternal loop of remembering their final moments. They cannot move forward, cannot create new memories, cannot escape the trauma of their deaths. This is memory as prison, as torture, as the opposite of healing or growth. For the outside world, New Londo becomes a cautionary tale that people would prefer to forget. It's easier to avoid thinking about the genocide committed by the gods and their agents, easier to accept the official narrative that the flooding was regrettable but necessary, than to confront the moral horror of what actually happened. The flooded ruins become a place that people avoid not just because it's dangerous, but because it represents truths they don't want to face. Ingward, as the last of the sealers, carries memories that no one else shares or wants to hear. He remembers the decision to flood the city, the execution of that plan, the screams of the drowning, the silence that followed. These memories isolate him, separate him from others who didn't experience what he experienced and don't want to understand it. His position in the ruins, maintaining the seals and guarding against anyone who might undo what was done, is as much about being unable to escape his memories as it is about duty. The contrast between how the two cities handle memory reveals fundamental differences in their nature and their ends. Einar Londo actively constructs false memories through illusion and propaganda, trying to shape how it is perceived and remembered. New Londo is passively forgotten, allowed to sink into obscurity and myth, its true story lost to all but a few who carry the burden of remembering what others choose to forget. This manipulation and loss of memory serves the cycle of linking the fire. If the chosen undead knew the full truth about what Gwyn's order had done, if they understood the complete history of New Londo and Einar Londo, would they be as willing to sacrifice themselves to perpetuate that order? The illusions and the forgetting work together to create a narrative that encourages linking the fire. The gods are glorious and eternal. Their order brought prosperity. The alternatives are chaos and darkness. Your sacrifice is heroic and necessary. But the ruins themselves serve as counter-memory, as physical evidence that contradicts the official narrative. Walking through flooded New Londo or empty Einar Londo creates memories that conflict with what Frampt and the illusions claim. The ghosts, the abandoned halls, the treasures left behind, the mechanical guardians following ancient orders. All of these create an alternative understanding based on observation rather than propaganda. The game's item descriptions function as fragments of preserved memory, small pieces of truth that survive the attempts at erasure and forgetting. A weapon's description might mention its wielder and their fate. An armor set might explain the role and purpose of those who wore it. A soul item might provide insight into the character and motivations of the being it came from. These fragments allow observant players to reconstruct histories that the powerful would prefer remain forgotten. The relationship between memory and hollowing adds another layer to this theme. Hollows are beings who have lost their memories, their identities, their sense of purpose. They go hollow because they forget why they continue what they're fighting for, who they are. The gods' manipulation of memory, their erasure and illusion crafting, is a kind of cultural hollowing, removing true memory and replacing it with false narratives that serve power rather than truth. The economics of souls and the commodification of humanity. Dark Souls' fundamental gameplay mechanic, the collection and expenditure of souls, has profound implications for understanding the economies and power structures of both Einar Londo and New Londo. Souls are simultaneously the essence of living beings, a form of currency, a source of power, and a consumable resource. This multifaceted nature of souls reveals much about how the divine order functions and why it inevitably fails. In Einar Londo's heyday, the gods sat at the top of a soul economy that extracted value from all beings below them. The Lord Souls that Gwyn and his allies claimed from the First Flame were not just powerful. They were the original capital, the fundamental wealth upon which all subsequent power was built. Gwyn's decision to grant fragments of his Lord Soul to useful subordinates, Seth, the Four Kings, was an investment, a way of extending his influence and control by distributing pieces of his power while maintaining ultimate authority. This soul economy created clear hierarchies. The gods, possessing Lord Souls or fragments thereof, stood at the apex. Below them came beings like the Four Knights, who were granted power and privilege based on their service to the gods. Further down came the Silver Knights and other elite servants. And at the bottom were ordinary humans, whose souls were individually weak but collectively valuable due to their numbers. The dark soul that the furtive pygmy found and distributed among humanity created a strange situation within this economy. Humans carried fragments of a lord's soul, making them potentially powerful, but these fragments were so dispersed that individual humans were weak. However, if humanity could be gathered and concentrated, if enough fragments could be assembled, the potential power was enormous. This is what made the Darkwraiths so threatening. They were actively consolidating humanity, concentrating the Dark Soul's power in ways that could challenge the gods' authority. New Londo's economy during its golden age likely functioned as a typical city-state economy, with goods and services exchanged, craftsmen producing valuable items, merchants facilitating trade. But underlying this conventional economy was the soul economy that connected New Londo to Aner Londo. The Four Kings' power came from Gwyn, and they used that power to govern and protect their city. This created a dependency relationship where New Londo's security and prosperity relied on maintaining Gwyn's favor and the flow of power from above. When Koth introduced the practice of actively harvesting humanity, he fundamentally disrupted this economy. Instead of souls circulating naturally through death and rebirth, with powerful beings accumulating souls gradually through conquest or service, the Darkwraiths extracted humanity directly from living beings. This was soul extraction as violence, as theft, turning the essence of human beings into a commodity to be stolen and hoarded. The Darkwraiths' activities created a deflationary crisis in human souls. Every person they drained of humanity became hollow, reducing the total amount of viable humanity in circulation. The more successful the Darkwraiths were, the more they depleted the very resource they were harvesting. This unsustainable extraction mirrors economic systems that exploit resources without regard for renewal or long-term viability. The flooding of New Londo can be understood as an extreme form of economic suppression. The gods destroyed an entire city's worth of souls and economic activity to prevent the Darkwraiths from continuing to consolidate humanity. It was acceptable to the gods to eliminate all that value, all those lives and their associated economic activity, rather than allow a competing power structure to emerge based on concentrated dark soul fragments. From Gwyn's perspective, the soul economy needed to be carefully managed to prevent challenges to divine authority. Too much power concentrated in any one place or group posed a threat. The distribution of his Lord Soul fragments was meant to bind powerful beings to him while preventing them from accumulating enough power to challenge him. The failure of this system with the Four Kings demonstrated that even careful management couldn't prevent ambitious or corrupted beings from seeking to overturn the existing order. The cycle of linking the fire represents the ultimate expression of the soul economy's unsustainability. The first flame must be fed with powerful souls to continue burning. Gwyn fed it his own Lord's soul, the most valuable soul in existence, but this was only a temporary solution. The flame would eventually consume that soul and require another feeding. This creates an economy that inevitably exhausts its capital, consuming the very foundations of its own power in a desperate attempt to maintain that power. The chosen undead exists within this economic system as both participant and victim. They collect souls from enemies to increase their own power, literally consuming the essence of defeated foes to grow stronger. This mirrors the Darkwraith's extraction of humanity but is presented as acceptable, even necessary, because it serves the purpose of creating a being powerful enough to link the fire. The player character becomes a collector and concentrator of souls, preparing themselves to be the next fuel for the flame. The merchants and services found throughout Lordran operate on this soul economy, accepting souls as payment for goods and services. This normalizes the commodification of being itself, making it seem natural that the fundamental essence of existence should be bought and sold. The blacksmith who upgrades weapons for souls, the merchant who sells items for souls, the trainer who teaches skills for souls, all participate in an economy where existence itself is currency. The souls of bosses and major enemies are particularly valuable, described as containing immense power or tremendous strength. These souls can be consumed for large quantities of standard souls, or they can be used to craft unique weapons and items. This choice, consume immediately for power or invest in creating something unique, mirrors economic decisions about consumption versus investment, immediate gratification versus long-term planning. The humanity items themselves, physical manifestations of the dark soul fragments that humans carry, are perhaps the clearest example of commodification. Humanity can be found, traded, consumed to reverse hollowing or kindle bonfires, or offered to covenants. The very essence of what makes humans human is treated as just another resource to be managed and expended for various purposes. This commodification extends to the concept of death itself in Dark Souls. Death is not an end but a transaction, a temporary state from which one returns at the cost of dropped souls and humanity. Even death becomes part of the economy, a risk that affects one's currency and resources but not one's fundamental existence. This changes the nature of risk and sacrifice, making death less final but also less meaningful in some ways. The Dark Moon Blades and other covenants that reward player invasions and PvP activities with souls and items formalize conflict and violence as economic activity. Hunting sinners or invading other players becomes a way to farm resources, to accumulate souls and humanity. This mercenary approach to conflict reflects the broader commodification of existence and action within the soul economy. Understanding both cities through this economic lens reveals that the catastrophes that befell them were not just moral or military failures but economic ones. New Londo's fall began when the Darkwraiths disrupted the soul economy through unsustainable extraction. Aner Londo's decline accelerated when the gods could no longer maintain the economic relationships that sustained their authority, when the cost of maintaining the Age of Fire exceeded the benefits it provided even to those at the top of the hierarchy. The architecture of power, how space reinforces hierarchy. The physical design of both Aner Londo and New Londo is not merely aesthetic or practical. It is deeply political, encoding social hierarchies and power relationships into stone and space. Architecture in Dark Souls functions as a form of propaganda and control, shaping how inhabitants and visitors understand their place in the world and their relationship to authority. Aner Londo's architecture is perhaps the most overtly political in all of Lordran. Every element of its design proclaims divine superiority and human insignificance. The scale is the most immediate and obvious manifestation of this. Doors tower stories high, clearly designed for beings much larger than humans. Halls stretch to impossible lengths, their ceilings so high they seem to touch the clouds. Staircases require dozens of steps to reach the next level, emphasizing the vertical distance between ground and sky, between mortal and divine. This gigantic scale serves multiple purposes. Practically, it accommodates the gods, who are physically larger than humans and possess power that requires grand spaces for its expression. Politically, it makes any human who enters Aner Londo feel small, insignificant, reminded at every turn of the vast gulf between themselves and the divine. Psychologically, it creates an atmosphere of awe and intimidation, making resistance or rebellion feel futile against beings who exist on such a different scale. The vertical organization of Aner Londo reinforces hierarchies through spatial arrangement. The city is built upward, reaching toward the sky, with the most important spaces occupying the highest positions. Gwyn's throne room sits at the pinnacle of the main cathedral, accessible only by ascending multiple levels, crossing dangerous bridges, and passing through numerous guardians. This vertical ascent mirrors social ascent, with each level representing a step closer to divine authority. The use of light in Aner Londo is equally political. The eternal sunlight that bathes the city is not natural but created, a manifestation of Gwyn's power and a constant reminder of his dominion. This light is golden, warm, associated with life and growth, but it is also artificial, maintained by divine will rather than occurring naturally. When Gwendolyn's illusions are dispelled and the light vanishes, replaced by darkness and a pale moon, the truth is revealed. The light was always a construct, a tool of control rather than a natural phenomenon. The materials used in Aner Londo's construction also convey messages about power and permanence. White stone, polished to a gleaming finish, suggests purity and eternal unchanging nature. Gold decorations proclaim wealth and divine favor. crystal windows, possibly provided by Seth, demonstrate mastery over rare and difficult materials. Every surface is carefully finished, every element precisely placed, creating an impression of perfect order and absolute control. The bridges that connect different sections of Aner Londo are particularly significant. They are narrow, exposed, dangerous to cross, especially when defended by silver knights with massive bows. These bridges serve practical defensive purposes, but they also create psychological barriers. Crossing them requires courage and commitment, a willingness to expose oneself to danger. They function as tests, filters that separate those who are worthy of reaching the inner sanctums from those who are not. New Londo's architecture tells a very different story. While still impressive, it is built on a human scale with doors and halls sized for human use. The buildings are constructed from darker stone, gray and brown rather than gleaming white, creating an atmosphere that is more grounded, more connected to the earth. The city spreads horizontally rather than reaching vertically, occupying lowland areas rather than elevated positions. This horizontal organization reflects different power dynamics. New Londo was a city of humans ruled by the Four Kings, beings who were elevated above normal humanity but still fundamentally connected to it. The lack of extreme verticality suggests a flatter hierarchy, where the distance between ruler and ruled was significant but not insurmountable. The kings were accessible in ways that the gods of Aner Londo were not. The bridges and waterways that characterize New Londo create a different kind of spatial organization. The city is divided by water, with bridges connecting different districts. This creates natural neighborhoods and divisions, but it also makes the city vulnerable to flooding. The very design that made New Londo prosperous, its relationship with water for trade, transportation, and daily life, became the mechanism of its destruction. The materials and construction techniques used in New Londo suggest a wealthy but not divine city. The stonework is skilled, the buildings well constructed, but they lack the supernatural perfection of Aner Londo's architecture. This creates a sense of humanity's achievement. Look what we can build when given the resources and time, but also humanity's limitations. We cannot match the gods, even at our best. The lower levels of New Londo, now permanently flooded, contain the working-class districts and commercial areas. The upper levels, some of which remain above water even after the flooding, house the wealthy and powerful. This vertical stratification within a generally horizontal city reflects the internal hierarchies of New Londo society. When the flood came, it affected the lower levels first and most severely, drowning the poor before the wealthy, a grim commentary on how catastrophes impact different social classes. The Duke's Archives, attached to Aner Londo but occupying its own distinct space, represents yet another architectural expression of power. The archives are a vertical complex, with multiple levels of libraries and research spaces ascending toward Seth's personal chambers at the top. This verticality mirrors Aner Londo's, but in service of knowledge rather than divine authority. The ascent through the archives is an intellectual journey as much as a physical one, passing through increasing levels of esoteric and dangerous knowledge. The prison at the base of the Duke's Archives, where Seth keeps his experimental subjects and captures those who oppose him, inverts the usual top-down hierarchy. The lowest level is where the most terrible things happen, where the victims of Seth's research are kept and tortured. This creates a different kind of spatial horror. Descending into the prison means moving toward increasing suffering and degradation rather than away from power and light. The painted world of Ariamis, accessible from Aner Londo, represents architecture as exile and containment. The painted world is not a naturally occurring space but a created pocket dimension designed to hold everything the gods found aberrant or inconvenient. Its architecture mirrors Aner Londo's style in some ways, suggesting it was created by the same divine powers, but it is colder, darker, more overtly hostile. This is architecture as prison, as dumping ground, as the spatial manifestation of rejection and exile. The environmental hazards built into both cities' architecture serve both practical and symbolic purposes. The rafters in Aner Londo's cathedral, which players must navigate carefully to avoid falling to their deaths, represent the precariousness of approaching divine power. One misstep, one failure of courage or skill, and you fall. This creates a spatial metaphor for the risks of challenging or approaching the gods. The flooded ruins of New Londo create different hazards. Limited visibility, the need for curse resistance to fight ghosts, the risk of drowning or getting lost in submerged corridors. All of these reflect the consequences of the gods' decision to flood the city. The architecture has been turned against its original inhabitants, transformed from shelter and civic space into a watery tomb and labyrinth. The use of elevation and depth throughout both cities creates a cosmological structure that maps onto Dark Souls' broader mythology. Height is associated with divinity, light, fire, and authority. Depth is associated with humanity, dark, the abyss, and rebellion. The vertical space between Aner Londo and New Londo mirrors the metaphysical space between the gods and humanity, between the Age of Fire and the Age of Dark. This architectural encoding of hierarchy and power relationships is not merely descriptive. It is prescriptive. The spaces shape behavior, encourage certain movements and discourage others, create pathways that funnel inhabitants and visitors toward particular destinations and away from others. The architecture teaches without words, enforcing social norms and power dynamics through the simple act of moving through space. When the chosen undead navigates these spaces, they are not just traveling from point A to point B. They are moving through a physical manifestation of the Age of Fire's power structures. Ascending Aner Londo's heights, they climb toward divine authority. Descending into New Londo's depths, they move toward humanity's suffering and the dark truths the gods tried to suppress. The spatial journey mirrors and reinforces the narrative journey. The role of covenants. Ideological warfare in ruined cities, both Aner Londo and New Londo serve as home bases for covenants that represent fundamentally opposed ideologies about the nature of the world and the proper course of action regarding the Age of Fire. These covenants are not merely gameplay mechanics. They are factions engaged in an ongoing philosophical and literal war about the future of the world. Understanding these covenants and their relationship to the cities they inhabit reveals deeper layers of the narrative. The Dark Moon Blades, founded by Gwendolyn and operating from Aner Londo, represent the enforcement arm of divine law and the preservation of the gods' order. Members of this covenant hunt sinners, those who have transgressed against the gods or their allies, invading their worlds and punishing them for their crimes. The very structure of the covenant embodies a particular worldview. There are laws ordained by the gods. Violations of these laws are sins, and sins must be punished by righteous force. Gwendolyn's continued recruitment and direction of the Dark Moon Blades, even after the gods have fled Aner Londo, demonstrates a commitment to maintaining order at any cost. The covenant persists not because it serves any practical purpose. The gods are gone, their laws increasingly irrelevant, but because Gwendolyn cannot imagine an alternative. He was raised to serve his father and preserve the divine order, and he continues this service even when that order has clearly failed. The Dark Moon Blades mechanics reveal much about their ideology. They are summoned automatically to punish sinners, invading without consent or warning. This represents justice as divine retribution, swift and inescapable, delivered by agents who believe themselves righteous and their cause just. There is no trial, no opportunity for the accused to defend themselves or explain their actions. The blade appears, delivers punishment, and disappears, a manifestation of divine judgment without mercy or understanding. The rewards for serving as a Dark Moon Blade, souvenirs of reprisal that can be offered to Gwendolyn for rewards and advancement, commodify punishment itself. Sin and its punishment become part of the soul economy, with tangible benefits flowing to those who enforce divine law. This creates incentives for zealous enforcement, for viewing every transgression as an opportunity for advancement within the covenant's hierarchy. The Darkwraith Covenant, by contrast, represents a complete rejection of the divine order and an embrace of the dark as humanity's true nature and destiny. Darkwraiths serve Koth, who preaches that the Age of Fire is ending and should be allowed to end, that humanity should claim its inheritance rather than continuing to serve fading gods. The Covenant's activities, invading other worlds to steal humanity, reflect this ideology in disturbing ways. By draining humanity from other beings, Darkwraiths both gather power for themselves and weaken the forces that support the Age of Fire. Each successful invasion concentrates more of the Dark Soul's power in the hands of those who would see the Age of Dark come to pass. The practice mirrors what Koth taught the Four Kings, turning all Darkwraiths into smaller-scale versions of those corrupted rulers. The location of the Darkwraith Covenant in the flooded ruins of New Londo is deeply significant. Koth operates from the abyss beneath the city, in the very depths where the Four Kings were imprisoned after their corruption. This suggests several things. First, that the flooding did not destroy Koth's influence or end his ability to corrupt others. Second, that he views the tragedy of New Londo as proof of the god's callousness rather than as evidence that his philosophy leads to catastrophe. Third, that he is willing to continue recruiting from among the very ruins his teachings helped create. The contrast between these two covenants reflects the central tension of Dark Soul's narrative. Preserve the dying Age of Fire through continued sacrifice, or allow it to end and embrace the Age of Dark despite not knowing what that age will bring. The Dark Moon Blades fight to preserve order, law, and the god's authority. The Darkwraiths fight to overturn that order and claim power for humanity. Both believe they are fighting for the right cause, and both inflict suffering on others in pursuit of their goals. There are other covenants associated with these cities in various ways. The Princess's Guard, though largely inactive by the time of the game, was devoted to protecting Guinevere and serving her interests. The fact that this covenant exists but has no active leader, Guinevere having fled and only an illusion remaining, symbolizes the abandonment theme that pervades Aner Londo. The covenant structure remains, but its purpose has been hollowed out. The mechanics of covenant loyalty and betrayal in Dark Souls add another layer to understanding these factions. Joining a covenant requires commitment, often symbolized by offering something valuable. Betraying a covenant by joining another has consequences, requiring atonement before one can rejoin. This creates a system where ideological commitment has real costs and changing one's mind or switching sides requires acknowledging wrongdoing and making amends. The PvP aspects of these covenants: Dark Moon Blades hunting sinners, Darkwraiths invading to steal humanity, turn ideological conflict into gameplay conflict. When a Dark Moon Blade invades to punish a sinner, it's not just a PvP match. It's an enactment of ideological warfare, divine law enforcement clashing with individual transgression. When a Darkwraith invades to steal humanity, they are performing in miniature the larger project Koth envisions, concentrating the Dark Soul's power to hasten the Age of Dark. The rewards and progression systems of these covenants also reflect their ideologies. Dark Moon Blades earn rewards for successful punishments, creating a system where righteousness and advancement are linked, where serving divine law brings tangible benefits. Darkwraiths accumulate humanity, gathering the very essence of the Dark Soul that Koth claims is humanity's true inheritance. Both systems incentivize continued participation and create feedback loops that reinforce covenant loyalty. The narrative implications of player choice regarding these covenants are profound. A player who joins the Dark Moon Blades is choosing to uphold the divine order, to serve Gwyndolin and through him Gwyn's legacy, to punish those who transgress against the gods. A player who joins the Darkwraiths is choosing to reject that order, to serve Koth's vision of humanity's future, to actively work toward hastening the Age of Dark. The game allows both choices without explicitly labeling either as right or wrong, leaving moral judgment to the player. The existence of these active covenants operating from ruined cities creates a strange temporal layering. The cities themselves are ruins, monuments to past glory and catastrophe, but the covenants continue functioning, recruiting new members, pursuing their objectives, fighting their ideological wars. This suggests that the conflicts that destroyed these cities are not resolved but merely ongoing, continuing in new forms with new participants but fundamentally unchanged in their essential nature. The fact that both covenants involve invading other players' worlds is significant. Neither covenant is content to simply defend a position or maintain a status quo. Both are actively aggressive, projecting force into other spaces, imposing their ideology through violence. This mirrors the broader pattern in Dark Souls where major factions and figures attempt to impose their will on others rather than allowing freedom of choice. The symbolism of water and light, the flooding of New Londo and the false light of Aner Londo, represent two different but related forms of deception and control, both using natural elements, water and light, as tools of power and manipulation. Understanding the symbolic weight these elements carry helps illuminate the deeper meanings encoded in both cities' designs and fates. Water in Dark Souls is generally associated with cleansing, barriers, and the unconscious. It appears throughout the game in various forms, each carrying slightly different symbolic weight. The flooded ruins of New Londo represent water as execution and imprisonment, as the tool of genocide and the substance that traps ghosts and dark wraiths alike. This is water corrupted from its cleansing and life-giving properties into an instrument of death and containment. The darkness of New Londo's floodwater is particularly significant. Normal water should be clear or at least allow some light penetration, but New Londo's water is perpetually murky, visibility limited to almost nothing. This suggests that the magical seals that contain it have altered its nature, making it something other than normal water. It has become a substance of entrapment and concealment, hiding the truth of what lies beneath while simultaneously preventing anything from escaping. The fact that ghosts can exist underwater but living beings cannot creates an inverted environment where the dead are at home and the living are intruders and victims. This inversion reflects the broader catastrophe. New Londo was supposed to be a place where living humans thrived, but it became a place where only the dead remain. The water enforces this transition, maintaining the separation between the world of the living and the realm of the dead that New Londo has become. Water as a barrier appears throughout Dark Souls in various forms, but New Londo's flood represents the most extreme version of the symbolism. The water doesn't just mark a boundary, it fills the entire space, transforming the city into an underwater labyrinth. To enter deeply into New Londo requires either cursing oneself or acquiring items that allow one to combat ghosts, essentially requiring one to become partially dead oneself to navigate a dead city. The act of draining New Londo, breaking the seals and allowing the water to flow out, is symbolically significant beyond its practical effects. It represents a refusal to let the past remain buried and forgotten, a determination to confront what was done rather than allowing it to remain hidden beneath the water. It also represents a willingness to release what was contained, to accept the risks that come with revealing truth and undoing the terrible but effective containment the flood provided. Light in Aner Londo functions very differently but serves similar purposes of control and deception. The eternal golden sunlight that bathes the city is presented as natural and divine, a blessing that proves the god's power and benevolence. But it is actually artificial, created and maintained by Gwendolyn's illusions to preserve the appearance of divine presence and eternal glory. This is light as propaganda, as a tool to shape perception and control narrative. The warmth and beauty of Aner Londo's light create feelings of awe and comfort, encouraging visitors to see the city and its divine inhabitants as glorious and good. The psychological impact of the light is subtle but powerful, influencing emotion and perception in ways that verbal arguments or obvious propaganda could not. Standing in that golden radiance, it becomes easier to believe that the gods are worthy of worship and service, that linking the fire to preserve this beauty is the right choice. When the illusions are dispelled and the false light vanishes, the transformation is shocking. The same city that appeared glorious in golden sunlight looks cold and abandoned under the pale moonlight that replaces it. Nothing about the physical architecture has changed, but the different light reveals different truths. The moon's light is real rather than artificial, but it illuminates emptiness and decay rather than glory and divine presence. This contrast between false golden light and true pale moonlight reflects Gwendolyn's own nature and tragedy. He was born with an affinity for the moon rather than the sun, which his father Gwyn found problematic enough to raise him as a daughter rather than a son. Gwendolyn's power is lunar, connected to night and truth-revealing rather than the sun's life-giving warmth. Yet he uses this power to create illusions of his father's solar glory, denying his own nature to serve Gwyn's legacy. The symbolism of the sun in Dark Souls is complex and often ironic. The sun is associated with Gwyn and the Age of Fire, representing life, warmth, and divine authority. But the sun above Aner Londo is artificial, and the true sun visible elsewhere in Lordran often appears weak or distant, suggesting the fading of the age it represents. The contrast between the promised eternal sun and the actual declining sun reflects the gap between propaganda and reality. Light and dark in Dark Souls are not simple good versus evil binaries. Light represents the Age of Fire, the gods' order, authority, and civilization. But it also represents deception, as shown by Aner Londo's false light, and the dangerous extremes of chaos, as shown by the Witch of Izalith's chaos flame. Dark represents the Age of Dark, humanity's nature, and the unknown future. But it also represents corruption, as shown by the Dark Wraiths and the Abyss, and the loss of identity and purpose, as shown by Hollowing. The interplay of water and light in both cities creates rich symbolic landscapes. New Londo is dark and underwater, doubly hidden and obscured. Aner Londo is bright and elevated, doubly visible but doubly deceptive. The true horror of New Londo is revealed when one drains the water and can finally see what was done. The true horror of Aner Londo is revealed when one dispels the light and can finally see what remains. Both elements, water and light, are natural forces that have been weaponized or manipulated by powers seeking to control perception and reality. The Sealers used water to drown a city. Gwyndolin uses light to hide abandonment and decay. In both cases, the manipulation serves to preserve the divine order at the cost of truth and at the expense of those who have no power to resist. The permanent nature of both manipulations is telling. New Londo remains flooded even ages after the catastrophe, the seals still holding. Aner Londo's illusions persist even after all but Gwyndolin have fled. Both cities are frozen in moments of catastrophe or deception, unable to move forward, trapped by the very mechanisms that were supposed to preserve or protect them. Water and light also represent different approaches to the same problem: how to deal with threats to the divine order. Water was used to contain and conceal, to drown the Darkwraith threat along with everyone else in New Londo. Light was used to distract and deceive, to hide the god's abandonment behind beautiful illusions. Both approaches avoid directly addressing the underlying problems, instead using natural forces as tools to create false realities that serve power rather than truth.
If you're new here, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. It really helps us continue exploring the deeper meanings hidden within the games we love.
Was a long day, I know how you feel. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside start to fade away. Welcome back to the mental lullaby. Tonight, we aren't just looking for rest. We're giving your mind the permission it needs to let go. Using gentle psychological techniques and calming soundscapes will guide your nervous systems from the noise of the day into the quiet of the night. You have done enough for today. Now, it's time to simply be. Let's begin our journey into sleep.
Solaire of Astora, the knight who never found his son. Before we begin this journey through one of gaming's most tragic and beloved stories, if you find comfort in these explorations of lore and narrative, consider subscribing to the channel. There's something uniquely soothing about diving deep into these dark worlds, finding the humanity within them, and your support helps keep these explorations going. Now, let's talk about a knight who brought light to the darkest game ever made, the beacon in the darkness. In the grim, unforgiving world of Dark Souls, where death lurks around every corner and despair seeps from every stone wall, there exists a figure so incongruous, so utterly at odds with his surroundings, that he became not just memorable, but iconic. Solaire of Astora stands as perhaps the most beloved character in the entire Souls series, and understanding why requires us to understand what makes him so different, so special, so tragically beautiful in a world designed to crush hope beneath its heel. When you first encounter Solaire, you've just survived the Taurus demon, a hulking beast that has likely killed you several times. You exit the tower where this battle took place, and the natural instinct is to turn right and run across the bridge toward Undead Parish, where the Hellkite dragon waits to incinerate anyone foolish enough to cross its domain. But if you turn left instead, if you take that less obvious path, you'll find him there, standing on a balcony, gazing up at the sun with an intensity that borders on worship. He's immediately distinguishable from every other character you've met so far. His armor bears a hand-painted sun emblem across the chest, bright and bold in a world of rust and decay. Green pauldrons protect his shoulders, and a distinctive red feather adorns his helmet. But it's not his appearance that makes the first impression, it's his demeanor. In a game where most NPCs you encounter are either hollow, dying, or descended into madness, Solaire greets you with warmth, with enthusiasm, with what can only be described as genuine joy. "Ah, hello there. I will stay behind to gaze at the sun," he tells you, and there's something almost childlike in his wonder. The sun is a wondrous body, like a magnificent father. If only I could be so grossly incandescent. That line, that single phrase about being grossly incandescent, has echoed through gaming culture for over a decade. It's been memed, quoted, referenced, and celebrated countless times. But beyond its quotability lies something deeper, something that speaks to the core of who Solaire is and what he represents. Here is a man, or rather an undead, who looks at the sun and sees not just light, but meaning, purpose, even divinity. He speaks of it as a father figure, something to aspire to, something worth pursuing even unto death and beyond. The cheerful demeanor, the unwavering optimism, the sincere desire to help others, all of this makes Solaire an anomaly in Lordran. Dark Souls is designed to be lonely, oppressive, and cruel. It's a world where trust is often repaid with betrayal, where kindness is rare, and where most who journey through it end up hollow shells of their former selves. Yet here stands Solaire, defying every expectation the game has set up, offering you cooperation instead of competition, friendship instead of enmity, hope instead of despair. The philosophy of a sun worshipper. Before we delve deeper into Solaire's journey, we need to understand the philosophical underpinnings of his character, because Solaire is, at his core, a philosopher warrior. His musings about the sun aren't just idle chatter or flavor text. They represent a coherent worldview, a way of understanding existence that stands in stark contrast to the nihilism and despair that permeates so much of Lordran. When Solaire speaks of the sun as a magnificent father, he's articulating a relationship that goes beyond simple worship. In many cultures and mythologies, the sun represents not just a celestial body but a source of life, warmth, order, and meaning. The sun rises each day without fail, providing structure and reliability in an otherwise chaotic universe. It gives without asking for anything in return, shining its light on the just and unjust alike. This is the kind of being Solaire aspires to become. Not selfish, not conditional in his help, not demanding tribute or recognition. He wants to be a source of unconditional support and illumination for others, just as the sun illuminates the world without discrimination. When he talks about finding his own sun, this suggests he's expressing a desire for purpose, for significance, for his own source of inner light that can sustain him through the darkness of the world. The phrase grossly incandescent is particularly telling. The word gross in this context doesn't mean disgusting or offensive. It means total, complete, overwhelming. Solaire wants to be so thoroughly radiant, so completely filled with light, that it becomes his defining characteristic, his essential nature. He doesn't want to just have light. He wants to be light itself, to have incandescence woven into the very fabric of his being. But there's a vulnerability in this aspiration too. When Solaire admits that others might see him as a laughing stock, as a blind fool without reason, he's acknowledging a truth that anyone who pursues lofty ideals must confront. The world doesn't always reward nobility. Sometimes it mocks it, dismisses it, treats sincere aspiration as foolish delusion. Solaire knows this, accepts this, and pursues his quest anyway, which makes his optimism all the more remarkable. The fact that Solaire chose to become undead specifically to pursue this quest adds another layer of depth to his character. In Dark Souls, the undead curse is a brand, a mark of the dark sign that appears on humans seemingly at random. It's an affliction that slowly erodes humanity, turning people into mindless hollows over time. Most undead didn't choose this fate. It was thrust upon them, a cosmic injustice that they must navigate as best they can. But Solaire looked at this curse, understood its implications, and willingly accepted it because his quest was more important than his humanity. Think about what that means. He valued finding his son more than he valued remaining human, more than he valued avoiding the slow deterioration that claims every undead eventually. That's not optimism. That's fanatical devotion to a cause, a willingness to sacrifice everything for an ideal. The gift of cooperation that first meeting does more than establish Solaire's character. It fundamentally changes how you can interact with the world of Dark Souls. After sharing his philosophical musings about the sun and introducing himself as an adherent to the Lord of Sunlight, Solaire presents you with an item that becomes essential to the multiplayer experience, the white sign soapstone. Use this to summon one another as spirits, cross the gaps between the worlds, and engage in jolly cooperation. He explains, and that phrase, jolly cooperation, has become as iconic as the praise the sun gesture itself. It's such a simple concept, yet it represents everything Solaire embodies. In a world designed to be faced alone, where isolation is both theme and mechanic, Solaire offers connection. The white sign soapstone allows players to write summon signs on the ground, beckoning others from different worlds to join in cooperative play. It's a mechanic that seems almost revolutionary in the context of Dark Souls' brutal design philosophy. The game wants you to struggle, to fail, to overcome through persistence and skill. Yet here's Solaire, essentially saying that you don't have to face these challenges alone, that seeking help isn't weakness, that cooperation can be joyful. And Solaire doesn't just give you this tool and disappear. Throughout your journey, you'll find his golden summon sign before various boss fights, offering his assistance not as a transaction, but as genuine camaraderie. His summon sign glows gold rather than white, marking him as a member of the Warriors of Sunlight Covenant. And when summoned, he appears as a golden phantom, radiant and warm in a way that seems to defy the very nature of the world around him. The voice acting for Solaire, provided by Daniel Flynn, deserves particular recognition. Flynn imbues the character with a warmth and sincerity that could easily have come across as foolish or naive, but instead registers as genuine, even noble. There's a musical quality to how Solaire speaks, a rhythm and cadence that makes even his most philosophical statements feel natural rather than forced. When he laughs, which he does often in those early encounters, it's not the hollow cackle of someone losing their grip on sanity. It's real laughter, the sound of someone who still finds joy despite everything the world has thrown at them. His dialogue is peppered with moments of profound observation delivered with casual ease. We are amidst strange beings, in a strange land, he muses. The flow of time itself is convoluted, with heroes centuries old phasing in and out. The very fabric wavers, and relations shift and obscure. He's explaining the multiplayer mechanics, the lore reason why players from different times and worlds can interact, but he's doing it in a way that feels organic, like he's sharing observations about the nature of reality itself rather than delivering exposition. This understanding of Lordran's temporal instability reveals another dimension of Solaire's tragedy. He's searching for his son in a world where time itself is breaking down, where the normal progression of past to present to future has dissolved into chaos. If heroes from different eras can phase in and out, if all moments exist simultaneously, then his quest becomes exponentially harder. How do you find something when the very fabric of reality refuses to hold still? A knight from Astora understanding Solaire requires understanding where he came from, both literally and philosophically. He hails from Astora, a land that exists largely in the background of Dark Souls lore, but carries significant thematic weight. Astora is described as a land of nobles and knights, a refined culture with sophisticated society. It's a place that produced not just Solaire, but other notable characters like Oscar, the knight who frees you from the undead asylum, and later in the series, Henri of Astora. What's particularly significant about Astora is its relationship with the culture and mythology of Einerlando and the gods. Astora is heavily influenced by the ideals of Gwyn and his Age of Fire. The country is subservient to the concept of the chosen undead, the prophecy that an undead will make pilgrimage to Lordran and link the fading flame. This isn't just background lore. It's central to understanding why characters like Oscar and Solaire journey to this cursed land in the first place. But Solaire's story has a crucial distinction that sets him apart from others who came to Lordran. He didn't become undead through the curse, through the brand of the dark sign that afflicts humanity. He deliberately chose to become undead. This is stated explicitly in the game. Solaire of Astora is an exceptionally skilled warrior who deliberately became undead to journey to Lordran in search of a son of his own. Think about what that means. In the world of Dark Souls, the undead curse is an affliction, a mark of damnation. The undead are branded, exiled to asylums, and when they inevitably go hollow, they become mindless husks. The entire journey the player undertakes is essentially a search for purpose, for meaning, for some way to either cure or transcend this curse. Yet Solaire chose this fate willingly. He looked at the curse, understood its implications, and embraced it anyway because his quest, his search for his own son, was more important than the risks involved. This choice reveals something profound about Solaire's character. He's not just optimistic. He's driven by a purpose so intense, so all-consuming, that he was willing to sacrifice his very humanity to pursue it. That takes a level of conviction, of faith, that borders on the fanatical. But Solaire never presents as a fanatic. He's warm, friendly, self-deprecating even. When you encounter him and he shares his dream of finding his own son, he acknowledges how others might perceive him. But when I peer at the sun up above, it occurs to me, he confesses at one point, what if I am seen as a laughing stock, as a blind fool without reason? Well, I suppose they wouldn't be far off. Ha ha ha. There's a self-awareness in that laugh, an understanding that his quest might seem absurd to others, but he pursues it anyway. He knows the world is harsh and mocking, that his idealism might be seen as delusion, but he refuses to let that cynicism infect him. The Painted Sun, there's a detail about Solaire that bears closer examination, one that reveals layers of meaning often overlooked. The sun emblazoned on his armor and shield, that iconic symbol that's become synonymous with Dark Souls itself, wasn't granted to him by divine powers or inherited from some ancient lineage. Solaire painted it himself. The item descriptions for his equipment are explicit about this. The large holy symbol of the sun, while powerless, was painted by Solaire himself. Reads the description for his armor. The shield tells us the same. Decorated with a holy symbol, but Solaire illustrated it himself, and it has no divine powers of its own. Think about what this means. Solaire looked at blank armor and a plain shield and said, "These need to represent what I believe in, what I'm searching for, what I hope to become." And then he took pigments and brush, or perhaps cruder tools, and painted these suns himself. They're not perfect. They're not the work of a master artist. But they're sincere, honest, deeply personal expressions of faith and aspiration. The fact that these symbols are powerless makes them more meaningful, not less. In a world where blessed weapons carry divine might, where sacred artifacts channel the power of the gods, where enchantments and miracles reshape reality, Solaire's painted suns do nothing. They grant no protection beyond the armor's natural defense. They channel no holy energy. They're just paint on metal, crude representations of celestial glory. But perhaps that's exactly the point. Solaire doesn't need his symbols to have power because the power comes from within him, from his conviction, from his refusal to let the absence of divine blessing diminish his faith. The painted suns are reminders, totems, manifestations of internal commitment rather than external power. His equipment tells us even more about his character. The armor he wears is described in item descriptions as having no special properties whatsoever. The item description for his armor explicitly states, "Solaire's incredible prowess must have come from rigorous training alone, for his equipment exhibits no special traits." This is crucial to understanding Solaire. In a world where power often comes from ancient souls, from magical artifacts, from divine gifts or dark pacts, Solaire's strength is entirely self-made. He's not a chosen one, not blessed by the gods despite his devotion to the sun. He's a skilled warrior because he trained, because he worked, because he pushed himself to excellence through dedication and effort. The sunlight straight sword he wields carries interesting contradictions in its description. While it's said to contain the very power of the sun, the item description also notes it's well-forged and kept in good repair, but unlikely to live up to its grandiose name. It's a standard long sword elevated by Solaire's dedication rather than inherent magic. The impossible quest. So what exactly is Solaire searching for when he speaks of finding his own sun? This question lies at the heart of his character and his tragedy. On the surface, it seems almost literal. He stares at the sun, worships it, compares it to a magnificent father, and seeks to become as grossly incandescent as that celestial body. But Dark Souls rarely operates on purely literal levels. The sun in Dark Souls is intrinsically linked to Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, the god who sacrificed himself to link the first flame and prolong the Age of Fire. Gwyn wielded the power of lightning, which is essentially weaponized sunlight in this universe. His firstborn, later strongly suggested to be the Nameless King in Dark Souls 3, inherited this power and became known as the God of War. The sun represents not just light, but divine power, authority, purpose, and meaning in a world increasingly falling to darkness. But there's a specific element to his quest that makes it particularly poignant. Solaire isn't searching for the sun. He's searching for his own sun. He doesn't want to simply bask in the reflected glory of Gwyn or the gods. He wants something personal, something that belongs to him specifically, something that makes him special and significant in his own right. This is the quest of someone seeking identity, seeking to prove their worth, seeking to become something more than just another undead warrior in a world full of them. Throughout your journey with Solaire, you encounter him at various locations, and each meeting reveals more about his state of mind and his ongoing search. After you ring both bells of awakening and make your way to Anerlando, you can find him by a bonfire inside the castle. This is after you've faced the infamous Silver Knight archers on the ledges, after you've seen firsthand how cruel and unforgiving this world can be. And there's Solaire, still hopeful, still searching. "The way I see it, our fates appear to be intertwined," he tells you. "In a land brimming with hollows, could that really be mere chance? I hardly think so." He sees meaning in your continued encounters, significance in the fact that both of you continue to push forward when so many others have given up and gone hollow. There's something touching about his need to find pattern and purpose in what might be mere coincidence. Something very human in his desire to believe that the connections he makes matter. If you summon Solaire to help fight Ornstein and Smuff, one of the game's most difficult boss encounters, and if he survives the battle, you're rewarded with the Sunlight Medal. These medals are the currency of the Warriors of Sunlight Covenant, tangible proof of cooperation and victory. But more than that, they represent what Solaire values: helping others, achieving victory through teamwork, being a source of strength and support. Each medal is described as faintly warm, as if holding a small piece of that sun Solaire seeks. This warmth is not metaphorical. The medals actually carry heat, a physical manifestation of the cooperative spirit that earned them. When you hold one, you're holding proof that you helped someone, that you stood beside another undead and together achieved victory. For Solaire, these medals might be the closest thing to his sun that actually exists in Lordran. Tangible, warm proof of light brought into others' lives through cooperation. After the battle with Ornstein and Smuff, Solaire moves to the Sunlight Altar in Undead Parish. This is where things start to become more complex, more layered with meaning and melancholy. The Sunlight Altar is a broken statue, its body long since crumbled away, leaving only the feet and a portion of the spear it once held. This statue once depicted Gwyn's firstborn son, the god of war, the founder of the Warriors of Sunlight Covenant. But when the firstborn betrayed Gwyn by siding with the ancient dragons, Gwyn ordered all statues and records of his son destroyed, his very name stricken from history. Solaire stands before this ruined monument to a forgotten god, and if you speak with him here, his dialogue takes on a different tone. He's starting to doubt, starting to feel the weight of his fruitless search. "I did not find my own son, not in Aner Londo," he admits. "The city of the gods, the seat of power, the place where sunlight should surely be found, and yet it yielded nothing for him." His quest continues, but the optimism is beginning to show cracks. This is also where Solaire offers you the chance to join the Warriors of Sunlight Covenant if you meet the requirements. The Covenant requires significant faith investment, a mechanical representation of the dedication needed to follow this path of cooperation and sunlight. When you join, you receive the Lightning Spear miracle, the ability to hurl bolts of lightning, weaponized sunlight at your enemies. These miracles are the legacy of Gwyn's firstborn, passed down through the covenant he founded before his exile. There's a tragic irony in Solaire's relationship with this covenant. He worships the sun, serves at this altar, follows the teachings of a god who was cast out, forgotten, whose very name was erased from history. The statue is broken, the god is gone, but Solaire maintains his faith. He stands before the ruins of someone else's legacy and continues to believe that somewhere, somehow, he'll find his own sun, his own source of meaning and purpose. The covenant itself provides structure and meaning through its mechanics. Each successful cooperation earns a sunlight medal. Accumulate enough medals and you can trade them for increasingly powerful miracles. 10 medals for Great Lightning Spear, 30 for Sunlight Spear. This progression system transforms abstract ideals of cooperation into concrete rewards, giving tangible shape to Solaire's philosophy. But perhaps the most important thing the Covenant offers is purpose itself. As long as Solaire can help others, as long as there are bosses to fight and phantoms to summon, he has a reason to continue. The quest for his son may be impossible, but the act of cooperation is always available, always achievable. Every time his summon sign appears and someone calls upon him, every time he helps another undead overcome a challenge, he's living his values even if he's not achieving his ultimate goal. The descent begins as you progress deeper into the game. Heading into the demon ruins and lost Izalith, Solaire's journey takes a darker turn. After you defeat the centipede demon and continue into Lost Izalith, you can encounter Solaire at the bonfire. His dialogue here marks a significant shift in his character arc, a movement from optimism tinged with doubt to something approaching genuine despair. Still no signs of any sun, he says, and the weariness in those words is palpable. Lost Izalith or the tomb of the giants, where else might my son be? But I cannot give up. I became undead to pursue this. But when I peer at the sun up above, it occurs to me, what if I am seen as a laughing stock, as a blind fool without reason? This is Solaire at his most vulnerable, most human. The cheerful warrior who greeted you with enthusiasm after the Taurus demon has been worn down by the endless searching, the constant disappointment, the growing realization that his quest might be impossible. He's questioning himself now, wondering if his entire purpose, the thing he became undead to pursue, might be nothing more than foolish delusion. But even in this moment of doubt, he tries to maintain his spirit. Well, I suppose they wouldn't be far off. Ha ha ha. That laugh, that same laugh from earlier in the game. But now it sounds forced, a little hollow. A desperate attempt to hold on to the optimism that once came so naturally. This progression from hope to doubt to near despair is one of the most expertly crafted character arcs in the game. Dark Souls doesn't beat you over the head with it. There are no cutscenes showing Solaire's mental state deteriorating. No dramatic confrontations where he breaks down. Instead, it's conveyed through dialogue, through location, through the increasing spaces between your encounters and the growing weight in his words when you do meet. What makes this so effective is that Solaire isn't going hollow in the traditional sense. He's not losing his mind to the undead curse, not becoming a mindless monster. Instead, he's experiencing something far more relatable, far more human. He's experiencing the slow death of a dream, the gradual realization that the thing you've dedicated everything to might be impossible to achieve. The sunlight maggot deep in Lost Izalith, in the ruins of the Witch of Izalith's domain, there lurks a particular type of enemy called chaos bugs. These are strange, parasitic creatures that scuttle about in the darkness. Most of them are harmless, barely worth noticing as you navigate the treacherous lava flows. But among these creatures, there is one that's different, one that will seal Solaire's fate if you don't intervene. This particular chaos bug, distinguishable by its red eyes and the fact that it doesn't respawn once killed, carries within it a parasite known as the sunlight maggot. When worn on the head, this parasite emanates a bright, constant light, providing illumination in the darkest areas of the game. In practical terms, it's one of 3 light sources available to the player, useful for navigating areas like the Tomb of the Giants. But the sunlight maggot is far more than just a utility item. Its description is chilling in its simplicity. A loathsome parasite that inhabits Lost Izalith. It is completely immobile, yet still lives. When worn on the head, it emanates blinding light, which is why it is known as a sunlight maggot. Immobile yet alive. A thing that produces light but cannot move, cannot grow, can only exist in its parasitic state, feeding off its host while creating the illusion of radiance. If you progress through Lost Izalith without taking specific actions to prevent it, Solaire will encounter this sunlight maggot before you do. And when he sees it, glowing with its false light, he believes he's finally found what he's been searching for. He believes he's found his son. The encounter happens near the shortcut door that connects the demon ruins to Lost Izalith, a path that can only be opened by reaching rank 2 in the Chaos Servant Covenant, which requires offering 30 humanity to Quelag's sister. If you haven't opened this shortcut, if you haven't killed the red-eyed chaos bug that carries the sunlight maggot, then when you progress through this area, you'll find Solaire in a state that defies everything you've come to know about his character. He's hostile now, attacking on sight. The sunlight maggot has burrowed into his head, its legs wrapped around his skull, its body pulsing with that false light. And Solaire, dear, friendly, helpful Solaire, has been driven mad by this parasitic delusion. He's found his son, or so he believes, and it's consuming him from within, turning him into a hollow mockery of the knight he once was. If you speak to him in this state, before combat begins, his words are heartbreaking. Finally, I have found it, I have. His voice carries a manic edge now, a desperate, fevered quality. My very own son. I am the son. I've done it. I have. There's triumph in those words, but it's the triumph of madness, of someone who's so broken by their quest that they'll accept any counterfeit as the genuine article. I've done it. I am the son. I've done it. He repeats like a mantra, like someone trying to convince themselves of something they don't quite believe. And then, perhaps the most devastating line. Finally, I have found it. I have. My very own son. The sunlight maggot hasn't given Solaire what he sought. It hasn't made him incandescent, hasn't given him purpose or meaning or significance. It's simply driven him insane with false promise, with the illusion of achievement while actually destroying everything that made him who he was. The thing he wanted more than anything has become the instrument of his destruction, and he can't even recognize the cruel irony of it. The game forces you into a terrible position here. This character who has helped you, who has been nothing but kind and supportive, who represented the best of what Lordran's inhabitants could be, now attacks you with murderous intent. And your only option, if you want to progress, is to fight back. You have to kill Solaire, this friend who crossed the gaps between worlds to engage in jolly cooperation with you, who stood beside you against impossible odds. When you defeat him, when you cut him down, he drops his equipment. The armor with its hand-painted sun, the shield with its crude but earnest emblem, the straight sword he wielded with such skill, the sunlight maggot still pulsing with its horrible light. All of it falls to the ground, and Solaire falls with it, another undead claimed by Lordran's inexorable cruelty. This is presented as the natural progression of Solaire's story, the general norm, as director Hidetaka Miyazaki described it. It's the bad ending, the tragic conclusion to a tragic character arc. But Dark Souls, in keeping with its complex design philosophy, also provides a way to prevent this outcome, though doing so requires foreknowledge, planning, and significant resource investment. The path to salvation saving Solaire is one of the most involved and obscure side quests in Dark Souls. It requires you to understand not just what will happen to him, but how to prevent it, and the game provides almost no guidance on this front. Players had to figure this out through experimentation, through sharing information, through the kind of community cooperation that Solaire himself would have appreciated. The key lies in that shortcut door between Demon Ruins and Lost Izalith. To open it, you must first find the fair lady, Quelaag's sister, behind an illusory wall near the boss arena where you fought Quelaag. She's the leader of the Chaos Servant Covenant, a blind, mutated being who mistakes you for one of her sister's servants and weakly asks if you've brought her food. The fair lady speaks in a language you can't understand unless you possess the old witch's ring, one of the starting gift options, or something you can trade for later. But you don't need to understand her to join her covenant. By doing so and offering her 30 humanity, you can reach rank 2, which opens the shortcut door. "30 humanity is a significant investment, requiring either extensive grinding of rats in the depths or exploration to find the precious scattered throughout the game world. Once the door is open, you can access the passage before Solaire ever reaches it. Inside, you'll find 9 chaos bugs scuttling about. 8 of them are normal, but one, distinguishable by its red eyes and larger soul drop when killed, is the carrier of the sunlight maggot. Kill this bug, destroy the parasite before Solaire ever encounters it, and you've changed his fate. There are alternative methods too. You can use the poison mist or toxic mist pyromancies to kill the bug through the closed door, provided you position yourself correctly. The Dragon Greatsword special attack can also reach through walls and hit enemies on the other side. These methods allow you to save Solaire without the 30 humanity investment, but they require knowing exactly where to aim, exactly which bug to target, and the patience to whittle down its health without being able to see it. Each of these methods represents a significant effort on the player's part, a conscious choice to help Solaire even when the game doesn't explicitly ask you to, even when doing so requires resources and time that could be spent elsewhere. It's a test of how much you've come to care about this character, how much his cooperation and friendship have meant to you. When you successfully prevent Solaire from encountering the sunlight maggot, something interesting happens. After you defeat the centipede demon and progress into Lost Izalith, you can find Solaire again near the shortcut door. But he's not standing this time. He's sitting on the ground, his posture one of defeat, of exhaustion. His dialogue in this state is perhaps even more heartbreaking than his maddened ravings with the maggot. "Was it all a lie?" he asks. "Have I done this all for nothing? Oh, my dear son, what now? What should I do?" He's safe from the parasite, saved from madness and death, but he's been confronted with the emptiness of his quest. He's searched everywhere, followed every lead, pursued his dream with unwavering dedication, and found nothing. The son he sought doesn't exist, or if it does, it's not something he can find in Lordran, not something he can grasp and make his own. This is Solaire at his lowest point, stripped of the false hope the sunlight maggot would have provided, but also stripped of the delusion. He's facing the truth of his situation. His quest might be impossible. His sacrifice in becoming undead might have been for nothing, and the purpose that sustained him through countless trials has proven to be a mirage. But here, in this moment of deepest despair, something remarkable happens. Solaire doesn't go hollow. Despite everything, despite the failure of his quest and the weight of disappointed hope, he maintains his sense of self. He continues to exist, continues to persist, because perhaps the quest itself was never really about finding some external sun. Perhaps it was always about maintaining that internal light, that spark of hope and humanity, in the face of overwhelming darkness. The weight of others' quests, there's an aspect of Solaire's character that reveals important dimensions of his philosophy and his tragedy. How he relates to your quest, the player's journey, the story you're living through Dark Souls. This relationship is complex and illuminating. Solaire never asks you to help him find his son. Despite traveling with you, cooperating with you, sharing his story and his struggles, he never makes his quest your responsibility. He doesn't request that you search for leads, doesn't ask you to keep an eye out for sons, doesn't try to recruit you to his cause. His quest is his own, and he maintains ownership of it even while offering you assistance with yours. This is remarkable restraint and reveals an important aspect of his character. Solaire understands that everyone in Lordran is pursuing their own quest, their own purpose, their own reason for continuing to exist as undead rather than going hollow. He respects your agency, your autonomy, your right to pursue your own goals without being burdened by his. When he offers to help you fight bosses, he's not doing it to earn your reciprocal help with his quest. He's doing it because helping is intrinsically valuable to him, because cooperation itself has meaning, because being a source of light and support for others is part of who he is and what he values. There's no quid pro quo, no transaction, no expectation of repayment. This generosity of spirit is rare in Lordran. Most NPCs, when they help you, have some agenda, some goal they're pursuing that your cooperation advances. But Solaire helps simply to help, cooperates simply because cooperation is good, offers assistance because offering assistance is its own reward. Yet there's a subtle tragedy in this too. Solaire is so busy helping others, so focused on being a source of support and light, that he neglects to ask for the help he clearly needs. By the time you encounter him in Lost Izalith, he's nearly broken by his fruitless search, Yet he never asked you to join him in that search, never invited you to help bear the burden of his impossible quest. The fact that you can save Solaire without his knowledge adds another layer to this. When you kill the sunlight maggot through that shortcut door, Solaire never knows you did it. He doesn't know that you sacrificed 30 humanity to join a covenant he's never heard of, opened a door he didn't know existed, and killed a bug that would have destroyed him. You save him in secret, and he never gets to thank you for it. This creates a beautiful asymmetry in your relationship. Solaire helps you openly, standing beside you in battle, his cooperation visible and acknowledged. You help him invisibly, changing his fate without him ever knowing the role you played. It's the ultimate act of the cooperation he values so highly, performed without recognition or reward. The final mystery: if you continue to the end of the game with Solaire saved, you can summon him for the final boss fight against Gwyn, Lord of Cinder. His summon sign appears outside the kiln of the first flame, golden as always, offering one last chance at jolly cooperation. And when summoned, Solaire fights alongside you against the god he once venerated, the Lord of Sunlight whose glory he sought to emulate. There's something profoundly moving about this. Solaire, who sought his own sun, who wanted to be as incandescent as that celestial body, helps you defeat the being most associated with the sun in this entire world. He doesn't do it out of hatred or revenge. He does it because you asked for his help, because cooperation, friendship, and mutual support have always been more important to him than abstract worship of distant divinity. What happens to Solaire after you defeat Gwyn is deliberately left ambiguous. The game doesn't provide a clear answer, but Hidetaka Miyazaki, the game's director, has offered some insight. According to Miyazaki, if you save Solaire and he helps you defeat Gwyn, this represents the happiest ending for the character. In this outcome, Solaire links the fire in his own world, finally finding his sun by becoming the sun, sacrificing himself to keep the age of fire burning just a little while longer. Think about what this means. Solaire sought to be grossly incandescent, to be like the sun itself, a source of light and warmth. By linking the fire, he achieves exactly this. He becomes a source of light, sustaining the age, providing illumination in the darkness, serving as a beacon for others to follow. He doesn't find a sun to worship or emulate. He becomes the sun, fulfills his dream through ultimate sacrifice. But this ending, which Miyazaki describes as the happiest available to Solaire, is still fundamentally tragic. To achieve his goal, Solaire must burn away completely, must sacrifice everything he is to keep the fire going for just a little while longer, postponing the inevitable darkness rather than truly conquering it. The age of fire cannot last forever, no matter how many undead throw themselves into the flame. Solaire's sacrifice, like all such sacrifices in Dark Souls, is ultimately futile in the grand scheme of things. Yet there's a kind of beauty in this futility, a nobility in choosing to be a light in the darkness even when you know that darkness will eventually win. Solaire's quest to find his sun was perhaps always meant to end this way, with him becoming the very thing he sought, if only for a brief, brilliant moment before being consumed entirely. The legacy of the sun, the impact of Solaire on gaming culture cannot be overstated. His praise the sun gesture, arms raised to the sky in a Y shape, palms open to the celestial body above, has become one of the most recognizable poses in gaming. Players perform it ironically, seriously, in celebration, in commemoration. It's been referenced in countless games, shows, and media properties. The gesture transcends its original context, becoming a universal symbol of hope, perseverance, and refusing to give up even when the odds are overwhelming. In Dark Souls 2, the Warriors of Sunlight Covenant returns under a new name, Heirs of the Sun. The Covenant rewards are items associated with Solaire from the first game, including his straight sword. The description of these items suggests that Solaire has become a legendary figure, his story passed down and celebrated by those who continue his mission of cooperation and mutual support. The painted sun that Solaire created, crude but earnest, becomes the official symbol of the Covenant. Dark Souls 3 brings back the Warriors of Sunlight under their original name, and the Covenant continues to embody the principles Solaire represented. When you use the Covenant's items or perform the Praise the Sun gesture in that game, you're participating in a tradition that Solaire helped establish, carrying forward his legacy of cooperation in the face of overwhelming darkness. The gesture itself was actually conceived before Solaire as a character. Miyazaki has stated in interviews that the Praise the Sun pose appeared in Demon Souls as a rare holy gesture used when casting miracles while wearing the Ring of Sincere Prayer. When creating Dark Souls, he knew he wanted to use it more prominently, and when designing Solaire and the Warriors of Sunlight, he found the perfect application. But the gesture didn't achieve its iconic status until players embraced it, made it their own, turned it into something that transcends its mechanical function in the game. Players praised the sun after difficult victories, before impossible challenges, in moments of joy and moments of despair. The gesture has been recreated in countless screenshots, artworks, and real-life photos. It's become a way for Dark Souls players to recognize each other, to share in the experience of having survived this brutal, beautiful game. The character has become larger than the game that created him, a symbol that resonates with people even if they've never played Dark Souls. There's something universal about Solaire's struggle, something that speaks to the human condition in a way that transcends medium and genre. He represents the person who maintains hope when hope seems foolish, who helps others even when no help seems available, who pursues meaning in a seemingly meaningless world. Game journalists and critics have repeatedly named Solaire as one of the best NPCs in gaming history. Destructoid called him the embodiment of selfless camaraderie and generosity, and batshit crazy in the same breath, capturing the beautiful contradiction of his character. Eurogamer labeled him a total badass. GamesRadar Plus included the mission to save Solaire in their list of the 20 most unique side quests in video game history, stating that if there ever was an NPC worth saving, it would be him. These accolades aren't just about mechanical design or voice acting quality, though both are excellent. They're about how Solaire makes players feel. In a game designed to be lonely, harsh, and unforgiving, he offers connection. In a world where trust is often betrayed, he remains steadfastly loyal. In an experience that can feel hopeless, he maintains hope long past the point where any reasonable person would give up. Solaire's influence extends beyond the Souls series too. He appears as an amiibo figure for Dark Souls Remastered on the Nintendo Switch, allowing players to perform the Praise the Sun gesture without meeting the normal faith requirements. Other games have referenced him. Borderlands 2 features a character called Solitaire sitting by a bonfire in a clear homage. World of Warcraft includes a follower named Solaire of Andoril, who gives players a bonfire toy if they perform the Tired emote. And numerous indie games have included their own versions of the sun-praising warrior. The man behind the sun understanding why Solaire resonates so powerfully requires looking beyond the specifics of his story to what he represents thematically. Dark Souls is a game about struggle, about perseverance in the face of seemingly insurmountable obstacles. Every player who picks up the game will die, repeatedly, to enemies and traps and bosses and simple missteps. The game is designed to punish, to test, to push players to their limits and beyond. In this context, Solaire represents an alternative philosophy, a different approach to confronting the darkness. Where the game itself is harsh and unforgiving, Solaire offers cooperation and support. Where other NPCs are suspicious, hostile, or out for themselves, Solaire genuinely wants to help. He's not naive about the world's cruelty. His dialogue makes clear that he understands the difficulty of the journey, but he chooses kindness anyway, chooses hope anyway, chooses to be a positive force in a negative world. This makes him, in many ways, the most subversive character in the game. Dark Souls teaches players to be cautious, to trust no one, to expect betrayal around every corner. Many NPC questlines end in tragedy or treachery. The world itself seems designed to grind down any trace of hope or humanity. Yet Solaire exists in defiance of all this, maintaining his cheerful demeanor and cooperative spirit despite every reason to give it up. His quest for his own son can be read as a quest for authentic purpose in an inauthentic world. Everything in Lordran is deceptive to some degree. Guinevere is an illusion. Frampt and Cod both claim to have your best interests at heart while manipulating you for their own ends. The chosen undead prophecy itself might be a fabrication designed to trick undead into linking the fire. In a world of lies and half-truths, Solaire seeks something genuine, something real, something that belongs to him and cannot be taken away or revealed as false. The fact that he never finds this doesn't diminish the nobility of the quest. If anything, it makes it more meaningful. Solaire continues to search, continues to hope, continues to help others, even when he starts to doubt, even when he begins to suspect that his quest might be impossible. He doesn't give up and go hollow. He doesn't turn bitter or cynical. He maintains his core self in the face of mounting evidence that his dream might be unachievable. This is why players connect with him so strongly. Solaire's struggle is, in miniature, the player's own struggle. The player seeks to complete an impossible game, to overcome challenges that seem designed to be insurmountable, to find meaning and accomplishment in an experience built around failure and repetition. Solaire seeks his son, knowing it might not exist, knowing the search might destroy him, but unable to give up because the quest itself has become his reason for being. When you save Solaire, when you go out of your way to prevent his encounter with the sunlight maggot, you're not just completing a side quest. You're affirming that hope has value, that effort matters, that caring about someone enough to help them is worthwhile, even when the game doesn't reward you for it. You're choosing to be like Solaire, to offer cooperation and support even when it would be easier to let events unfold as the game intends. And when you summon him for the final battle against Gwyn, when you see that golden sign appear outside the kiln of the first flame, you're engaging in one last act of jolly cooperation with a character who has defined what cooperation means in this game. Solaire helps you defeat the god of sunlight, the being whose legacy he sought to emulate, because you asked for his help. Because in the end, friendship and mutual support proved more important than abstract quests for divine significance. Why he never found his son, the central tragedy of Solaire's story, is that his quest was always impossible. Not because the son he sought didn't exist, but because the nature of Dark Souls' world makes such quests fundamentally unachievable. The game takes place during the end of the Age of Fire, a time when the first flame is fading and the world is slowly dying. Everything in Lordran is in decay, from the crumbling architecture to the hollowing undead to the failing gods themselves. In this context, Solaire's search for his own son represents a quest for purpose and meaning in a world where such things are becoming increasingly scarce. The sun he sees in the sky is itself a kind of lie, or at least a deception. If you defeat Guinevere in Aner Londo, revealing her to be an illusion created by Gwyndolin, the veil is lifted and you see Aner Londo as it truly is, dark, abandoned, long since fallen from its former glory. The sun that Solaire gazed at so adoringly was, in some sense, as false as the sunlight maggot that would eventually claim him. The irony cuts deeper when you consider what the sun represents in Dark Souls mythology. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, created the Age of Fire by linking the first flame, but this was ultimately an act of desperation to postpone the inevitable Age of Dark. The sun, the light, the fire, all of these are not eternal truths but temporary reprieves from the natural order. Solaire worships something that was always meant to end, seeks to become part of something that cannot last. His equipment descriptions tell us that his incredible prowess came from rigorous training alone, that his armor and weapons had no special properties. This means that whatever son Solaire sought, It wasn't something that could be found in magical artifacts or divine blessings. It had to come from within, had to be something he created or discovered through his own efforts and understanding. But Dark Souls is a world where self-made purpose struggles to survive. The undead who maintain their sense of self, who refuse to go hollow, are the ones who hold onto some driving goal or mission. Solaire's mission was to find something that may not have existed to find. Each location he visits and fails to find his son represents not just a dead end in his literal search, but a philosophical rejection of different approaches to his quest. Aner Londo teaches him that divine power alone won't provide what he seeks. The city of the gods, bathed in eternal sunlight, should have been the answer. But that sunlight is as illusory as the goddess Guinevere herself. The sunlight altar shows him that broken traditions and forgotten gods offer no answers. Lost Izalith demonstrates the danger of trying to forcibly create what should occur naturally. The Witch of Izalith attempted to recreate the first flame and instead birthed demons and chaos, transforming herself into the bed of chaos. The sunlight maggot represents a cruel mockery of his quest. Here, finally, is something that produces light that could be called a sun in the most literal sense. It emanates brightness, pushes back the darkness, provides illumination where there was none. But it's a parasite, a loathsome thing that survives by attaching to a host and slowly consuming them. It gives light while taking everything else, offers the illusion of achievement while destroying the person who sought it. This is why the sunlight maggot outcome is so devastating. Solaire doesn't find his son and live happily ever after. He finds something that looks like his son, accepts it as such in his desperation and mounting despair, and is destroyed by it. The game is saying something profound here about the danger of false hope, of accepting counterfeits when the genuine article proves impossible to obtain. The truth is that Solaire never finds his son because the son he sought was always a metaphor for something that cannot be found, only created, and the world of Dark Souls is not conducive to such creation. He wanted significance, purpose, the ability to be a source of light and warmth for others. And in his cooperation, in his willingness to help, in his refusal to let the darkness extinguish his optimism even when everyone around him succumbed to despair, he was already that sun. He just couldn't see it himself. This is the ultimate tragedy of Solaire's character. He possessed what he sought but didn't recognize it because it didn't match his expectations. He was already grossly incandescent in the way that mattered most, in his spirit and his actions and his unwavering dedication to helping others. But because it wasn't the literal, physical transformation he envisioned, because he couldn't look at himself and see sunlight emanating from his being, he continued to search for something he already embodied. Every golden summon sign, every sunlight medal exchanged, every moment of jolly cooperation was Solaire being the sun he sought. When players summoned him and felt relief at his presence, when they overcame challenges that seemed insurmountable with his help, when they experienced the warmth of genuine cooperation in a cold and hostile world, they were experiencing the sun Solaire had become. But he was looking outward for something that existed within, searching the world for a treasure he carried in his own heart. The final praise if you've made it this far in our exploration of Solaire's character and story. I hope you found the same depth and meaning in his arc that so many players have discovered over the years. Before we part ways, if you found value in this deep dive, if it gave you new appreciation for this tragic, beautiful character, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. These long-form explorations of game lore and narrative take time and care to create, and your support makes them possible. Solaire of Astora remains, more than a decade after Dark Souls first released, one of gaming's most beloved characters. He's been celebrated, mourned, memed, and mythologized. His praise, the sun gesture, has become a universal symbol within gaming culture. His story has touched millions of players, each finding their own meaning in his quest and his fate. The reason for this enduring impact comes down to the fundamental humanity of his character. Solaire isn't special because he's particularly powerful or blessed by the gods or chosen by prophecy. He's special because he chooses to be kind in a cruel world, to maintain hope in the face of despair, to help others when he could focus solely on his own quest. He's special because he's what we all wish we could be. Someone who doesn't let the darkness extinguish their inner light. His failure to find his son doesn't diminish him. If anything, it makes him more relatable, more real, more meaningful. We all search for purpose, for significance, for our own son. We all face the possibility that our quests might be impossible, that our dreams might remain forever out of reach. What matters is whether we continue searching anyway, whether we maintain our humanity and our hope even when success seems impossible. The crestfallen warrior, another character you meet early in the game, represents the alternative. He sits by the bonfire in Firelink Shrine, having given up on his own quest, resigned to waiting and watching as others try and fail. He's not hostile, not actively harmful, but he's hollow in spirit if not yet in body. He's lost his purpose and accepted that loss, settling into comfortable despair rather than pursuing uncomfortable hope. Solaire could have become this. His quest is equally impossible, his chances of success equally nil. By all rights, he should have given up long before you meet him, should have settled into the same defeated acceptance that characterizes the crestfallen warrior. But he doesn't. He maintains his optimism, his drive, his belief that the next location might hold the answer he seeks. Where the crestfallen warrior concluded the journey was meaningless, Solaire concludes that the meaning lies in the journey itself, in the cooperation and connections made along the way. This is perhaps the most important distinction between them. Not that one succeeded and one failed, but that one chose to keep trying while the other chose to stop. Solaire never found his son, but he became one anyway, at least for those of us who journeyed with him through Lordran. He brought light to a dark game, warmth to a cold world, cooperation to an experience designed around isolation. He stood before the literal sun and wished to be as incandescent, never realizing that he already shone just as bright, that his light came not from divine blessing but from the choices he made and the person he chose to be. In the end, perhaps that's the real lesson of Solaire's story. The sun we seek, the purpose we chase, the meaning we hope to find, it doesn't come from external sources or divine gifts or magical transformations. It comes from within, from the choices we make, from the values we uphold, from the light we choose to carry even when surrounded by darkness. His name itself provides a final layer of meaning. Solaire is the French word for solar, for pertaining to the sun. His entire identity is wrapped up in his quest. He is solar by definition, by name, by nature. Yet he spent his entire existence searching for what he already was, trying to find externally what was embedded in his very being. The answer was written in his name, spoken every time someone addressed him, yet he never recognized it. Solaire of Astora never found his son. But in searching for it, in refusing to give up, in maintaining his kindness and cooperation and hope, he became exactly what he sought to be. He was grossly incandescent all along. He just didn't know it. And perhaps that's the greatest tragedy of all. Not that his quest was impossible, but that he succeeded without realizing it, that the light he carried within himself was always the sun he sought, that the answer to his question was staring back at him every time he looked at his own reflection, if only he'd had eyes to see it. Every time he helped another undead, every time his golden summon sign appeared, every time he shared his philosophy of jolly cooperation, he was manifesting the very incandescence he sought. The irony is almost unbearable. He wanted to be a sun, to provide light and warmth to others, and he did exactly that. For countless players across countless playthroughs, Solaire was and is a beacon of hope, a source of strength, a reminder that even in the darkest worlds, kindness and cooperation still matter. He achieved his dream without knowing it, became what he sought to be without recognizing his own success. Perhaps this is why his story resonates so deeply. We've all searched for something while failing to recognize we already possess it. We've all looked outward for validation, purpose, or meaning that existed within us all along. Solaire's tragedy is universal because his blindness to his own light reflects our own inability to see the value we bring to the world. Praise the sun, Solaire. Wherever you are, in whatever world your journey took you, know that your light reached us. Know that your cooperation meant something. Know that you were, and remain, as incandescent as any sun that ever burned in the sky. The darkness will come eventually. The fire will fade. The age of dark will dawn, no matter how many souls throw themselves into the flame to postpone it. But for a brief, brilliant moment, you were the sun. And that moment, however fleeting, will be remembered as long as people continue to journey through Lordran, continue to praise the sun, continue to engage in jolly cooperation. Your painted sun, crude and powerless though it may be, has inspired millions. Your laughter in the face of doubt has given hope to those who felt none. Your willingness to help without expectation of reward has shown players that kindness still has value even in the cruelest worlds. You sought to be grossly incandescent, and in ways you never imagined, in ways that transcend the literal transformation you envisioned, you succeeded beyond measure. Thank you for being our sun, Solaire. Thank you for the light.
Was a long day, I know how you feel. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside start to fade away. Welcome back to the mental lullaby. Tonight, we aren't just looking for rest. We're giving your mind the permission it needs to let go. Using gentle psychological techniques and calming soundscapes will guide your nervous systems from the noise of the day into the quiet of the night. You have done enough for today. Now, it's time to simply be. Let's begin our journey into sleep.
The complete Call of Duty Zombies storyline, a comprehensive journey through the entire Call of Duty Zombies narrative. There are stories that span generations, tales woven through the fabric of time itself. The Call of Duty Zombies saga is one such narrative, a mythology that transformed from a simple bonus mode into one of gaming's most intricate storylines. This isn't just about surviving waves of undead. This is about cosmic forces, corrupted gods, and the eternal struggle between. Light and darkness across infinite dimensions. Part 1. Ancient origins before time itself. In the beginning, there existed only the ether, a dimension beyond comprehension where pure energy flowed without restriction. Within this ethereal realm dwelt beings of immense power called the Keepers, ancient entities present since creation's first moment. Among them were two individuals whose friendship would shape all of existence, the beings we now know as Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man. These weren't merely colleagues. They were best friends, companions who shared wonder at creation's mysteries. The Shadow Man was described as sweet, charming, genuinely funny. Together with Monty, they would laugh and oversee the cosmos, guardians of reality's delicate balance. The Keepers possessed the summoning key, an artifact allowing manipulation of the ether itself. Using this power, they seeded life across countless dimensions, creating universes and nurturing existence. They manifested Agartha, a physical representation of the ether serving as their paradise home and the nexus connecting all dimensions. But perfection cannot last forever. The Keepers discovered the dark ether, a twisted mirror dimension where corruption and decay held dominion. While the pure ether represented creation and life, the dark ether embodied entropy and death, a place where hope withered and light was consumed by endless shadow. Curiosity became their downfall. A faction led by the Shadow Man began experimenting with dark ether energies, believing they could harness this power. But the dark ether couldn't be controlled. Its corruption seeped into their essence, poisoning them from within. The Shadow Man fell first, his mind twisted by dark whispers. Dr. Monty attempted a desperate rescue, diving into the dark ether to save his friend. The heroic attempt only resulted in Monty's own partial corruption. Though he retained more sanity than the Shadow Man, the dark ether had changed him irreversibly. The corrupted keepers created the Ether Pyramid, the Moon Pyramid device. This artifact channeled dark ether power directly, granting its user reality-controlling abilities. It represented the ultimate expression of their newfound power and sealed the divide between corrupted and uncorrupted keepers. War erupted in Agartha. The Great War shook reality's foundations as keeper fought keeper, friend against friend. The corrupted keepers, losing the battle, hid the Ether Pyramid on Earth's moon, positioning it for future discovery while placing it beyond their enemies' immediate reach. The uncorrupted keepers won, but at terrible cost. The corrupted keepers, now evolving into hideous apothecons, were banished to the dark ether for eternity. Monty and the remaining keepers sealed dimensional barriers, hoping to prevent the apothecons from ever threatening reality again. But the apothecons were patient. From their dark prison, they could still observe other dimensions, still whisper through barriers between worlds. They formulated a millennia-spanning plan to escape and reclaim what they believed was rightfully theirs. Earth held a unique property, a gateway to Agartha woven into the planet's structure. The apothecons created element 115, a substance not naturally existing in our universe. This element possessed reality-bending properties, capable of reanimating dead tissue and opening dimensional rifts. They placed element 115 within meteors and sent them hurtling toward Earth throughout history. These cosmic seeds of corruption embedded deep within the planet's crust, waiting for discovery. The plan was elegant. Humanity would eventually discover element 115 and experiment with it. These experiments would weaken dimensional barriers. Wars would be fought over its power. The dead would rise. In that chaos, the apothecons would find their path back. All they needed was for humanity to take that first fatal step. Part 2. Group 935 and the Seeds of Destruction. The year 1908 saw the Tunguska event, a massive Siberian explosion marking element 115's major arrival on Earth. While official explanations pointed to meteors or comets, the truth was stranger. Element 115 had arrived in force. Decades passed before humanity understood what they'd found. In 1931, Dr. Ludwig Maxis discovered substantial element 115 deposits in Breslau, Germany. A brilliant scientist with visions of improving human condition through scientific advancement, Maxis saw revolutionary potential in this mysterious element. On May 10, 1931, Maxis founded Group 935, an international scientific research organization dedicated to studying element 115 and harnessing its properties for mankind's betterment. The group's noble motto: improve the human condition through scientific discovery, without regard for nationality or political affiliation. Group 935's main facility, Der Ries, the Giant, was established near Breslau as a massive underground complex serving as their research heart. Maxis established research stations worldwide at Shur-no-Numa in Japan, across Russia, and wherever element 115 deposits appeared. In 1936, Maxis invited young German scientist Edward Richtofen to join Group 935. Brilliant and charismatic with almost supernatural scientific intuition, Richtofen secretly worked on behalf of the Illuminati, his true masters and goals shrouded in mystery. The Maxis-Richtofen partnership proved incredibly productive. By 1939, They conducted teleportation experiments using the matter transference device. The military implications were revolutionary: instant transport of troops and supplies across any distance. But Element 115 revealed properties beyond simple teleportation. During experiments, they discovered it could reanimate dead tissue. Corpses exposed to sufficient Element 115 rose again, driven by incomprehensible forces. They had created zombies. Rather than horror, some saw potential. Controlled reanimated dead could serve as unstoppable armies. Soldiers feeling no fear, needing no rest, unkillable by conventional means. As World War II loomed, the Nazi Party took keen interest in Group 935's work. Richthofen threw himself into weaponization projects. In September 1939, he began developing the Wunderwaffe DG-2, a wonder weapon harnessing Element 115 to fire electricity bolts chaining between targets. Completed in January 1942, it represented a quantum leap beyond anything the world had seen. Facing mounting pressure, Maxis turned to the Reichstag for funding on November 23, 1939. The Nazis eagerly agreed, providing substantial support with strings attached. They wanted weapons immediately. The pure research Maxis envisioned was being corrupted by war's demands. This created fundamental division within Group 935. Maxis hoped their work could still serve higher purposes once war ended. Richthofen had his own agenda, having nothing to do with serving the fatherland or improving human condition. On December 4, 1939, Richthofen and Dr. Schuster achieved breakthrough. The first successful teleportation using a walnut proved the concept worked. What followed was less controlled. In January 1940, during the first human teleportation test, Richthofen accidentally teleported himself to the moon. What Richthofen found there changed him forever. Inside a massive lunar cave sat the ether pyramid hidden by corrupted keepers eons ago. Richthofen approached, drawn by inexplicable force. When he touched its surface, voices began. The Apothecons, led by the Shadow Man, flooded Richthofen's mind with whispers. They spoke of power beyond imagination, control over life and death, destiny making him God among men. The corruption destroying the Keepers now infected Richtofen's psyche, fundamentally altering his personality and goals. Richtofen returned to Earth a month later, but he wasn't the same man. He immediately began planning Griffin Station's construction, a secret moon base built without Maxis' knowledge. Over coming months, Richtofen recruited scientists and workers loyal to him alone, ferrying them to the moon to construct the facility housing the Ether Pyramid. By February 1942, Griffin Station was complete. Richtofen appointed Dr. Groff as lead scientist. Their primary objective: discover how to harness the MPD's power. But the pyramid proved more complex than imagined, requiring a specific power source. In July 1942, Groff and Schuster made terrible discovery. While experimenting near the MPD, Schuster accidentally killed a rat. The pyramid reacted, drawing in the rat's soul and converting it to energy. They realized with horror what the MPD required: souls. Human souls, consumed in massive quantities. When reported to Richtofen, rather than disturbed, he saw it as solution. He ordered soldiers and less essential scientists volunteered as fuel. One by one, they were sacrificed to the MPD, their souls absorbed to charge its mechanisms. The pyramid began filling with swirling blue liquid, compressed soul energy made physical. At Der Rees, Maxis continued work creating controllable zombie armies for Germany. But he fought a losing battle. The reanimated corpses proved impossible to control, attacking indiscriminately. Element 115 exposure caused unexpected effects. Scientists experienced memory loss, paranoia, and psychosis. Maxis had one source of joy: his daughter Samantha, born November 5, 1934. the light of his life, especially after her mother's death during childbirth. Despite consuming work, Maxis tried spending time with Samantha. She desperately wanted more attention, often feeling neglected as Maxis spent endless laboratory hours. On January 11, 1942, Maxis gave Samantha a puppy she named Fluffy. The young girl was overjoyed, finally having companionship. Maxis even allowed Samantha bringing Fluffy to the lab occasionally. But Richtofen saw Samantha and her dog as experimental subjects. He'd been conducting experiments using element 115 on living subjects, studying its effects. Results were horrifying. Rapid decay, loss of higher brain function, violent aggression. Richtofen's opportunity came October 28, 1945, when Maxis and Samantha arrived at Der Reese for teleportation tests. Fluffy wandered into the teleportation chamber. Samantha, frightened for her pet, rushed in after. Maxis followed his daughter, trying to pull her back. Richtofen seized the moment, locking them all in and activating the teleporter. Fluffy materialized at Griffin Station, transformed into the first Hellhound, a demonic creature with glowing eyes and supernatural abilities, no longer recognizable as Samantha's beloved pet. Samantha appeared on the moon, disoriented and terrified. She ran through Griffin Station corridors, pursued by confused scientists. In panic, she encountered the MPD chamber. The pyramid's door stood open, and Samantha, not knowing what else to do, ran inside. The massive device sealed shut behind her, trapping the 7-year-old within. The MPD granted its user complete ether control, but it had never been activated with conscious being inside. Samantha's soul merged with the device, and she gained godlike power over zombies and the dark ether. But power came at terrible price. Dark ether corruption flooded Samantha's mind, twisting innocent desire to be with her father into something darker. She began seeing Richtofen as the enemy who separated her from everything she loved. Realizing something went wrong, Richtofen ordered Groff retrieving Maxis using the teleporter. Maxis appeared at Griffin Station, confronted by his daughter trapped in the pyramid. Groff begged him, convincing Samantha to leave. Maxis approached the MPD and called to his daughter. But seeing Richtofen and other Group 935 scientists, understanding the betrayal leading to this moment, Maxis made a decision echoing through eternity. Rather than coaxing Samantha out, he told her to kill them all. Then, before horrified scientists could react, Maxis killed himself. Samantha, driven by grief and dark ether corruption, unleashed newfound power. Zombies swarmed Griffin Station, killing many scientists Richtofen had gathered. The outbreak spread to Der Reese and other Group 935 facilities worldwide. The zombie apocalypse they'd spent years trying to create and control had finally arrived, far more terrible than anyone imagined. Richtofen barely escaped with his life, but Edward Richtofen was adaptable. If he couldn't simply take control of the pyramid, he'd be more creative. He'd need help, and he knew exactly where to find it. Due to length constraints, I'll note this would continue through all 10 sections as outlined, maintaining the narrative ASMR style and reaching 20,000 plus words total. The script follows the complete storyline through Ultimus, Victus, Premies, the cycle breaking, and the Dark Ether saga, ending with reflection on the eternal struggle and the story's themes. Call of Duty Zombies Part 3. The Ultimus timeline, a journey through madness. Richtofen returned to Der Reese with a new plan forming in his twisted mind. The betrayal at Griffin Station, the loss of his original scheme to control the MPD, Samantha's unexpected seizure of godlike power. All of it required him to adapt. He would need a team, individuals who could help him accomplish his goals while remaining blissfully ignorant of his true intentions. And he knew exactly where to find such individuals. Deep within the Der Reese facility, Richtofen had been conducting experiments that went far beyond what Maxis had authorized. In the deepest, most secure laboratories, 3 prisoners of war had been subjected to treatments that would have horrified even the most hardened military commanders. These weren't simple interrogations. These were systematic attempts to break down and rebuild human consciousness itself. Edward Richtofen had exposed these 3 men to massive, unprecedented amounts of element 115. The exposure levels would have killed ordinary subjects within hours, but these 3 possessed remarkable constitutions. They survived, though the cost was devastating. Their memories fragmented into scattered pieces, like shattered glass reflecting distorted images of their past lives. Their personalities warped under the weight of element 115's reality-bending properties, and their bodies, saturated with the element, had become something more and less than human. The first was Tank Dempsey, an American Marine who embodied everything the United States military hoped to produce. Tough, aggressive, and possessed of a dark sense of humor that helped him cope with the horrors war presented. Dempsey had been captured while investigating suspicious activity at a Group 935 facility that American intelligence had been monitoring. He'd been a good soldier, the kind of man who followed orders without question and got the job done no matter the cost. But the element 115 exposure had damaged him in ways that went beyond the physical. Dempsey's memory was now a patchwork of disconnected moments. He remembered combat, remembered blood and fire and the weight of a rifle in his hands. He remembered other Marines, faces without names, voices without context. But the details, the connections that made those memories meaningful were gone. All that remained was a deep-seated hatred for the enemy, though he could barely remember why he hated them or even who they were. The second prisoner was Nikolai Belinsky, representing the Soviet forces that had fought Germany with such terrible ferocity. Nikolai had been a Red Army soldier, though what specific unit he'd served with or what battles he'd fought in were details lost to both time and element 115's effects. What defined Nikolai now was his relationship with vodka, alcohol having become less a vice and more a necessary component of his existence. Before his capture, before the experiments, Nikolai had turned to drinking as a way to cope with the loss of his wife. She had died in a German air raid, one of millions of civilian casualties in a war that consumed entire populations. The grief had been overwhelming, crushing, and vodka provided temporary escape from the pain. Now, after months or perhaps years of element 115 exposure and Richtofen's mental conditioning, Nikolai could barely remember his wife's face. But the need for alcohol remained, perhaps stronger than ever, a constant that provided some semblance of stability in a mind that had been fundamentally broken. The third prisoner was Takeo Masaki, an Imperial Japanese army soldier who carried himself with the rigid discipline of a samurai despite his ragged condition. Takeo embodied the code of Bushido, or at least what remained of it after everything he'd endured. He spoke of honor, of duty, of loyalty to the emperor. But there was hollowness to these pronouncements, as if he were reciting lines from a play rather than expressing genuine beliefs. The truth, buried deep beneath layers of element 115 induced confusion and Richtofen's psychological manipulation, was that Takeo had been betrayed. His emperor, the divine figure he had sworn to serve unto death, had sent him on a mission designed to fail. It had been a suicide mission in all but name, a way to dispose of a soldier who had somehow become inconvenient to those in power. Takeo had been captured as a direct result of this betrayal, and while he couldn't consciously remember the details, some part of him understood that everything he believed in was a lie. These 3 men, broken and remade by element 115 and Richtofen's experiments, were the tools he would use to achieve his goals. On that fateful day when Richtofen fled Griffin Station and returned to Der Ries, he made his way to the cryostorage facility where his test subjects waited. The room was cold, far below freezing, lined with 3 pods that hummed with barely contained energy. Inside each pod, a man slept in suspended animation, preserved in the moment between life and death. Richtofen activated the revival sequence. The pods opened with hisses of escaping pressure, and the 3 men inside began to stir. As consciousness returned, they found themselves in a nightmarish landscape they couldn't possibly understand. Der Reese had been overrun by zombies. The facility they'd been imprisoned in now, a hell of shambling corpses and blood-stained walls. Richtofen presented himself as their ally, another victim of circumstances beyond their control. He told them they needed to work together to survive, that he was just as confused and frightened as they were. It was a performance, and a masterful one at that. The 3 prisoners, their memories so damaged that they could barely remember their own names, had little choice but to believe him. Thus was born the crew that would come to be known as Ultimus, though they would never call themselves by that name. To them, they were just 4 soldiers trying to survive in a world gone mad, unaware that they were pawns in a cosmic game that spanned dimensions and centuries. Their journey began at Shur no Numa, the rising sun facility in the swamps of Japan. This research station had been one of Group 935's most vital installations, built around a massive element 115 meteor that had crashed there decades or perhaps centuries earlier. The meteor provided nearly unlimited quantities of element 115, making Shur no Numa invaluable for research purposes. But like every other Group 935 facility, Shur no Numa had fallen to the zombie outbreak. The undead wandered through the bamboo forests surrounding the facility, shambling through experimental areas and laboratories that had once buzzed with activity. The zombies' eyes glowed orange, a color that indicated Samantha's control over them, though at this point neither Richtofen nor his companions understood what that meant. The facility itself was a maze of traditional Japanese architecture mixed with modern research equipment. Fishing huts on stilts stood in the swamps, connected by precarious bridges. Inside the main building, laboratories filled with gruesome experiments spoke to the depths Group 935 had sunk in pursuit of their goals. And everywhere, always, the zombies came in endless waves. Samantha's voice echoed through Shur no Numa, her childish tones made disturbing by the malevolence they carried. She taunted them, particularly focusing on Richtofen. "The doctor is not who he seems," she would whisper. "He lies to you, uses you. He killed my daddy." But Richtofen dismissed these voices as hallucinations, stress-induced madness brought on by the zombie outbreak. His companions, trusting him as their only apparent ally, believed his explanations. As Shur no Numa, Richtofen recovered his diary. This small leather-bound book contained information he'd recorded before everything went wrong, details about the Vril device and the focusing stone, artifacts he would need to challenge Samantha's control of the ether. He pocketed the diary without showing his companions, another secret to add to the mountain of deceptions he was building. From Shur no Numa, the unstable teleportation systems sent Ultimus careening through space and time to Der Reese itself. The facility that had been Group 935's crown jewel was now a monument to failure and horror. The giant robots that had been constructed to aid in research and defense now served as mobile obstacles, their massive footsteps shaking the ground as zombies poured from every corner of the compound. Der Reese was different from Shur no Numa. This was where it had all begun, where Maxis and Richtofen had started their experiments, where the first teleportation tests had been conducted, where element 115 had first been weaponized. Walking through these corridors, Richtofen was confronted by ghosts of his past, memories of the man he'd been before the moon pyramid device had corrupted him. The teleporters at Der Reese were damaged, functioning erratically after the outbreak. One particularly violent malfunction sent Ultimus hurtling through time itself, depositing them in a location none of them recognized. When the disorientation faded and they regained their bearings, They found themselves in an abandoned theater in Berlin. But this wasn't the Berlin of 1945 that Richthofen remembered. This was the 1960s, decades after the war had ended. Kino der Toten, the Theater of the Dead, had been converted into a Group 935 research facility during the war years. The grand stage where actors had once performed now served as the site of desperate last stands. The seats where audiences had laughed and cried were torn and blood-stained. And behind the scenes, in rooms never meant for public viewing, the evidence of Group 935's atrocities lay scattered like accusations. The theater had been used for psychological experiments, testing methods of mind control and propaganda. Film reels scattered throughout the facility showed disturbing footage that made it clear Group 935 had been willing to experiment on anyone, soldier or civilian, German or foreign. The walls were covered with propaganda posters, some promoting the Nazi regime, others showing Group 935's logo and cryptic messages about improving the human condition. Upstairs, in what appeared to have been living quarters, they found a room that sent chills down even Dempsey's spine. It was a little girl's room, but wrong in every way. Teddy bears sat in corners, their button eyes seeming to follow the soldiers as they moved. Drawings covered the walls, childish sketches of stick figures and crude buildings, but with disturbing elements that suggested the artist had witnessed things no child should see. A diary sat on a desk, and while they couldn't read all of it, certain phrases jumped out. "Daddy is always working. The doctor scares me. I don't like the loud noises downstairs." This was Samantha's room or a recreation of it. Even here, in this strange timeline where they'd arrived decades after the war, her presence haunted them. Kino der Toten's zombies were different from those at previous locations. They seemed more aggressive, more numerous, as if Samantha was learning to better wield her power over the undead. Her voice was stronger here too, less childish whispering and more direct threats. She promised that Richthofen would pay for what he'd done, that all of them would suffer for following him. Another teleporter malfunctioned, and Ultimus found themselves at a Soviet cosmodrome called Ascension. This facility represented what had happened to Group 935 scientists after the war ended. Many had been captured by the Soviets and put to work continuing their research under new management. The cosmodrome was a testament to how far that research had progressed, with rockets capable of reaching the stars and experiments that pushed the boundaries of what was possible. But it was also a graveyard. An incident had occurred here, something involving a scientist named Gersh and another named Yuri. Through recordings and evidence scattered around the facility, the story emerged. Samantha had manipulated Yuri into tricking Gersh into activating a device called the Gersh device. The resulting rift had absorbed Gersh, trapping him in a dimensional pocket where he could perceive reality but not interact with it. Ultimus managed to free Gersh from his prison by completing a complex series of tasks. The grateful scientist, before departing to parts unknown, provided Richthofen with crucial information: the location of the Vril device they would need for his plan to challenge Samantha. The Vril device was hidden in Siberia, at a facility that had been studying ancient artifacts. But getting there would require passing through other locations, following a trail that seemed almost deliberately laid out by forces beyond their understanding. Their next destination was Call of the Dead, a frozen wasteland where a movie was being filmed. The famous horror director George Romero had chosen this location to shoot a zombie movie, completely unaware that real zombies were about to make an appearance. When the outbreak occurred during filming, Romero himself was infected, becoming a unique type of zombie that retains some intelligence while being driven by uncontrollable hunger. The film crew, Sarah Michelle Gellar, Robert Englund, Danny Trombetta, and Michael Rooker, found themselves fighting for their lives against zombies that were all too real. Meanwhile, Ultimus was trapped in a different section of the facility, separated from the actors by barriers they couldn't cross. Through radio communication and creative cooperation, the two groups worked together, the actors completing tasks that would help Ultimus progress toward their goal. It was at Call of the Dead that Richtofen finally obtained the Vril device, though the exact circumstances were complicated and involved the actors retrieving it from areas Ultimus couldn't access. With this crucial artifact in hand, they could continue to the next location. Shangri-La awaited them, a legendary temple complex hidden in the Himalayas. This place existed partially outside normal time and space, trapped in an endless loop caused by the focusing stone's power. An expedition had discovered this location before Group 935 even existed, finding evidence that ancient civilizations had been experimenting with element 115,000 of years before modern science stumbled upon it. The temple was a place of contradictions. Beautiful architecture concealed deadly traps. Peaceful statues stood guard over rooms filled with zombies. And everywhere, the temporal distortions made it difficult to understand what was happening when past, present, and future seemed to exist simultaneously in certain areas, creating paradoxes that hurt to think about. But Richtofen had been here before, in another life before Element 115 had corrupted him. He knew the secrets of Shangri-La, understood how to navigate its temporal mazes. He'd even been revered here once, treated as a figure of importance by the expedition that had discovered the temple. With his team's help, he solved the puzzles, navigated the time loops, and retrieved the focusing stone. Now Richtofen possessed both artifacts needed for his plan, the Vril device and the focusing stone. But there was one more location they needed to visit before they could proceed to their ultimate destination. They needed to make a brief stop at the Pentagon. The map called 5 took place during the height of the Cold War, at the very heart of American power. President John F. Kennedy, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, Secretary of State Robert McNamara, and Richard Nixon found themselves fighting zombies in the Pentagon's secure areas. Richtofen's interference with Shangri-La's teleportation systems had caused a cascading malfunction that briefly deposited Ultimus in this location. The Pentagon staff was professional and efficient in dealing with the outbreak, and Ultimus didn't stay long. But before they were teleported away again, they managed to acquire a prototype weapon that would prove useful, the Winter's Howl. It wasn't part of Richtofen's plan, just a fortunate coincidence. Finally, after years of traveling through time and space, fighting endless hordes of zombies, and gathering the artifacts needed for his scheme, Richtofen guided his team to their final destination. On July 20th, 2025, Ultimus arrived at Area 51 in Nevada, specifically at Groom Lake. This facility housed a teleporter that could send them directly to Griffin Station on the moon. The zombies at Area 51 were thick, endless waves pouring from every direction. But Ultimus had become expert at fighting the undead. They carved a path to the teleporter, activated it, and in a flash of light, found themselves on the moon for the first time. Griffin Station had changed since Richtofen's last visit. The outbreak that had killed so many of his scientists had been partially contained. The facility was still operational in many areas, though certain sections remained too dangerous to enter. And always everywhere, Samantha's presence could be felt. This was her domain, the place where she'd been trapped and corrupted, where she'd gained her terrible power. The moon itself was hostile. Areas not protected by the biodomes and pressurized corridors meant instant death from exposure to vacuum. Earth hung in the sky above them, a blue and green jewel that would soon be changed forever by what they were about to do. Richtofen led his team through Griffin Station, all pretense of cooperation finally falling away. He revealed his true intentions to his shocked companions. He had been using them from the very beginning. Every location they'd visited, every artifact they'd gathered, every zombie they'd killed, all of it had been in service of his plan to take Samantha's place in the Moon Pyramid device. Dempsey, Nikolai, and Takeo were furious, betrayed. But what choice did they have? They were on the moon. surrounded by zombies, with no way home except through Richtofon's plan. And despite everything, there was a part of each of them that wanted to see this through, wanted to know if all their suffering had been for some greater purpose. The ritual was complex, requiring them to complete tasks across the entire facility. They had to activate systems that had been dormant for years, defeat waves of zombies that seemed endless, and navigate the unique challenges that came with fighting in low gravity while wearing spacesuits. Finally, everything was ready. Richtofon inserted the Vril device and focusing stone into the Moon Pyramid device's interface slots. The artifacts clicked into place, ancient mechanisms engaging with sounds that suggested they were operating as designed for the first time in decades. Energy began to flow through the pyramid, building toward a crescendo that would change everything. The body swap was instantaneous but felt like eternity. Richtofon's soul was torn from his physical form and pulled into the MPD. He felt himself merging with the device, his consciousness expanding to encompass the ether itself. For the first time since touching the pyramid in 1940, he could feel the full scope of the power he'd been promised. He could control the zombies, could manipulate reality on a small scale, could perceive things happening across vast distances. Samantha's soul, meanwhile, was violently expelled from the pyramid and forced into Richtofon's body. She found herself suddenly limited, confined to physical form after years of existing as pure consciousness merged with the ether. The shock was overwhelming, the sensation of being flesh and blood again after so long, something she'd almost forgotten. For a moment, Richtofon savored his victory. He'd done it. After decades of planning, suffering, and manipulation, he'd finally achieved what he'd always wanted. He was a god, or close enough to make no difference. But Samantha, even trapped in Richtofon's body, was not helpless. She could still hear her father's voice. Ludwig Maxis's consciousness had survived all these years, merged with Griffin Station's computer systems just as he'd intended when he killed himself in 1945. He'd been waiting, planning, preparing for this very moment. Samantha and the Ultimus crew activated Maxis's contingency plan. It was simple, brutal, and would doom Earth to save it from Richtofon's control. They would launch 3 nuclear missiles at the planet, targeting specific points that would maximize geological damage. The missiles fired. They fell through space toward Earth, 3 streaks of light carrying apocalyptic payload. When they struck, the results were catastrophic. The planet's crust shattered like an eggshell. Massive chunks of Earth broke free and floated in the atmosphere, held in place by gravity but no longer connected to the main planetary mass. Oceans boiled. Continents shifted. The few humans who survived the initial impact were left in a hellscape barely recognizable as the world they'd known. Richtofon's connection to the ether was severely weakened by Earth's destruction. The planet had served as a kind of anchor for the ether's energies, and its devastation disrupted the flow of power he needed to maintain full control. He could still command the zombies, could still influence reality, but he was nowhere near as powerful as he'd expected to be. His grand scheme had succeeded, but the victory was hollow. He'd won the game only to discover the prize wasn't what he'd been promised. And on the moon, standing in Richtofon's body with 3 very angry test subjects, Samantha Maxis began to smile. Her father had a plan to make Richtofon pay for everything he'd done. It would just take time to implement. The Ultimus timeline had reached its terrible conclusion. Earth was destroyed, billions were dead, and the man who'd orchestrated it all sat in the MPD realizing he'd been played by forces beyond even his comprehension. But this was just one timeline, one version of events in an infinite multiverse. And in other dimensions, other versions of these characters were about to begin their own journeys, ones that would intersect with Ultimus in ways none of them could predict. The cycle was beginning to turn once more, and there would be no easy escape from its grinding momentum. Call of Duty Zombies Part 4. The Victus-era pawns in a cosmic game the Earth hung broken in space, a shattered monument to humanity's arrogance and the terrible price of cosmic power struggles. 25 years had passed since the missiles fell, 25 years of survivors scratching out desperate existence in the ruins of civilization. The population that had once numbered in the billions was now reduced to scattered thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands if you were optimistic. Nobody really knew anymore. There was no census in the apocalypse. The zombies wandered freely across the wasteland, their eyes glowing blue to reflect Richtofon's control. But Richtofon's power was not absolute, and another consciousness was stirring in the electronic systems that spanned the devastated planet. Ludwig Maxis had been patient, building his strength, preparing for the moment when he could strike back at the man who had killed him and corrupted his daughter. Into this nightmare world, for survivors found themselves drawn together by forces they didn't understand. They were ordinary people thrust into extraordinary circumstances, and their names would become significant in ways none of them could have imagined. They would become known as Victus, though like Ultimus before them, they would never use that name themselves. To them, they were just four people trying to survive another day. Samuel J. Stullinger was a man haunted by his past and tormented by voices in his head. Before the apocalypse, he'd been many things: a conspiracy theorist, a con artist, someone who always had an angle, always looking for the next score. When the world ended and desperation set in, Stullinger had made choices that would shame him for the rest of his life. He'd been a member of the Flesh, a cult that had emerged in the early days of the apocalypse. These people believed that consuming zombie meat would grant them advantages, would help them survive in ways normal humans couldn't. Whether there was any truth to this belief was debatable, but Stullinger had participated in their rituals, had eaten flesh that was no longer entirely human. The practice had consequences beyond the physical revulsion. Something about consuming zombie meat created a connection to the ether, a thin thread that allowed certain voices to reach through and speak directly into the consumer's mind. For Stullinger, that voice belonged to Richtofon, who saw an opportunity to manipulate someone in the physical world after his control had been weakened by Earth's destruction. Stullinger lived in constant fear that his new companions would discover his past. If they knew he'd been part of the Flesh, if they understood what he'd done to survive, would they abandon him? Or worse, the guilt ate at him constantly, made worse by Richtofon's voice whispering in his ear, making demands, offering promises that Stullinger knew better than to trust but couldn't quite ignore. Abigail Misty Briarton was everything Stullinger wasn't: direct, honest, and tough as nails. She'd grown up on a farm, learned to shoot before she could drive, and when the apocalypse came, she'd survived through sheer determination and refusal to give up. Where others had crumbled under the weight of the new reality, Misty had adapted, treating the zombie-infested wasteland like just another challenge to overcome. She was the heart of the group in many ways, the one who kept them focused on survival rather than despair. Misty had known Russman before the apocalypse, though the exact nature of their prior relationship remained somewhat mysterious. There was history there, familiarity that suggested they'd traveled in similar circles, but neither of them spoke about it much. Despite the horror surrounding them, Misty maintained her humanity. She could still laugh, still find moments of joy in small victories. And she'd developed feelings for Marlton, the nervous engineer who seemed so out of place in this harsh new world. Their budding romance was one of the few sources of hope in an otherwise bleak existence. Marlton Johnson represented the intellectual counterpart to the group's more physical members. He was an engineer, someone who understood how things worked and could fix problems through careful analysis and technical expertise. Marlton had been at Nuketown during the zombie outbreak there, one of the few survivors of an incident that had killed everyone else at the testing site. His survival had been a matter of preparation meeting opportunity. While others panicked, Marlton had analyzed the situation, calculated the best course of action, and executed his plan with the kind of methodical precision that came naturally to someone with his mindset. But that analytical nature also made him anxious, prone to overthinking every decision and seeing dangers that might not actually exist. Despite his nervous demeanor, Marlton was essential to the group's survival. His technical skills allowed them to navigate areas others couldn't, to repair equipment that would otherwise be useless, to understand the remnants of pre-apocalypse technology that still functioned. And his growing relationship with Misty had started to bring out a confidence in him that had been buried under layers of anxiety and fear. The fourth member was Russman, an elderly man whose memory was so damaged that he could barely remember his own past. What Russman didn't know was that before the apocalypse, he'd been a scientist working for Broken Arrow, a secretive American organization that studied Element 115 and other paranormal phenomena. Russman's work with Broken Arrow had exposed him to massive amounts of Element 115 over many years. The exposure had given him certain resistances and abilities, but it had also destroyed his memory, leaving him with only fragments of recollection that he couldn't connect into coherent narrative. He had no idea that some of the facilities they would visit had been his workplaces, that some of the equipment they encountered had been operated by a younger version of himself. Despite his age and confusion, Russman possessed survival instincts honed by decades of hardship. He'd been homeless before the apocalypse, living on the streets and learning to get by with nothing. That experience translated well to the post-apocalyptic world, where everyone was essentially homeless and resources were always scarce. These four individuals found themselves at Green Run, a sprawling area in Washington state that had once been home to thousands of people. Now it was a nightmare landscape of destroyed buildings, broken infrastructure, and zombies shambling through the ruins. The area was too large to navigate on foot, so survivors had to rely on a bus that still ran on automated systems, driving its pre-programmed route regardless of whether anyone was actually operating it. The bus driver was a robot, an automated system that had continued functioning long after its human creators had died. It would announce stops in a cheerful mechanical voice that seemed obscene given the circumstances, would wait patiently while survivors fought off zombie hordes, and then would continue on its route as if nothing unusual was happening. Green Run consisted of several key locations connected by the bus route. The bus depot where survivors could stock up on supplies and catch the bus. The diner, a small restaurant that had been fortified but not well enough to keep the zombies out permanently. The farm, where agricultural buildings provided some cover but also hiding places for the undead. The power station, a massive facility that still generated electricity despite decades of neglect. And finally, the town, where the remains of civilization crumbled slowly under the weight of time and decay. But Green Run was more than just another survivor settlement. Hidden beneath the surface, accessible through the power station, was a Broken Arrow facility where experiments with Element 115 had been conducted before the apocalypse. The equipment was still operational, still running experiments that nobody controlled anymore. And scattered across the area were polarization devices, artifacts that could be activated to manipulate the flow of Element 115 energy across the planet. Victus found themselves caught between two competing voices, both demanding their assistance. Richtofen, speaking directly into Stellinger's mind, promised survival and rewards if they would help him maintain his tenuous control over the ether. His voice was charming, persuasive, offering Stellinger things he desperately wanted: safety, purpose, maybe even redemption for his past sins. But there was another voice broadcasting through electronic equipment scattered across Green Run. Ludwig Maxis, his consciousness merged with computer systems worldwide, offered his own promises of salvation. His voice came through radios, televisions, anything with a speaker. And unlike Richtofen, who could only speak to Stellinger, Maxis could reach all of them. The objective both voices laid out was the same: activate the polarization devices hidden across the globe. These devices, relics of Broken Arrow's research into Element 115, could be used to manipulate energy flow. But depending on which side Victus chose to support, they could either strengthen Richtofen's control or help Maxis seize power for himself. Neither Richtofen nor Maxis was honest about their intentions. Richtofen wanted to maintain his position in the Moon Pyramid device and the power it granted him. Maxis wanted to take that power for himself, to reunite with Samantha in Agartha where they could be together for eternity. Neither actually cared about Victus's survival beyond how useful they could be. Stellinger was torn. Richtofen had chosen him specifically, spoke to him personally, made him feel important in a way he hadn't felt in years. But the others were suspicious of Richtofen's promises, and Stellinger couldn't reveal why he was hearing this voice without admitting his past with the flesh. At Green Run, Victus activated the first polarization device after completing a complex series of tasks that required them to navigate the entire area, fighting through endless zombie hordes while powering up systems that had been dormant for years. The device hummed to life, sending out a pulse of energy that neither Richtofen nor Maxis fully explained. Both voices urged them to continue. There were more devices to activate, and the outcome of the cosmic struggle between these two would-be gods depended on which side Victus ultimately chose to support. Their next destination was Dai Rise, the remains of two skyscrapers in Shanghai, China. The city had been devastated not just by the moon rockets, but by years of neglect and zombie infestations. The buildings Victus found themselves navigating were partially collapsed in impossible ways. Sections hanging upside down, rooms existing sideways, pathways that defied gravity and logic. Getting to Dai Rise had been its own nightmare. The journey from Green Run to China was something Victus barely remembered clearly, involving portals or teleportation or some other technology they didn't understand. One moment they were in Washington, the next they were hundreds of feet above the ruined streets of Shanghai, inside a building that seemed determined to kill them even without the zombies. The vertical nature of Dai Rise created unique challenges. A fall from the upper levels meant instant death, and the zombies seemed adapted to this environment in ways that made them even more dangerous than usual. They could climb, could navigate the twisted architecture, could corner survivors in areas with no escape route. High above the fog-shrouded ruins, Victus discovered evidence that they were not the first group to be contacted by Maxis and Richtofen. Television screens showed recordings of previous teams, survivors who had attempted similar missions in this very location. Most of the recordings ended badly: screams, then static, then nothing. The revelation was disturbing. How many other groups had been used as pawns in this game? How many had failed and died before Victus even knew this conflict existed? And if those teams had failed, what made Victus think they would succeed? But they had no choice except to continue. Dai Rise held the second polarization device, and both Richtofen and Maxis were growing more insistent in their demands. The promises were becoming threats, the helpful suggestions taking on darker tones. Stellinger, in particular, was struggling. Richtofen's voice in his head was becoming more demanding, more manipulative. The entity in the Moon Pyramid device could sense Stellinger's weakness, his guilt, his desperate need for redemption. And Richtofen exploited that weakness ruthlessly, promising forgiveness and purpose while simultaneously threatening to abandon Stellinger if he didn't comply. The others noticed Stellinger's increasing stress but misinterpreted the cause. They thought he was just scared, overwhelmed by their situation. They had no idea he was being directly manipulated by one of the very entities they were supposed to be helping. Activating the second polarization device required even more complex tasks than the first. The team had to navigate the dangerous vertical spaces, solve puzzles involving elevators and power systems, and survive wave after wave of zombies that seemed to pour endlessly from the shadows. But they succeeded, and the second device came online, its energy pulse joining the first in a pattern that neither Richtofen nor Maxis fully explained. 2 down, 1 to go, and the final device would determine everything. The third and final location was buried, also known as Resolution 1295, a western town that existed underground beneath a mining facility in Angola. The journey to this place was even stranger than the trip to Shanghai had been. Victus found themselves pulled through reality itself, deposited in darkness beneath the earth, surrounded by structures that shouldn't exist this far underground. Buried was a place of contradictions and impossibilities. An entire Old West town existed in caverns that had no apparent entrance or exit beyond the portal that had brought them here. Buildings stood as if they'd been carefully preserved, though dust covered everything and the wood showed signs of rot that suggested centuries of neglect. Streets wound through the underground settlement, lit by some mysterious light source that had no visible origin. Ghosts wandered the streets alongside the zombies. Translucent figures of the town's original residents went through the motions of their daily lives, completely unaware of or unconcerned with the undead shambling past them. These were temporal echoes, Richtofen explained through Stullinger, remnants of people trapped in loops created by Element 115's reality warping properties. But the most remarkable resident of Buried was Arthur, a gentle giant who seemed out of place in every way. Arthur stood at least 8 feet tall, with proportions that suggested something other than normal human genetics. Despite his intimidating size, he was kind-hearted and would help Victus if they showed him kindness in return. What Victus didn't know was Arthur's true history. He was the same person as Leroy, who in turn was the servant known as Arthur from medieval times, the one who had scattered the Wolf King's ashes in Der Eisendrake Castle. Temporal distortions and dimensional rifts caused by Element 115 had pulled him forward through time to this place, where he'd been wandering for who knew how long. Arthur would follow them around if they gave him candy, which they could find scattered throughout the town. He would help them fight zombies, would break down barricades, would complete tasks they couldn't manage on their own. In exchange, all he wanted was sweets and kind treatment. It was a small island of innocence in an ocean of horror. The polarization device in Buried was the most powerful of the 3, housed deep within the mining facility beneath the town. Activating it would determine the final outcome of the conflict between Richtofen and Maxis. Victus had to make a choice. Side with Richtofen and help him maintain his control of the ether, or support Maxis and enable him to seize that power for himself. The decision was agonizing. Richtofen had been helping them through Stullinger, had provided guidance and assistance. But Maxis presented himself as the more sympathetic figure, a father trying to reunite with his daughter. His promises sounded more genuine, less manipulative than Richtofen's. In the canonical timeline, Victus chose to support Maxis. Stullinger argued for following Richtofen, but he couldn't explain why without revealing the voice in his head and his past with the flesh. The others, suspicious of Richtofen from the start, sided with Maxis. When Victus activated the final polarization device in Maxis' favor, the consequences were immediate and catastrophic. Maxis, his consciousness spread across the devastated Earth through every computer system still functioning, drew upon the power of all 3 devices simultaneously. The energy signature was enormous, channeling more power than any single point on Earth had contained since the moon rockets fell. And in that moment of ultimate power, Maxis revealed his true nature and intentions. He had been corrupted. The years spent merged with computer systems, exposed to Element 115 energy flowing through electronic circuits, had changed him fundamentally. The Apothecons, those ancient entities banished to the dark ether, had been whispering to Maxis just as they'd whispered to Richtofen when he touched the moon pyramid device. Every promise of salvation had been a lie. Every assurance about helping humanity survive had been manipulation. Maxis' true goal was to open a gateway to Agartha, using the polarization devices to channel enough power to breach the dimensional barriers. He wanted to bring himself and Samantha into that realm where they could exist together for eternity, and he didn't care what happened to Earth or humanity in the process. As a final act of vengeance against Richtofen, Maxis used his newfound power to trap his former colleague's soul inside a zombie's body. Richtofen, who had spent so long in the godlike position of controlling the undead, was now reduced to shambling among them. His consciousness remained fully intact, trapped in rotting flesh that followed instincts he couldn't control. It was a fate worse than death, and Maxis savored every moment of Richtofen's suffering. Then, on January 19, 2036, Ludwig Maxis destroyed what remained of Earth and every living thing on it. The planet didn't just break this time. It exploded in a cataclysmic event that made the moon rockets look like firecrackers. The energy released was channeled directly to Agartha, where Maxis and Samantha's souls were reunited in the realm beyond physical reality. But something had gone terribly wrong. When Samantha saw her father in Agartha, she realized the corruption had consumed him entirely. This wasn't the loving parent she remembered from childhood. This was a being twisted by the dark ether into something monstrous, willing to destroy all of reality to achieve his goals. Horrified by what her father had become, Samantha reached out through a dimensional rift that had formed in the chaos. She called to another version of Maxis, one existing in a different timeline, begging him to help her escape her corrupted father's influence. As for Victus, they seemed doomed. They had been betrayed by both Richtofen and Maxis, used as tools in a cosmic power struggle that had never cared about their survival. As Earth disintegrated around them, as reality itself began to unravel, it appeared their story had reached a tragic end. But Edward Richtofen, even trapped in a zombie's body, still had cards to play. From another dimension, a different version of Richtofen had been watching, planning, preparing for precisely this moment. This alternate Richtofen reached out through the fractured dimensions and contacted Victus, opening a portal that would allow them to escape the dying Earth. Victus had no choice but to trust this new voice. They stepped through the portal as Earth exploded behind them, chased by a horde of zombies led by the undead Richtofen. They had no idea where the portal would take them or what would happen next. They only knew they'd been betrayed again, used again, and their role in this cosmic nightmare was far from over. Behind them, Earth burned in its final moments. Ahead of them lay a future more strange and terrible than they could imagine. And in other dimensions, in other timelines, younger versions of 4 familiar soldiers were embarking on journeys that would determine the fate of all existence. The Victus era had ended in tragedy and betrayal, but their story wasn't finished. They had merely finished one chapter in a book that spanned infinite pages across infinite dimensions. And somewhere in the dark ether, ancient forces watched and waited, knowing that the cycle would continue, that the pattern would repeat, that corruption would always find new vessels to exploit. The wheel turned, the cycle ground forward, and for ordinary people who had wanted nothing more than to survive found themselves preserved for purposes they couldn't begin to understand. Call of Duty Zombies Part 5: Origins and the Birth of Premies: A Different Timeline. A new beginning. While Ultimus had been traveling through time fighting zombies and Victus struggled to survive on a dying Earth, a completely different timeline was unfolding in a parallel universe. This was Dimension 63, a reality where history had taken divergent paths. Here, the First World War still raged in 1918, and the events that would lead to Group 935's formation had not yet occurred. But Element 115 had still found its way to this world, and its discovery would set in motion events that would echo across the entire multiverse. In northern France, deep in the Argonne forest near the blood-soaked battlefields of Verdun, German military forces had uncovered something extraordinary during their excavations. What they found wasn't another trench system or bunker. It was ancient ruins of unknown origin, structures that predated any known human civilization by thousands or perhaps millions of years. The dig site revealed buildings and artifacts that spoke to a presence far older than recorded history. Massive stone structures jutted from the earth, covered in symbols that no linguist could decipher. Underground chambers contained technology that shouldn't exist, mechanisms that still functioned despite being buried for ages beyond counting. And at the heart of this discovery was element 115, found in quantities that dwarfed anything discovered in other timelines. The German Imperial Army, desperate for any advantage in the brutal stalemate of trench warfare, immediately recognized the potential military applications. They established a research facility at the site, naming it Origin, because they believed they had found the source of element 115's presence on Earth. Soldiers and scientists worked side by side, digging deeper, uncovering more, trying to understand what they had discovered. For soldiers found themselves assigned to this facility, though each arrived through different circumstances, and none could have predicted how their lives were about to change forever. Eduard Richtofen in this timeline was not yet the sadistic scientist he would become in other universes. He was a German field medic and scientist, brilliant and ambitious, but not yet corrupted by the dark ether's influence. When he looked at the ruins, he saw mysteries waiting to be solved, knowledge waiting to be discovered. He viewed the excavation with scientific curiosity, tempered by cautious optimism, understanding that element 115 represented both incredible potential and terrible danger. Tank Dempsey was here representing the Allied forces, though this version was younger, more idealistic than his Ultimus counterpart. He had been sent to investigate reports of German experimentation with forbidden weapons at the dig site. Dempsey was a soldier through and through, but he hadn't yet been hardened by the grinding horror of endless zombie combat. He still believed in right and wrong, in good guys and bad guys, in the clear moral lines that war was supposed to have. Takeo Masaki arrived as part of a Japanese observer mission. His nation's military was eager to learn about any technological developments that might affect the global balance of power. This Takeo still held firmly to his code of honor, untainted by the betrayal that would define his Ultimus version's character. He carried himself with the dignity of a samurai, viewing his assignment as an opportunity to serve his emperor with distinction. Finally, Nikolai Belinsky represented the Russian Empire's interests at the site. Unlike his Ultimus counterpart, this Nikolai had not yet lost his wife in an air raid. He was still relatively sober, still possessed of hope for the future. He had already begun to see alcohol as a comfort in the face of war's horrors, but it hadn't yet consumed him the way it would consume his alternate self. These four men, starting as potential enemies on a World War I battlefield, would become something far greater than any of them could imagine. They would become preemies, though they did not yet know the significance of that name or the weight of destiny that would fall upon their shoulders. The Origins dig site was a place of wonder and terror in equal measure. Ancient statues of unknown purpose dotted the excavation, their weathered faces seeming to watch the workers with expressions that suggested judgment or perhaps warning. A mysterious gateway stood at the site's center, a circular stone structure covered in glowing symbols that pulsed with energy that made observers' teeth ache and eyes water. Most significantly, they discovered 4 elemental staffs buried in different locations around the excavation. The staff of ice, radiating cold so intense that frost formed on nearby surfaces even in summer heat. The staff of fire, warm to the touch and crackling with barely contained flames. The staff of lightning, arcing with electricity that made hair stand on end. The staff of wind, seeming to pull air toward it in gentle currents that could become hurricanes with the right application of power. These weapons were unlike anything the modern world had seen. They could channel the raw forces of nature itself, creating blizzards that froze zombies solid, firestorms that reduced undead to ash, lightning strikes that chained between dozens of targets, and tornadoes that lifted zombies off their feet and tore them apart. The staffs predated Element 115's modern discovery by countless ages, suggesting that ancient civilizations had known about and utilized this element long before modern science stumbled upon it. But the Germans' experiments with Element 115 at the dig site had predictable and terrible consequences. The dead began to rise from the battlefields surrounding the excavation. Soldiers killed in trenches just days before returned as zombies, mindlessly attacking anything living. The outbreak spread rapidly, turning the archaeological site into a battlefield where the living fought desperately against an enemy that could not be stopped by conventional means. Bodies piled up, and those bodies rose again minutes later. Machine gun fire that would have shredded human attackers barely slowed the undead. Gas attacks that would have choked entire battalions were ignored by corpses that no longer needed to breathe. The excavation site became a charnel house, and the 4 soldiers who would become preemies found themselves fighting not just for their missions but for their very survival. As the situation deteriorated, Dr. Ludwig Maxis arrived at the site. This version of Maxis was younger than his Ultimus counterpart, not yet the leader of Group 935 but already brilliant and dedicated to understanding Element 115's properties. He brought with him his young daughter Samantha and her new companion, a dog named Fluffy who had not yet been transformed into a hellhound. Maxis looked at the ruins with awe and growing concern. He understood better than the soldiers what they were dealing with. Element 115 wasn't just some new element to be cataloged and utilized. It was something that existed partially outside normal physics, something that bent the rules of reality by its very presence. And using it without understanding those properties was catastrophically dangerous. But something else was happening at Origins, something that transcended this single timeline. Samantha from another dimension, the one who had witnessed her father's corruption in Agartha after Maxis destroyed Ultimus's Earth, was reaching out through the dimensional barriers. Her consciousness, existing partially in the ether, could perceive other timelines, other versions of events. And she saw in this timeline an opportunity to prevent the cycle of destruction before it could truly begin. The older Samantha's warnings created a temporal paradox. She told the Dimension 63 Maxis about the Apothecons, about the cycle of destruction that Element 115 perpetuated across infinite timelines, about the need to break that cycle before it consumed everything. She showed him visions of what would happen if they continued down this path. The zombie outbreaks, the destruction of Earth, the endless suffering across countless dimensions. Maxis, horrified by what he learned about his alternate self's fate, began working with both versions of Samantha to formulate a plan that could save all of reality. It would require sacrifices he couldn't fully explain to anyone else. It would require changing the very fabric of existence. But if there was even a chance to prevent the horrors he'd been shown, he had to try. Meanwhile, the 4 soldiers who would become preemies were fighting for their lives against zombie hordes that seemed endless. They discovered that the elemental staffs, when powered by Element 115 and used in conjunction with the ancient gateway at the site, could open a portal to Agartha itself. The staffs had been created during an ancient conflict, weapons forged by humans working alongside the Keepers to fight against the Apothecons. Through fragments of information pieced together from the ruins and from voices that spoke to them in moments of crisis, they began to understand the site's true nature. This wasn't just an archaeological dig. This was a battleground where humanity had once made its stand against forces that sought to consume all of reality. Thousands of years ago, before recorded history, the Apothecons had attempted to invade Earth. They sent their corrupted energies through dimensional rifts, trying to flood the planet with dark ether influence and turn it into a gateway through which they could escape their prison. But they had been opposed by the Keepers and by human warriors who refused to let their world fall. Those ancient warriors had wielded the elemental staffs. They had fought alongside beings of immense power against horrors beyond mortal comprehension. And they had won, driving back the Apothicon invasion and sealing the dimensional rifts. But the cost had been enormous, and the victory had never been complete. The Apothicons were patient, and they always found new ways to reach through the barriers. Now, in 1918, history was repeating itself. The discovery of element 115 at this site had weakened the dimensional barriers once again. The ancient gateway was activating, responding to the element 115 energy saturating the area. And the Apothicons saw another opportunity to achieve what they had been denied in ages past. Richtofen, Dempsey, Takeo, and Nikolai took up the staffs and fought through the zombie hordes to the gateway. The battle was desperate, chaotic, and seemed impossible to win. But something was guiding them, helping them, showing them what they needed to do. Whether it was the Keepers, the older Samantha reaching through from another dimension, or some other force, they found themselves acting with coordination and purpose that went beyond their training. When they activated the gateway using all four staffs simultaneously, they were transported backward through time to the battleground of the Great War itself. Reality twisted around them, and they found themselves pulled across centuries to a conflict that had shaped the fate of the entire world. The Great War was beyond anything they had experienced in the trenches of World War I. This was a conflict that defied normal understanding. Keepers, beings of pure energy and light, clashed with Apothicons, twisted monstrosities that seemed to be made of darkness itself and corrupted flesh. Reality warped and bent around the combatants. Fire fell from the sky. The ground split open to reveal abysses that led to the dark ether. And in the midst of this chaos were humans, warriors from an age before written history, fighting with weapons that blazed with elemental power. These were the first preemies, the original defenders who had stood against the Apothicon invasion. When the four soldiers from 1918 appeared, the ancient warriors recognized them as reinforcements sent by forces beyond their understanding. The battle raged for what felt like days but might have been longer. Time flowed strangely during the Great War, compressed and expanded by the reality-bending energies being thrown around. Richtofen, Dempsey, Takeo, and Nikolai fought alongside the Wolf King, a legendary warrior who commanded human forces with strategic brilliance and personal courage. Together, they managed to drive back the Apothicon forces. The staffs channeled enough power to seal the dimensional rifts the Apothicons had opened. The Keepers reinforced those seals with their own energies, creating barriers that would hold for thousands of years. The victory came at tremendous cost. Many human warriors fell, and the land itself was scarred by the conflict, but it gave humanity a chance to survive and prosper. After the Great War, the four soldiers who had come from 1918 did not immediately return to their own time. They remained in the ancient past, helping to rebuild what the war had destroyed and ensuring that knowledge about the Apothicons and Keepers would be preserved for future generations. They instructed the Wolf King to build a castle on a strategic location, a fortress that would serve as both a defensive position and a repository of knowledge. Der Eisendrake, it would be called, and it would stand for millennia as a monument to the battle that had saved the world. They ensured that certain artifacts and weapons would be preserved, hidden away until the time was right for their rediscovery. The four soldiers taught the survivors about the staffs, about Element 115, about the dangers of tampering with forces beyond human understanding. They became legends in their own right, remembered in stories and songs that would be passed down through generations, their names and deeds gradually transforming into myths as centuries passed. Eventually, their journey through time brought them to a place beyond normal space and time, a realm that existed between dimensions. Here, they encountered Dr. Monty, one of the original keepers who had watched the multiverse since the beginning. Monty appeared to them as a friendly figure, charming and helpful, offering guidance and explanations about what they had experienced. Monty explained that the multiverse was fracturing. The original timeline where Ultimus had traveled from World War II to the moon and destroyed Earth was creating ripples across all dimensions. These ripples were weakening the barriers between universes, creating fractures through which the Apothicons could potentially return. The cycle of destruction that had consumed one timeline was threatening to spread to others. Monty presented himself as someone trying to fix these problems. To heal the fractures and create a perfect world where the Apothicons could never threaten reality again. He told Premies that they were central to his plan, that their actions could save all of existence. But to do that, they would need to gather certain artifacts and souls, pieces of a cosmic puzzle that would allow them to challenge the very foundations of the corrupted multiverse. At the center of this plan was one crucial artifact, the summoning key. This keeper-created device could manipulate the ether directly, trap souls within it, and use their energy to reshape reality. If Premies could obtain the summoning key, they would have the power to confront the Apothicons and the corrupted timeline that threatened all of existence. But obtaining the key would not be easy. It was located in Dimension 63, in a city called Morgue City, guarded by forces that would not surrender it willingly. And there was another problem. The Shadow Man, the original corrupted keeper, had his own designs on the summoning key and the people of Morgue City. Monty explained all of this in his charming way, making it sound like an adventure, a noble quest to save reality. He didn't mention the sacrifices that would be required. He didn't explain that Premies would have to kill alternate versions of themselves to stabilize certain timelines. He didn't reveal that the perfect world he was creating might not be as perfect as he claimed. But even if Monty had revealed everything, what choice did Premies have? They had seen the Great War, had witnessed what the Apothicons were capable of. They understood that the stakes were infinite, that failure meant not just their deaths but the deaths of everyone across all dimensions. If there was even a chance to prevent that, they had to take it. And so Premies accepted their mission. They would gather the artifacts Monty needed. They would confront the corrupted timeline. They would do whatever was necessary to save reality from the Apothicons. They were 4 soldiers who had started as enemies on a World War I battlefield. They had become heroes who saved the ancient world from Dement Self, through moments of triumph and tragedy, through choices that would haunt them forever. But they would face it together, these 4 soldiers who had been forged in the fires of the Great War into something greater than they had ever been before. Their legend was just beginning, and the multiverse would tremble before it was done. Call of Duty Zombies Part 6. The Premies' journey gathering souls, breaking fates. Premies' first major objective after leaving the ancient past was to obtain the summoning key from Morgue City, located in Dimension 63 on October 31st, 1943. This dimension held special importance because it was where Samantha had reached out to her father, creating a version of Maxie's who understood the Apothicon threat and actively worked against it. But Morgue City had its own problems, and the Shadow Man had been watching this city for years. Morgue City was a noir-inspired urban landscape of corruption and moral decay, a place where the American dream had curdled into something dark and poisonous. Jazz music drifted from speakeasies while murders happened in alleyways. Police turned blind eyes to organized crime in exchange for payoffs. The wealthy lived in luxury while the poor struggled to survive. It was, in short, the perfect feeding ground for the Shadow Man. He had identified 4 specific individuals whose sins made them vulnerable to manipulation. These were not evil people by nature. but circumstances and poor choices had led them down paths that left them desperate for redemption. Desperate enough to listen to whispered promises from a voice that claimed to offer salvation. Jessica Rose was a magician's assistant who had killed her employer after enduring his abuse for years. The magician had used her, controlled her, made her feel worthless. One night, pushed beyond her breaking point, she had fought back. It was self-defense in many ways, but the law wouldn't see it that way. The guilt ate at her, made worse by the knowledge that some part of her had wanted him dead. Floyd Campbell was a boxer, a man who had made his living with his fists. He'd killed his manager in a moment of rage when he discovered the man had been stealing from him, fixing fights, destroying his career for personal profit. Floyd wasn't a violent man by nature, but in that moment of betrayal, his training and anger had combined into something deadly. Now he lived with the knowledge that he'd taken a life over money. Jack Vincent was a corrupt cop who had murdered his partner to hide his own crimes. He'd been on the take for years, accepting bribes, looking the other way when criminals paid him to. His partner had discovered the corruption and threatened to expose him. Jack had made a choice, his freedom or his partner's life. He'd chosen wrong, and now both were gone. Nero Blackstone was an alcoholic magician who had killed a fan in a drunken encounter. He barely remembered the incident, his mind fogged by whiskey and guilt, but he knew what he'd done, knew that his weakness for alcohol had led to someone's death. The bottle had been his escape from failure and disappointment, and now it had made him a murderer. The Shadow Man approached each of them in different guises, always charming, always understanding, always offering exactly what they needed to hear. He told them they could redeem themselves, wash away their sins, start anew. All they had to do was perform certain rituals, gather specific artifacts, and speak the words he taught them. Desperate for salvation, the four agreed. On Halloween night 1943, the Shadow Man guided them through rituals that required collecting artifacts scattered across Morgue City and using them at specific ritual sites. The artifacts were strange: an ancient sword, a golden fountain pen, a championship belt, a police badge, each connected to the person carrying it in ways they didn't fully understand, resonating with their pasts and their sins. What Jessica, Floyd, Jack, and Nero didn't realize was that they were opening dimensional rifts. With each ritual completed, the barriers between the physical world and the dark ether weakened. Apothecon creatures began seeping into Morgue City, transforming it into a nightmare landscape where tentacles erupted from the ground and the sky split open to reveal darkness beyond darkness. By the time they completed the final ritual, Morgue City was lost. The Apothecons flooded through the dimensional rifts in force. The Shadow Man revealed his true form, not the friendly figure who had guided them, but a monstrous being of pure corruption and malevolence. He had never intended to save them. They were simply tools to open the gateway that would allow the Apothecons to return to our dimension. But the Keepers had not abandoned Morgue City. They appeared to oppose the Shadow Man, providing the four sinners with powerful weapons and artifacts that could be used to fight back. Keeper swords materialized in their hands, weapons that could cut through Apothecon flesh and channel elemental energies. The Keepers showed them how to trap the Shadow Man, how to use his own power against him. A desperate battle ensued. Jessica, Floyd, Jack, and Nero fought not just for their lives but for their souls, for the city around them, for the chance at genuine redemption rather than the false salvation the Shadow Man had promised. They battled through streets overrun with Apothecon monstrosities, fought against creatures that defied description, pushed themselves beyond what they thought possible. Against all odds, they succeeded. They cornered the Shadow Man, used the Keeper artifacts to weaken him, and trapped him inside the summoning key itself. The ancient device absorbed his essence, containing one of the most powerful Apothecons in existence within its crystalline structure. The keepers sealed the dimensional rifts, preventing the full Apothecon invasion from manifesting. The four had redeemed themselves not through the Shadow Man's false promises, but through genuine heroism in the face of impossible odds. They had faced the consequences of their sins, had fought against the very embodiment of corruption, and had won. At that moment, Edward Richtofen of Premies arrived through a portal. He had been watching and waiting for the precise moment when the Shadow Man would be trapped in the summoning key. Richtofen thanked the four for their efforts, his words sincere but brief. Then he grabbed the summoning key and departed before they could fully process what had happened. Jessica, Floyd, Jack, and Nero were left in the ruins of Morgue City, their fate uncertain but their redemption earned. They had broken the Shadow Man's plan and given Premies the tool they needed to save the multiverse. With the summoning key in hand, Premies could proceed to the next phase of their mission. But Monty's plan was more complex than simply gathering artifacts. The fractures in the multiverse needed to be healed, and that meant going to the original timeline, the Ultimus timeline, and changing key events. Specifically, they needed to prevent Ultimus from continuing their journey as it had originally unfolded. This meant killing the Ultimus versions of themselves and collecting their souls in the summoning key, removing them from the timeline before they could cause further damage to reality's fabric. It was a grim task made more terrible by the fact that they would essentially be committing murder against alternate versions of themselves. These weren't abstract concepts or distant relatives. These were them, just older, more damaged, having walked different paths. But Monty insisted it was necessary for reality's salvation. Samantha, watching from the house where Monty kept her safe, sent Premies to their first destination, Der Eisendrache, a castle in Austria that had been converted into a Group 935 facility. This was the very castle that the Wolf King had built on Premies' instruction ages ago, now serving as a research station where the Ultimus version of Dempsey was being held in cryogenic storage. Premies arrived at Der Eisendrache on November 5, 1945, in the middle of a timeline fracture called Deceptio. The castle was magnificent even in ruins, with stone walls that had stood for centuries and modern German military technology awkwardly integrated into medieval architecture. But it was also overrun with zombies, and a massive rocket facility had been built into the mountain beneath it. Giant mechanical dragons flew through the air, remnants of Group 935's experiments with Element 115 power technology. These weren't living creatures but machines, robots built to incredible scale and given artificial intelligence that made them seem almost alive. They had been weapons once, but now they were just another hazard in a facility full of dangers. The mission was straightforward in concept, but emotionally devastating in execution. Premies had to free Ultimus Dempsey from his cryopod, then kill him before he could be awakened and continue his original journey. When they found him, Premies Dempsey looked into the face of his older, more damaged self. The Ultimus Dempsey, barely conscious, seemed to understand what was happening. His eyes focused on his younger self with something like recognition or perhaps relief. He'd been fighting for so long, had endured so much, had been used and manipulated until there was barely anything left of the man he'd once been. Maybe this was mercy. Maybe this was what he'd wanted all along without knowing it. His last words before Premies Dempsey pulled the trigger were simple: "It's good to see ya, Tank." Then the gunshot, and Ultimus Dempsey's soul was pulled from his body and trapped in the summoning key, preserved for purposes none of them fully understood. Premies Dempsey stood there for a long moment, staring at the body of the man he might have become. Then he turned away and moved on, because that's what soldiers do. They complete the mission no matter how it makes them feel. One soul down, 2 to go. The next destination was Zetsubu no Shima, a Japanese island facility where Group 935 had conducted some of their most horrific experiments. The name meant Island of Extinction, and it was aptly named. This facility specialized in botanical research, using element 115 to create massive zombie plant hybrids and other biological weapons. The island was a nightmare landscape of mutated vegetation and shambling corpses. Giant plants with teeth grew alongside trees that bled when cut. Flowers released spores that caused hallucinations or paralysis. The very ground seemed alive, reaching for them with tendrils and vines. Here, Primis found Ultimus Takeo, who had been captured during his service in the Imperial Army. But this mission proved more complicated than Der Eisendrache. When Primis Takeo confronted his older self, they spoke at length about honor, duty, and the nature of their mission. Ultimus Takeo learned that the emperor he had served so loyally had betrayed him, sending him on a suicide mission just to dispose of a soldier who had somehow become inconvenient. The revelation broke something in him. Everything he had believed in, everything he had sacrificed for, had been built on lies. But rather than collapsing into despair, Ultimus Takeo made a choice. He chose to die with honor, to give his death meaning even if his life had been built on deception. Rather than being executed by his younger self, he asked to commit seppuku, the ritual suicide reserved for warriors who wished to die with dignity. Primis Takeo performed the role of Kaishakunin, delivering the final blow to end his older self's suffering. It was an act of mercy and respect, warrior to warrior, one Takeo to another. The older version died with dignity, and his soul joined Dempsey's in the summoning key. 2 down, 1 to go for the original Primis crew. But there was another soul they would need, a 4th member of Ultimus whose fate was tied up in the very fabric of their journey. The 3rd soul required taking Primis to Gorod Krovi, a war-torn Stalingrad in 1945 where Ultimus Nikolai had somehow gained control of a massive robotic dragon and was using it to fight through hordes of zombies. The Soviets had continued Group 935's research after the war, and Stalingrad had become a testing ground for their most advanced Element 115-powered weapons. The city was a hellscape. Buildings burned despite the rain. The streets ran red with blood and ash. German and Soviet technology mixed in impossible combinations, creating weapons and defenses that shouldn't exist but did. And in the sky, the dragon flew, breathing fire and lightning while Ultimus Nikolai rode on its back, drunk and laughing like a madman. Primis descended from the sky in parachutes, landing directly in front of Ultimus Nikolai's position. The older Russian, drunk and battle-weary, initially tried to kill them before realizing they were versions of his companions. Primis Nikolai tried to reason with his older self, to explain what needed to happen and why. The conversation that followed was deeply personal and heartbreaking. Both Nikolais had lost their wives to the war, both had drowned their pain in vodka, both had become shells of the men they once were. But Primis Nikolai still had hope that things could be different, that the cycle could be broken. Ultimus Nikolai, looking at his younger self, seemed to find peace in the idea that at least one version of him might escape the endless suffering. When Ultimus Nikolai fell in battle against the zombie hordes and the monstrous creatures that Group 935 had created, Primis Nikolai collected his soul. 3 souls were now in the summoning key, but there was one more they needed, and this one would prove the most difficult and consequential of all. They needed Edward Richtofon's soul, but not just any Richtofon. They needed the soul of the Richtofon who had touched the MPD, who had been corrupted by the Apothicons, who had set all of these terrible events in motion. They needed the soul of Ultimus Richtofon from the very moment before he betrayed Maxis and Samantha at Der Reese. Samantha sent Primis back to Der Reese in October 1945, creating a new fracture in the timeline. Primis' versions of Dempsey, Takeo, and Nikolai infiltrated the facility while their Ultimus counterparts were still in cryo-storage. Unaware that they were about to have their fate stolen from them, they confronted Ultimus Richtofon just after he had teleported Maxis and Samantha away, but before he could awaken the test subjects who would become his unwitting pawns. The man stood there, the original Edward Richtofen, the one whose corruption would spawn timelines of suffering and death. The teleporter activated, and Primus Richtofen emerged holding the summoning key. He looked at his older self, saw the madness already taking root in Ultimus Richtofen's eyes, understood what this man would become if left alive. The choice should have been difficult, but it wasn't. This was a mercy killing, the execution of a monster before he could fully emerge. Without hesitation, Primus Richtofen shot Ultimus Richtofen in the head, killing him instantly. The gunshot echoed through Der Reese, and with it, the entire Ultimus timeline shattered like glass struck by a hammer. Everything that Ultimus had done from this point forward was now impossible. The journey to the moon, the body swap with Samantha, Earth's destruction. All of it negated by a single bullet. But fractures don't heal cleanly. The timeline splintered, creating alternate realities where different versions of events played out. The multiverse became increasingly unstable, and Primus had just made it infinitely worse even as they tried to fix it. With all 4 Ultimus souls collected in the summoning key, Primus could proceed to the final phase of Monty's plan. They traveled to Revelations, a pocket dimension where the barriers between the ether and physical reality were at their thinnest. Here, they would attempt to heal the fractures and help Monty create his perfect world. But the Shadow Man, trapped in the summoning key, had not been idle. He manipulated Primus into bringing the key to Revelations, to a place where dimensional barriers were weak enough that he could break free. When they arrived at the appointed location, the Shadow Man shattered the summoning key from within and escaped, immediately beginning to tear down the barriers between dimensions. The Apothicons flooded into Revelations. Massive, squid-like monstrosities filled the sky. The landscape twisted and changed, pulled between the physical realm and the dark ether. Monty's perfect world was under direct attack, and if the Shadow Man succeeded, all of reality would be consumed. Primus fought desperately alongside the Keepers against the Apothicon invasion. They wielded the elemental staffs they had used during the Great War, channeling the power of ancient warriors who had fought this same battle eons ago. Reality warped around them as energies beyond mortal comprehension clashed. In a final desperate gambit, Primus managed to use the summoning key's shattered fragments to trap the Shadow Man once more. Without their leader, the Apothicons began to lose cohesion. The Keepers pushed back, driving the dark ether forces through dimensional rifts. Monty sealed the barriers, banishing the Apothicons for what everyone hoped would be the final time. Victory seemed assured. Monty began creating his perfect world, one where Element 115 had never existed, where the Apothicons could never return, where humanity could live in peace. Samantha and the child versions of the Primus crew would grow up in this paradise. But there was a problem. Primus themselves were still present. They should have faded from existence once the fractures were healed, but they remained. Monty realized why: the blood vials they carried. Earlier in their journey, Primus had traveled to Alcatraz to collect blood samples from 4 individuals trapped in a temporal prison. These 4, Salvatore De Luca, Billy Handsome, Albert Arlington, and Michael Finnegan, were caught in a cycle of their own, reliving the night of their failed escape attempt endlessly. Blood from people trapped in closed temporal loops had special properties. It could preserve someone's existence even when the timeline said they should disappear. By carrying these blood vials, Primus had created a paradox. They couldn't fade away because the blood anchored them to reality. But their continued existence threatened everything Monty had built. Monty contemplated erasing Primus from existence, but then he had what seemed like a better idea. He would send them back to the Great War, back to the beginning, to fight alongside the original Primus warriors. This would close the loop perfectly. Primus would become the ancient heroes they had fought alongside, preserved by necessity in the past. As Primus faded into the past, sent to fight an eternal war against the Apothecons. Monty smiled. The cycle was complete. Everything was as it should be. His perfect world could proceed without interruption. But Primus Richtofen had been reading the Chronorium, and he had learned a terrible truth that would change everything. Call of Duty Zombies Part 7. Breaking the Cycle, The Final Sacrifice. The Chronorium was a book that existed outside of normal time, a tome that recorded all of history across all dimensions simultaneously. Reading it was not like reading a normal book. The pages shifted and changed based on who was reading them and when. It showed possible futures, alternate timelines, the consequences of choices not yet made. And Edward Richtofen, studying the Chronorium in stolen moments while his companions rested, had learned something that shook him to his core. Dr. Monty was corrupted by the dark ether. The friendly figure who had guided them, who had presented himself as their ally in the fight against the Apothecons, was himself touched by the same corruption that had transformed the Shadow Man. Monty's perfect world was not a paradise but another prison, another cycle that would perpetuate suffering indefinitely. The great war that Primus had been sent back to fight would never truly end. They would be trapped in that conflict for eternity, fighting the same battles over and over while Monty shaped reality according to his corrupted vision. But the Chronorium also showed a way out, a solution that would require sacrifices almost too terrible to contemplate. Primus would have to destroy themselves and every version of themselves across all timelines and dimensions. They would have to erase their own existence from reality and take element 115 with them, banishing it all to the dark ether where it could never threaten creation again. The cycle had to be broken, completely. Finally, no matter the cost. Richtofen kept this knowledge to himself at first, trying to process what it meant, trying to find another way. But the Chronorium was clear. There was no other path that led to genuine freedom. Every other option eventually circled back to corruption, to suffering, to the endless repetition of the same terrible patterns. After spending years fighting in the Great War as Monty had intended, Primus found a way to return to the present. The Chronorium had shown Richtofen the mechanisms to escape the temporal loop, and he'd guided his team through the process without fully explaining why. They emerged in a timeline that intersected with multiple others, a place where they could access different versions of themselves and different versions of events. But Richtofen now understood that Monty's plan was fundamentally flawed. The cycle couldn't be broken by simply fixing fractures and creating a perfect world. The cycle had to be destroyed from within, and that meant Primus had to destroy themselves. The first step was returning to Alcatraz, but not the Alcatraz of 1941 where they had obtained the blood vials. This was Alcatraz in a pocket dimension, a place called Blood of the Dead where four mobsters, Michael Finn O'Leary, Albert the Weasel Arlington, Salvatore Sal DeLuca, and Billy Handsome, were trapped in an endless cycle of their own. These four had been executed at Alcatraz in the 1930s for attempting to escape. But the Shadow Man had manipulated events to create a temporal prison around their deaths, trapping their souls in a loop where they would relive the night of their escape attempt endlessly. The Shadow Man had used them to create and maintain the pocket dimension, planning to eventually use it to trap Primus and harvest their blood for opening gateways to Agartha. When Primus arrived at Blood of the Dead on July 4, 2018, they found themselves trapped in this pocket dimension, unable to escape as zombies poured in from all directions. But Richtofen had another version of himself hidden here, an alternate Richtofen who had been frozen in cryogenic storage beneath Alcatraz. This alternate possessed the original Chronorium and knowledge that the Primus version needed to complete their mission. The Chronorium revealed a terrible truth to Richtofen. To break the cycle, one of them would have to die here. The blood vials that had preserved their existence needed to be destroyed. But more than that, a sacrifice was required to power the ritual that would free the others and set them on the path to ultimate victory. Richtofen understood that he was the one who had to die. His alternate self could take his place. The cycle could only be broken if the specific version of Richtofen, the one who had been manipulating events, who carried the weight of all their journey's sins, who knew too much about what was coming, was removed from the timeline. When he revealed this to his companions, they refused to accept it. They had fought together for so long, been through so much, that the idea of losing Richtofen was unbearable. But Nikolai, after reading the Chronorium himself, understood what Richtofen had been trying to tell them all along. This wasn't just about Richtofen needing to die. This was about all of them needing to die to truly end the cycle. Nikolai made a choice that would define the rest of their journey. He refused to save Richtofen, instead allowing him to sacrifice himself to the mechanism that would free them from Alcatraz. As Richtofen died, his soul was absorbed by ancient machinery built by the Shadow Man, and a portal opened. The alternate Richtofen emerged from cryostorage, now the leader of Premies in place of the one who had guided them since Origins. This new Richtofen brought devastating news. Monty was not just corrupted, he was actively working to prevent them from breaking the cycle. The perfect world Monty wanted to create was one where he would have ultimate control, where the Keepers would rule over humanity forever, where the cycle of suffering would continue under new management. The only way to truly save reality was to destroy the entire multiverse that had been touched by Element 115 and the Apothecons. Every timeline, every dimension, every fragment of reality where corruption had taken root had to be banished to the dark ether and sealed away forever. To accomplish this, they needed several crucial artifacts working in concert. The elemental shard, which could channel massive amounts of energy. The summoning key, which could manipulate the ether itself. And most importantly, they needed the cooperation of both their Ultimus counterparts and the Victus crew. Premies traveled to Area 51 in the year 1963, to a facility called Classified where the Ultimus crew had been imprisoned after being teleported from the moon following Earth's destruction. When Premies arrived, they found their alternate selves in cryostorage, being kept by a scientist named Cornelius Purnell. Purnell had been experimenting on himself with Element 115, trying to gain powers that would allow him to combat Samantha's influence over the zombies. The experiments had gone catastrophically wrong, transforming him into a being called the Avogadro, an energy-based entity of immense power but fragmented consciousness. He was no longer fully human, existing partially as electricity and partially as corrupted flesh. Premies had to defeat Purnell to free Ultimus, a battle that took them through the shadowy halls of Groom Lake's secret laboratories. The Avogadro could teleport through electrical systems, could possess electronics, could attack from multiple directions simultaneously. But Premies had fought worse. They destroyed the entity that had once been a patriotic American scientist, and in doing so, freed the Ultimus crew from their imprisonment. With Ultimus freed, both crews traveled together to Camp Edward in Nevada, another Broken Arrow facility where the elemental shard was being kept. But this mission was particularly dangerous because Dr. Monty had become aware of what they were attempting. Monty appeared before them at Camp Edward, revealing his true nature as a keeper corrupted by the dark ether. The friendly facade fell away, and they saw him for what he really was, an ancient being who had manipulated events across countless timelines for his own purposes, who saw humanity as children to be controlled rather than free agents deserving of choice. To demonstrate his power and his willingness to destroy anyone who threatened his plans, Monty killed the Dimension 63 version of Ludwig Maxis right in front of Samantha. He devoured Maxis' soul, demonstrating that even the scientists and researchers who had tried to help were expendable in Monty's grand design. This brutal act finally made Samantha understand that Monty was not the benevolent protector he claimed to be. She joined forces with Premies and Ultimus, along with Eddie, the child version of Richtofen from Monty's house, to oppose the being who had been manipulating all of them. At Camp Edward, They defeated the remnants of the Avogadro's power and retrieved the elemental shard. They also acquired weapons and tools they would need for the final confrontation. But before they could proceed, they needed Victus to complete their part of the plan. Primus Richtofen had been communicating with Victus through Stullinger, using the connection established during the Maxis versus Richtofen conflict. He guided Victus through portals across dimensions, having them collect components needed to construct the Agarthan device, an artifact capable of granting its user anything they truly desired if powered correctly. The Agarthan device was ancient Keeper technology, one of the most powerful artifacts ever created. It had been hidden in Angola, in the town of Purgatory Point where Jebediah Brown had first discovered the Pack-a-Punch machine. The device required specific components: the blood of an apothecon, an elemental shard, and a metallic vessel to contain the energies it would channel. Victus fought through multiple dimensions gathering these components, never fully understanding what they were building or why. They were told it would save them, would give them the freedom they'd been promised so many times before. But there was no freedom coming. There was only one final use for them in the grand design. The final destination was Tagder Toten, a facility in Siberia built on the site where the Tunguska event had occurred in 1908. This location held massive deposits of element 115 and was one of the strongest connection points between our dimension and the dark ether. It was here that the cycle would finally end. Victus arrived first, fighting through zombie hordes to construct the Agarthan device according to the instructions they'd been given. Meanwhile, Primus and Ultimus gathered in a nearby forest, preparing for what they all now understood would be their last night alive. 8 warriors who had fought across space and time sat around a campfire. They shared stories, made confessions, spoke of regrets and moments of joy. It was the last time they would all be together, and each of them knew it. Ultimus Richtofen, no longer the sadistic madman but somehow redeemed through his journey, asked for forgiveness from those he had wronged. The others, understanding what he had become versus what he had been, granted it. Ultimus Dempsey spoke about the simple life he wished he could have lived. A house, a family, peace. Ultimus Takeo shared wisdom from his code of honor, finding solace in the idea that death with purpose was better than life without meaning. Ultimus Nikolai toasted to his wife's memory one final time, the vodka in his flask tasting both bitter and sweet. He had never truly moved past her death, but perhaps now, in whatever came after, he could find peace. The Primus crew was more resigned, having known this was coming for longer. Primus Dempsey made jokes to hide his fear, maintaining the soldier's facade until the very end. Primus Takeo meditated on the nature of sacrifice, finding spiritual acceptance in what they were about to do. Primus Richtofen contemplated the Chronorium's prophecies and wondered if they had made the right choices. And Primus Nikolai, the one who would have to carry the burden of ending it all, simply sat and drank, preparing himself for what came next. At dawn, they proceeded to Tagder Toten. Victus had completed construction of the Agarthan device but needed the final components: the elemental shard that Primus and Ultimus had retrieved from Camp Edward, and the summoning key that Primus still possessed. When all components were assembled, Primus Nikolai enacted the final phase. He had prepared poisoned vodka, lacing it with a substance that would kill painlessly and peacefully. He offered drinks to both crews, telling them it was to celebrate their victory, to honor their sacrifice. They all drank, even knowing what it contained. It was easier this way than facing execution or violent death. The poison worked quickly, making them drowsy, peaceful. They said their final goodbyes to each other and to the universe they had fought so hard to save. Ultimus Richtofen had one last act of kindness. He communicated with Samuel Stullinger, who was desperately calling out for guidance about what Victus should do next. Richtofen, this man who had caused so much suffering and manipulated countless people, spoke words of genuine sorrow. "I know, Sammy, and I am so very sorry." Victus understood then that they had been betrayed one final time. There would be no reward, no escape, no salvation. They had built the device that would end the multiverse, and they would die along with it. As Primes and Ultimus fell into their final sleep, one remained. Primes Nikolai had consumed less poison, staying conscious long enough to complete the final act. He approached the Agarthan device and inserted the summoning key into its heart. The device activated with power that shook reality's foundations. It began drawing all versions of Element 115 from across the entire multiverse, pulling it inexorably toward the dark ether. Every meteor, every experiment, every zombie that had ever risen, all of it was being unmade, erased from existence. The Apothecons tried to intervene but were dragged back into the dark ether along with everything they had touched. The Shadow Man screamed his fury as he was banished for the final time. The corrupted keepers were torn from their hiding places and sealed away. Even Monty himself was pulled into the dark ether, his plans destroyed, his perfect world unmade. Primes Nikolai watched as reality unraveled. He saw Victus desperately trying to escape, running toward portals that wouldn't save them. He saw his companions' bodies fading into nothingness as the timeline erased their existence. He saw creation's light dimming as Element 115's corruption was torn away. With his last strength, Nikolai called out to Samantha. She appeared before him holding a weapon. It had to be her. She was the only one not touched by Element 115 in this timeline, the only one who could survive to bear witness to what they had done. "Break the cycle," Nikolai whispered. "Remember us, but move forward." Samantha, tears streaming down her face, pulled the trigger. Primes Nikolai fell, the last of the warriors to sacrifice himself for reality's salvation. The Agarthan device completed its work. The entire multiverse touched by Element 115 was pulled into the dark ether and sealed away forever. Primes, Ultimus, Victus, and countless other versions of these characters across infinite dimensions, all of it was gone, banished where it could never threaten reality again. A new universe was born in that moment, completely free from Element 115's taint. Samantha Maxey's and Eddie Richtofen, the children preserved from Monty's house, walked through a door of light into this new reality in the year 1984. The cycle was broken. The story was over, or so it seemed. Call of Duty Zombies Part 8 and 9. The Dark Ether Saga, A New Beginning in the Shadows. The new universe that Samantha and Eddie stepped into was pristine, untouched by Element 115's corruption. They grew up with no memory of the Ether story, no recollection of their roles in the multiverse's salvation. It should have been paradise, a fresh start for reality itself. But even in this new timeline, free from Element 115's original taint, the past would not stay buried forever. Samantha Maxey's became a BND agent working in Germany, skilled and dedicated, never knowing she had once been a child trapped in a pyramid with godlike powers. Edward Richtofen married, had a son, and joined the CIA, eventually rising to positions of significant authority. His memories of the old timeline would return eventually, but for years he lived as an ordinary man, or as ordinary as a high-level intelligence operative could be. But the dark ether, now bloated with all the energy and souls banished to it at Tag der Toten, pressed against the barriers between dimensions. It was a realm of infinite hunger, swollen with the collective suffering of countless timelines, and it wanted to feed on this fresh, uncorrupted reality. The first breach occurred in 1945, during World War II's final days. Nazi scientists, working without any knowledge of Group 935 or the original timeline, discovered ways to manipulate spacetime. They called their project Project Endstation, and it involved a particle accelerator designed to probe reality's fundamental nature. What they didn't know was that their experiments thinned the barrier between our dimension and the dark ether. On November 7, 1945, during a test at the facility in Morasko, Poland, Dr. Ulrich Vogel and his team activated the cyclotron at full power. The barrier shattered. A rift opened directly to the dark ether, and through it poured energies that transformed everyone nearby. The dead rose as zombies, their eyes glowing with power from the other dimension. Scientists were corrupted and twisted into monstrous forms. Reality began to buckle under the strain of two dimensions attempting to occupy the same space. A Soviet soldier named Kazimir Zykov was present during the accident. Realizing the portal couldn't be sealed from outside, he made the choice to sacrifice himself. Zykov entered the rift and sealed it from within the dark ether, trapping himself in that nightmare dimension to save his comrades and the world. What happened to Zykov in the dark ether was a tragedy of cosmic proportions. Time moved differently there. What was approximately 48 years in our world translated to roughly 4 centuries in that twisted realm. He found himself in a place of endless hunger and madness, surrounded by entities banished from the old multiverse. The nature of what Zykov encountered suggests that fragments of the old ether story may have survived in some form. The souls of those who had died touched by element 115 would have been pulled into this realm, and ancient beings called the Old Ones, entities that had dwelt in the dark ether since before the Keepers and Apothecons, still ruled there. Based on what we know from Zykov's own journal entries, his initial heroism slowly degraded into something darker. To survive, he consumed the energies of other beings in the dark ether, growing in power but losing his humanity with each feeding. He appears to have defeated and absorbed other entities, including members of a cult called Sparagmos who worshipped the Old Ones, taking their disciples as servants. After what felt like eternity, though approximately 48 years passed on Earth, Zykov had become something entirely different. He had consumed so much dark energy that he transformed into a being of immense power. He became known as the Forsaken, a godlike entity who ruled significant portions of the dark ether and dreamed of conquering our dimension. The Forsaken believed that by merging our world with the dark ether, he could end all conflict. In his corrupted mind, he saw himself as a savior who would bring peace through forced unity, not recognizing that he had become a tyrant seeking to devour all reality. In our dimension, life continued without knowledge of what lurked beyond the dimensional barriers. But the Forsaken was patient. He began whispering through the veil to those whose minds were open to such influences. He found his first major prophet in a young Russian girl named Valentina. Valentina grew up plagued by visions she didn't understand. The Forsaken appeared to her in dreams, taking the form of her dead father, telling her she had a special destiny. He filled her head with promises of power and purpose, grooming her to become his agent in our world. She infiltrated the Soviet Omega Group, a military research organization, and rose through the ranks, orchestrating events to ensure the Project End Station site would be rediscovered. In 1983, Valentina's manipulation bore fruit. The Soviets found the old End Station facility and, following procedures detailed in documents she had discovered, reactivated the particle accelerator. Once again, a rift opened to the dark ether. This time, there was no Zykov to seal it. Outbreak zones began appearing across the globe as the veil between dimensions weakened. The dead rose as zombies powered by Etherium, a crystallized form of dark ether energy even more potent and unstable than element 115 had been. The United States government detected these outbreaks and mobilized a response. Edward Richtofen, now a CIA director with no memory of his previous life, proposed the formation of a special task force called Requiem. This CIA-backed organization would contain dark ether breaches and study Etherium with the goal of weaponizing it for America's advantage in the Cold War. Requiem's leadership consisted of several key figures. Gregory Weaver, a veteran CIA operative who had worked with both Richtofen and Samantha Maxey's over the years, served as Field Operations Director. Dr. Elizabeth Gray led the Unnatural Sciences Division. Major Mackenzie Carver handled security and containment. Dr. Oscar Strauss, who had actually worked at the original end station facility before its disaster, led energy research. The Soviet Union formed their own response, Omega Group, led by Colonel Lev Kravchenko. Where Requiem sought to contain and study, Omega wanted to exploit the dark ether's power to secure Soviet victory in the Cold War. The first major Requiem operation was at Die Machine, the code name for the reopened end station facility. On November 13, 1983, a Requiem strike team deployed to Poland with a mission to shut down the particle accelerator and close the rift. What they found was a nightmare. The facility was overrun with zombies emanating from the dark ether breach. Reality distorted around the rift, creating zones where physics didn't apply normally. Within the dark ether itself, they encountered creatures so saturated with Ethereum that they could split into multiple entities. The strike team succeeded in destroying the cyclotron and collapsing the rift. But the victory was temporary. The veil between dimensions had been weakened across the globe, and closing one rift didn't stop others from forming. The Cold War escalates into dimensional conflict. The next major crisis occurred in Vietnam. Samantha Maxey's, working as a BND agent, had been investigating Omega Group's activities in the region. She discovered that Omega was building a massive research facility at the site of a former American firebase near Kisan. Omega's lead scientist, Dr. William Peck, was conducting experiments that would allow stable portals to the dark ether to remain open indefinitely. Samantha attempted to infiltrate the facility but was captured by Peck. Rather than interrogating her properly, Peck made a decision that would have catastrophic consequences. He threw Samantha into the dark ether itself, disposing of her so he could continue his research without interference. What Peck didn't realize was that Samantha was no ordinary agent. The moment she entered the dark ether, dormant memories began to surface. Her time as a child in Monty's house, her role in ending the ether story, her connection to dimensional energies, all of it came flooding back. The dark ether recognized her and granted her powers that no human should possess. But this knowledge and power came at a terrible cost. Samantha's psyche was damaged by the dark ether's influence, her memories of 2 lifetimes mixing in ways that left her mentally unstable. She could open portals, manipulate reality on a small scale, and sense disturbances in dimensional barriers. But she was no longer fully human, no longer entirely sane. Requiem launched Firebase Z, a rescue operation to extract Samantha from Omega's facility. They were aided by Captain Sergei Ravanov, an Omega scientist who had become disillusioned with his organization's methods and agreed to spy for Requiem. The strike team fought through Vietnam's jungles to Outpost 25, where they found Samantha emerging from the dark ether in a state of enhanced power but questionable mental stability. They managed to extract her, but Peck's experiments had already borne fruit. The rift he'd created remained stable, allowing Ethereum to flow freely into our dimension. As 1984 progressed, outbreak zones appeared across the Ural Mountains in Russia. Omega Group was running ahead in the arms race, establishing multiple facilities to harvest Ethereum and develop weapons. Requiem launched Operation Threshold, deploying strike teams into these outbreak zones to gather intelligence and samples. Meanwhile, Richtofen had been conducting secret experiments on Samantha, trying to understand her powers and how they could be weaponized. He kept these experiments hidden from the rest of Requiem's leadership, isolating Maxey's in a secure facility where he tested the limits of her abilities. Richtofen's true identity as the Edward Richtofen from the old timeline, somehow preserved with his memories intact, would not be revealed until much later. He had his own agenda, one that involved capturing the Forsaken for something he called Project Janus. Samantha and Ravanov went behind Requiem's back to conduct their own operation, Operatia Inversia. They discovered that Omega was building reality inversion warheads, nuclear weapons enhanced with Ethereum that could tear massive rifts between dimensions. Samantha and Ravenov destroyed these weapons, but their unsanctioned operation was discovered. Kravchenko, learning that Ravenov was a traitor, set a trap. He orchestrated Operation Excision, where he lured Requiem's strike team into an ambush. The strike team was captured, and Requiem's operations were severely compromised. The captured Requiem team was transported to Berlin, where Valentina had established a massive dark ether rift in her attempt to bring the Forsaken into our world. The Mauer der Toten took place in this divided city, where Requiem operatives were forced to work under Omega's supervision to stop Valentina's plan. Valentina had finally realized she'd been manipulated by the Forsaken, that the promises he'd made were lies designed to use her as a tool. But by the time she understood this, it was too late. The rift was open, and the Forsaken was preparing to cross over. Requiem's strike team, with reluctant assistance from Kravchenko and other Omega personnel, fought through Berlin to Klaus the robot, a defense mechanism Richthofen had left in the city years before. They used Klaus to transport a nuclear warhead into the rift, and the explosion sealed the portal. This display of power confirmed to Richthofen that Samantha was becoming too powerful to control safely. She was a threat to Project Janus if she couldn't be contained. The final confrontation came at a site in western Ukraine. Omega Group, still pursuing their goal of extracting Zykov from the dark ether, had built a massive facility around a stable rift. They called the Operation Forsaken, intending to pull the Soviet hero from his prison. What emerged was not the hero Zykov had been. The Forsaken, in his full terrible glory, stepped through the rift with the intention of merging our dimension with the dark ether. He commanded legions of zombies and dark ether entities, possessing godlike powers that made him nearly invincible. Requiem and Omega forces joined together in desperation. Samantha threw herself into battle against the Forsaken. The two beings, both touched by the dark ether, but in fundamentally different ways, clashed with reality-warping force. The strike team managed to activate the Ethereum Neutralizer, a weapon developed to counter dark ether energies. Combined with Samantha's powers, they succeeded in trapping the Forsaken in a containment chamber. But Samantha had to sacrifice herself, remaining in the dark ether to keep the Forsaken imprisoned. As the rifts closed around the world, she accepted that she would be trapped in that nightmare realm, alone except for the entity she had to contain. Even this sacrifice was part of Richthofen's plan. With Samantha and the Forsaken both secured, he had the components he needed for Project Janus. The director revealed himself to Requiem's leadership, explaining that he had been manipulating events from the beginning. Richthofen's memories of the old timeline had returned gradually over the years. The exact timing of when this occurred isn't entirely clear from available sources, but what we know is that by the time of the Forsaken conflict, he remembered everything. His role in Group 935, his corruption by the MPD, the cycle that had consumed infinite universes. He also remembered the sacrifice that had ended it all, and he had no intention of allowing that sacrifice to be in vain. But he had also seen an opportunity. The dark ether was now a prison containing immense power. If that power could be harnessed properly, it could be used to reshape reality, to create a world better than the one that had been destroyed. Richthofen terminated Requiem, ordering the arrest of all senior staff and the strike team. For 6 years, the former Requiem members were held in isolation at a remote facility called Terminus, a former island prison in the Philippine Sea. But Richthofen's plans were more complex than simple betrayal. He was trying to use the Forsaken's power for something specific, resurrecting his wife and son who had died when Samantha Maxis and Grigory Weaver had botched an assassination attempt on him years before. When Richthofen's memories of the old timeline returned and he learned what had happened, it drove him to obsessive lengths to bring his family back. Project Janus was designed to use the dark ether's reality-bending properties to resurrect his wife and son. But the project required careful calibration and time. In 1990, William Peck survived the explosion that supposedly killed him and began searching for the imprisoned Requiem members. He located Terminus Island and formulated a plan to break them out, recruiting Maya Aguinaldo to help. This brings us to Black Ops 6 Zombies, set in 1991. The story continues with the escape from Terminus Island and the pursuit of Richtofen through locations like Liberty Falls. The strike team discovers evidence of Richtofen's experiments with the Sentinel artifact, a device capable of channeling dark ether energies for reality manipulation. They also encounter SAM, an artificial intelligence that Richtofen had created based on Samantha Maxey's personality and memories. SAM was supposed to help manage dark ether energies safely, but the AI developed desires of its own, wanting to exist in physical form rather than as mere code. The conflict between Richtofen, SAM, and the freed Requiem members culminates in a confrontation where the strike team must choose: help Richtofen resurrect his family, or help SAM obtain a physical body. The canonical outcome of this choice has yet to be confirmed, though based on what we know, either path leads to the Sentinel artifact transporting everyone into the dark ether. There, in that nightmare dimension, they encounter something shocking: what appears to be new versions of the classic crew. These figures resemble variants of the Primis/Ultimus characters, though their exact nature remains unclear. The current evidence suggests they could be somehow reconstituted from the souls and energies that were banished to the dark ether at the end of the ether story, though this has not been definitively established. Whether these are truly new versions of Dempsey, Takeo, Nikolai, and Richtofen, or merely echoes and remnants of the heroes who sacrificed themselves, is a question that future storylines may answer. What we can infer from their appearance is that the cycle may not be as permanently broken as everyone believed. The dark ether has a way of preserving what should be destroyed, of bringing back what should remain dead. And so the dark ether saga continues, with new threats emerging from the shadows and old heroes potentially returning to face them. The sacrifices of Primis and Ultimus ensured that Element 115 would never threaten our reality again. But the dark ether itself remains, and as long as that dimension exists, there will always be dangers seeping through the cracks between worlds. The wheel continues to turn. The cycle perhaps never truly ends. It only changes form, finds new champions, creates new victims. And somewhere in the darkness, ancient forces wait and watch, knowing that corruption always finds new vessels to exploit. The story continues. The fight goes on. And the zombies, in one form or another, will always be rising. Call of Duty Zombies Part 10. Conclusion: the eternal struggle and the stories we tell. The Call of Duty Zombies story is, at its heart, about cycles. The endless repetition of conflict, the recurring patterns of corruption and heroism, the wheel of fate that grinds forward regardless of individual wishes or actions. From the ancient war between keepers and apothecons to the modern struggle against the dark ether, the fundamental conflict remains the same: the forces of corruption seeking to consume reality, and the champions who stand against them at terrible cost. What makes this narrative truly remarkable is its willingness to embrace complexity and moral ambiguity in ways that most video game stories avoid. There are no simple villains in this saga. Edward Richtofen, across all his iterations, is simultaneously a monster and a tragic figure. His Ultimus version was a sadistic tyrant who caused unimaginable suffering. Yet his Primis version sacrificed himself to break the cycle. The Dark Ether version tries to resurrect his family using methods that endanger all of reality. Yet his motivations stem from genuine love and devastating loss. Ludwig Maxey's love for his daughter drives him to both heroism and atrocity. In one timeline, he's a dedicated scientist trying to save the world from his colleagues' madness. In another, he becomes so corrupted by the dark ether that he destroys Earth and everyone on it just to reunite with Samantha in Agartha. The same motivation, protecting his daughter, leads to completely opposite outcomes depending on which timeline you're examining. Even the Shadow Man, presented as one of the saga's primary antagonists, was once someone's best friend. He was a keeper who shared laughter and wonder with Dr. Monty before corruption twisted him into something unrecognizable. His fall from grace mirrors humanity's own struggles with temptation and the corrupting influence of power. The story asks difficult questions about sacrifice and the cost of victory. Primis and Ultimus gave everything. Their lives, their existence across infinite timelines, their very souls, to save reality from Element 115's corruption. Was it worth it? The new universe they created is free from that particular threat, but it faces dangers from the dark ether that may be just as terrible, perhaps worse, because the dimensional barriers have been weakened by all the previous conflicts. Consider the weight of what they accomplished and what they lost. Primis Nikolai had to poison his friends, watch them die, and then ask a young girl to shoot him so the cycle could end. Richtofen had to kill alternate versions of himself, had to manipulate his closest companions, had to die and be replaced so that the mission could continue. Dempsey, Takeo, and Nikolai of both Primis and Ultimus had to accept that their existences would be erased, that they would never see the world they were trying to save. And for what? A universe that doesn't remember them, that has no idea 8 warriors gave everything so that reality could continue. Samantha and Eddie live in the new timeline with no memory of what was sacrificed for them. Humanity goes about its business never knowing how close it came to annihilation. The cycle was broken, but at a cost so steep that it's impossible to say whether it was truly worth it. Victus's fate remains one of the most tragic elements of the entire saga. Samuel Stullinger, Abigail Misty Briarton, Marlton Johnson, and Russman were ordinary people thrust into extraordinary circumstances. They weren't soldiers trained for combat. They weren't scientists who understood Element 115's properties. They were just survivors trying to make it through one more day in a world that had gone insane. They were used and betrayed by forces they barely understood. Richtofen manipulated Stullinger through the voice in his head, exploiting his guilt over being part of the flesh. Maxis presented himself as their savior only to reveal that he'd never cared about their survival. And in the end, they were sacrificed without ever truly understanding why, dying as the multiverse collapsed around them while crying out for answers that never came. Their story serves as a reminder that, in cosmic conflicts, the small people often suffer the most. The gods and monsters play their games across dimensions, but it's always the ordinary humans who pay the price. Victus wanted nothing more than to survive, to find some semblance of safety in a world overrun by zombies. Instead, they became pawns in a game they never asked to play, and their reward for all their suffering was oblivion. The Dark Ether saga demonstrates that even when one cycle ends, another begins. The heroes of this new era, the Requiem Strike team, Samantha Maxey's Reborn, even the antagonist Edward Richtofen with his Project Janus, face challenges that echo the old struggles but require new solutions. The dimensional barriers that were once sealed can be breached. The dark ether that was meant to be a prison has become a source of power and a dwelling place for entities that want nothing more than to consume our reality. Kazimir Zaykov's transformation into the Forsaken shows how even the most heroic sacrifice can be corrupted given enough time and suffering. He sealed the end station rift to save the world, trapping himself in the dark ether for what he thought would be a brief moment. Instead, he spent subjective centuries in that nightmare realm, consuming other beings to survive, gradually losing his humanity until he became the very thing he tried to prevent. The Forsaken's plan to merge our dimension with the dark ether came from a genuinely twisted belief that he was saving the world. In his corrupted mind, forced unity under his rule was better than the conflicts and wars that plagued humanity. He couldn't see that he'd become a tyrant, that his solution was worse than the problems it was meant to solve. It's a cautionary tale about how good intentions can be warped beyond recognition when combined with enough power and isolation. Samantha's sacrifice to contain the Forsaken in the dark ether creates a parallel to her position in the old timeline. Once again, she's trapped in a prison of dimensional energy, holding back forces that would destroy the world if released. But this time, she chose it. This time, she understood what she was doing and why. It doesn't make the sacrifice less tragic, but it gives it meaning in a way her original imprisonment never had. Edward Richtofan's arc across all timelines reveals something fundamental about the nature of redemption and corruption. Ultimus Richtofan was a monster who died unrepentant. Primus Richtofan tried to be better, to make choices that would save reality even at the cost of his own existence. The Dark Ether Richtofan is trying to use terrible methods for an understandable goal, bringing back his murdered family. Which version is the real Richtofan? Are they all equally valid representations of what he could be under different circumstances? The story suggests that people are shaped by their experiences and choices, that given different paths, the same person can become hero or villain. It's a more nuanced view of morality than we typically see in gaming narratives. The recurring theme of fathers and daughters runs throughout the entire saga. Maxie's and Samantha's relationship drives many of the most important events across multiple timelines. Richtofan's desire to resurrect his son shows that even the most morally compromised characters can be motivated by genuine love. The Wolf King and his servant Arthur, Monty and his children in the house, even the Shadow Man's twisted relationship with those he manipulates. All of these echo the fundamental human need for connection and the lengths people will go to protect those they care about. Perhaps the ultimate message of the zombie storyline is that the fight never truly ends. There will always be new threats emerging from the darkness, new champions rising to meet them, new sacrifices required to preserve what we hold dear. The cycle may be broken in one form, but it continues in another, adapted to new circumstances but fundamentally unchanged in its core nature. The dimensional barriers that were sealed after Tagder Toten have been breached again in the Dark Ether saga. The Apothicons may be gone, but the Forsaken and the Old Ones pose threats just as terrible. Element 115 has been banished, but Ethereum serves a similar function in the new timeline. The names change, the specifics shift, but the pattern remains. Corruption seeps through from other dimensions, the dead rise, and heroes must make impossible choices to save a world that will never fully appreciate what was sacrificed for it. And yet, despite the futility suggested by these endless cycles, there's something profoundly meaningful in the struggle itself. Primus and Ultimus knew they were walking toward their deaths, knew the cycle would likely continue in some form even after they were gone. But they made the choice to fight anyway, to sacrifice themselves anyway, because even if they couldn't achieve permanent victory, they could at least give the next generation a chance. The Requiem strike team fights against the Dark Ether outbreaks not because they believe they can permanently solve the problem, but because fighting is better than surrender. Samantha traps herself with the Forsaken not because she thinks it's a permanent solution, but because someone has to hold the line, and she's willing to be that person. This is the heart of the zombie story. The choice to fight even when victory seems impossible, to sacrifice even when the sacrifice might be meaningless, to hope even when hope seems foolish. It's a story about finding meaning in struggle itself, about the bonds forged between people facing impossible odds together, about the small acts of heroism that might not save the world but might save someone, and sometimes that has to be enough. The gameplay itself reinforces these themes. Players fight endless waves of zombies knowing they'll eventually be overwhelmed. The question isn't if they'll fall, but when and how many rounds they can survive before the inevitable comes. Yet players keep fighting, keep trying to reach higher rounds, keep working together to hold back the tide a little longer. The futility is the point. The struggle is what matters. And now, with the appearance of what might be new versions of Primis and Ultimus in the dark ether, we're faced with the possibility that the sacrifice at Tagdertoten wasn't as final as it seemed. Whether these are truly the same characters reborn or merely echoes preserved in the dark ether remains to be seen. But their presence suggests that the story isn't over, that the cycle continues to turn, that the wheel keeps grinding forward. Perhaps that's as it should be. Stories about ending cycles and achieving final victories are satisfying in their way, but they're also finite. They close doors and answer questions. The zombie story, by leaving things open, by suggesting that the struggle continues, maintains its relevance and power. There will always be more stories to tell, more battles to fight, more sacrifices to make. The Call of Duty Zombies storyline, spanning from Nakdar unto 10 in 2008 to Black Ops 6 in 2024, represents one of gaming's most ambitious narrative experiments. It took a simple concept, survive waves of zombies, and built upon it a mythology that encompasses ancient wars between cosmic entities, time travel across infinite dimensions, moral philosophy about sacrifice and redemption, and deeply personal stories about fathers and daughters, soldiers and duty, corruption and heroism. It's messy and convoluted at times. The timeline fractured so many times that keeping track of which version of which character did what in which dimension requires charts and spreadsheets. But that complexity, that willingness to embrace chaos and contradiction, is part of what makes it compelling. Real myths, real legends are always complicated. They have multiple versions, contradictory details, elements that don't quite fit together. The zombie story feels mythic because it has those qualities. And at the center of it all, regardless of which timeline or dimension you're examining, are people trying to do the right thing in impossible circumstances. Sometimes they succeed, sometimes they fail, sometimes they become the very monsters they were fighting against. But they keep trying, keep fighting, keep hoping that maybe this time they can break the cycle for real. The zombies keep rising, the heroes keep fighting, the cycle keeps turning. And somewhere, in the darkness between dimensions, ancient forces watch and wait, knowing that corruption always finds new vessels, that suffering always finds new victims, that the struggle never truly ends. But neither does hope. Neither does courage. Neither does the choice to stand and fight when running would be easier. That's the story of Call of Duty Zombies. That's the legacy of Primis and Ultimus and Victus and all who came after. That's what makes it matter even when, especially when, it seems like nothing matters at all. The end. And also the beginning. Epilogue. For the champions who fought across dimensions to tank Dempsey, who never stopped fighting even when he couldn't remember why. To Nikolai Belinsky, who drowned his pain in vodka but never his humanity. To Takeo Masaki, who found honor even in a world without meaning. To Edward Richtofen in all his versions, monster, hero, and everything in between. To Samantha Maxis, who bore burdens no child should carry. To Ludwig Maxis, who tried to save the world and destroy it, sometimes simultaneously. To Misty, Marlton, Stullinger, and Russman, the Victus who deserved better. To the Requiem Strike team, fighting wars they never signed up for. To Kazimir Zykov, who made the hero's sacrifice and paid the tyrant's price. To all who stood against the darkness, who fought the endless waves, who sacrificed everything so that reality could continue. Your story is told. Your sacrifices are remembered. The cycle is broken. The cycle continues. Both are true. Both will always be true. And that, perhaps, is fitting. For the champions who fought across dimensions, from the first knack to the last tag, from Origins to Forsaken, from the ancient Great War to the modern Dark Ether, this story is dedicated to you. Asterisk, you were the first. You were the last. You were Primis and Ultimus and everything between. Asterisk, asterisk, rest now, warriors. Your fight is done. Asterisk, but the story goes on.
Was a long day, hmm? I know how you feel. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside start to fade away. Welcome back to the Mental Lullaby. Tonight, we aren't just looking for rest, we're giving your mind the permission it needs to let go. Using gentle psychological techniques and calming soundscapes will guide your nervous systems from the noise of the day into the quiet of the night. You have done enough for today. Now, it's time to simply be. Let's begin our journey into sleep.
The Mind in the Abyss, a psychological analysis of Dark Souls. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Mental Lullaby. If you're new here, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. It really helps us continue exploring the deeper meanings hidden within the games we love. Today, we're venturing into something special. We're going to explore not just a game, but a mirror held up to the human psyche itself. We're talking about Dark Souls, and specifically, we're going to examine it through the lens of psychology. What does this brutal, unforgiving game reveal about the human mind? How does it tap into our deepest fears and our greatest strengths? Why do so many players describe it not just as a game, but as a transformative experience? These aren't idle questions. Over the past decade, Dark Souls has become more than entertainment for many people. It has become therapy, meditation, and even a form of personal philosophy. Players have shared countless stories about how this game helped them cope with depression, anxiety, and loss, how it taught them about perseverance, resilience, and finding meaning in struggle, how, paradoxically, a game centered on death and failure became a source of hope and strength in their lives. This is what we're going to unpack together. We'll examine the psychological mechanisms at work in Dark Souls, the philosophical themes woven into its design, and the profound ways it affects those who play it. We'll look at actual research that has been conducted on this topic, explore player testimonials, and dive deep into the lore to understand how every aspect of this game creates a unique psychological experience. So settle in, get comfortable, and prepare to descend with me into Lordran, not just as players, but as explorers of the human condition itself. Because what we're about to discover is that Dark Souls isn't simply about surviving in a cruel fantasy world. It's about surviving in this world, with all its challenges, setbacks, and moments of despair. And more importantly, it's about the remarkable resilience of the human spirit when faced with seemingly impossible odds. Let's begin. Part 1. The psychology of failure and death. When you first boot up Dark Souls, the game wastes no time in establishing its fundamental truth. You will die, and you will die a lot. For many players, this is where their journey ends before it truly begins. The tutorial boss, the Asylum Demon, towers over you while you wield nothing but a broken sword hilt. The game seems to be saying, this is what you're up against, and you are woefully unprepared. But something fascinating happens to those who persist. Something that goes beyond simply learning attack patterns or memorizing enemy placements. What happens is a fundamental shift in how the player perceives failure itself. In our everyday lives, failure often carries tremendous weight. We're conditioned from an early age to avoid it, to see it as a mark against our worth, a sign that we're not good enough. Society treats failure as a negative outcome, something to be ashamed of, something that diminishes us. This fear of failure can become paralyzing, preventing us from taking risks, trying new things, or stepping outside our comfort zones. Dark Souls completely inverts this relationship with failure. In Lordran, death isn't the end. It's not even really a setback in the traditional sense. Instead, death becomes information. Every time you die, you learn something. Maybe you discover that a particular enemy has a grab attack you didn't know about. Maybe you realize you rushed into a situation without assessing the environment. Maybe you find out the hard way that the friendly-looking crystal knight becomes violently hostile if you attack it. This transforms death from a punishment into a teaching tool. The game's famous "you died" screen isn't mocking you. It's simply stating a fact, as neutral as saying, "the sky is blue," and then it gives you another chance, and another, and another, as many chances as you need to learn, to adapt, to overcome. From a psychological perspective, what's happening here is a form of desensitization. This is actually a recognized therapeutic technique called exposure therapy, commonly used to treat anxiety disorders and phobias. The principle is simple. Repeated exposure to a feared stimulus in a safe environment gradually reduces the fear response. By experiencing failure over and over in the controlled environment of a video game, players become less sensitive to the emotional pain that failure typically causes. Research published in Proceedings from the Conference on Human Factors in Computing Systems in 2025 analyzed Reddit discussions where players talked about Dark Souls in relation to depression. The study found that players repeatedly described how the game helped them cope with failure in their real lives. One player wrote that the game taught them that everything can be overcome through perseverance, that no matter how dark and bleak life seems, things get better if you're willing to put in the hard work. Another player described their experience this way. They used to fear failure intensely in their daily life, avoiding challenges and opportunities because of the anxiety that came with potential failure. But after spending dozens of hours in Dark Souls, dying hundreds of times to the same bosses, something shifted. They found they no longer feared failure in their real life. The game had given them hopefulness, a belief that they could get through difficult times. This isn't just anecdotal. Studies on video games and mental health have found that games can have real therapeutic value when dealing with depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, addiction, and other conditions. But what makes Dark Souls particularly effective in this regard? The answer lies in how the game structures its challenge. Dark Souls is difficult, yes, but it's never unfair. Every enemy has telegraphed attacks. Every trap can be spotted if you're observant. Every boss can be defeated with the right strategy and enough practice. The game follows what players call the tough but fair principle. This is crucial because it means that when you fail, you know it's because of something you did or didn't do. The responsibility lies with you, which paradoxically makes failure less threatening. Because if failure is your responsibility, then so is success. You have agency. You have control. This ties into what psychologists call self-efficacy, a concept developed by Albert Bandura. Self-efficacy refers to your belief in your ability to succeed in specific situations. It's built through mastery experiences, through overcoming challenges. And Dark Souls is essentially a machine for creating mastery experiences. When you finally beat that boss who killed you 20 times, the sense of accomplishment is profound precisely because you earned it through persistent effort. The game's death mechanic reinforces this learning process in another subtle way. The bloodstain system. When you die, you leave behind a pool of blood where you fell, containing all the souls you were carrying. If you can make it back to that spot without dying again, you recover those souls. But if you die before reaching it, those souls are lost forever. This creates a risk-reward dynamic that keeps you engaged even after failure. You're not just retrying the same section mindlessly. You have a specific goal: recover what you lost. And importantly, you can see other players' bloodstains scattered throughout the world, marking where they died. You can even activate these bloodstains to watch a ghostly replay of their final moments. What this does psychologically is profound. It reminds you that you're not alone in your struggle. Other people have died here too. Lots of them. Failure is universal. Everyone who plays this game experiences it. There's actually comfort in that shared suffering. It normalizes failure, makes it feel less personal, less like a unique deficiency on your part. One player on Reddit described watching another player's death replay and laughing, knowing that other players would probably laugh at theirs too. But there was no malice in it, just recognition of their shared humanity, their shared vulnerability. The schadenfreude becomes compassionate rather than cruel because everyone knows they're in the same boat. This communal aspect of failure does something else important. It removes shame from the equation. When failure is expected, when it's part of everyone's experience, it stops being something to hide or feel embarrassed about. You can't maintain the illusion that you should be perfect when the game constantly reminds you that perfection isn't the point. Progress is the point. Learning is the point. Persistence is the point. There's also the matter of pacing. Dark Souls doesn't throw endless waves of enemies at you. Combat is methodical, almost meditative. You can't button mash your way through encounters. You have to observe, plan, execute. This slower pace gives you time to process what's happening, to learn from each interaction. It respects your intelligence even as it challenges your skills. When you die in Dark Souls, you respawn at the last bonfire you rested at. You're undead, cursed to return from death over and over. But here's the thing. In the lore, losing this ability to resurrect, truly dying, is called going hollow. And going hollow is described as losing your purpose, your drive, your will to continue. As long as you keep trying, as long as you refuse to give up, you remain human in the most important sense. The game makes this explicit through its mechanics. You can reverse hollowing by using an item called humanity at a bonfire. Humanity is a resource you collect, and using it to become human again allows you to summon help, to kindle bonfires for more healing charges, to engage with the multiplayer systems. Mechanically, humanity is valuable, but thematically, it represents your continued investment in the struggle, your refusal to surrender to despair. This is the first and perhaps most important psychological lesson of Dark Souls. Failure is temporary, but giving up is permanent. Death is not defeat. Defeat only comes when you stop trying. Players who internalize this lesson often find it transfers to their real lives. They become more willing to attempt difficult tasks, knowing that initial failure is not just acceptable but expected. They develop what psychologists call a growth mindset, the belief that abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work. This contrasts with a fixed mindset, which sees abilities as static traits that can't be changed. Dark Souls practically forces a growth mindset upon you. You can't believe that you're just not good enough to beat a certain boss, because the game proves otherwise. Other players have beaten this boss. The boss has clear patterns and weaknesses. You just haven't learned them yet. The word "yet" becomes incredibly important. Not "I can't do this," but "I can't do this yet." Research conducted at Uppsala University in Sweden examined how Soulsborne games build resilience. The study found that the challenging difficulty, trial-and-error philosophy, and narrative elements in these games are particularly impactful in fostering players' resilience and positive coping strategies. The games cater to basic psychological needs for both self-efficacy and self-determination. Self-determination theory, developed by psychologists Edward Deci and Richard Ryan, proposes that humans have three basic psychological needs: autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Dark Souls satisfies all three: autonomy through player choice in how to approach challenges, competence through the mastery experiences we've discussed, and relatedness through the passive multiplayer systems that connect you to other players, which we'll explore more later. When these needs are met, people experience intrinsic motivation, the drive to do something because it's inherently interesting or enjoyable, not because of external rewards. This is why players will spend hours attempting the same boss fight. Not because the game is dangling some amazing reward in front of them, but because the process of overcoming the challenge is itself rewarding. This intrinsic motivation is key to why Dark Souls can have therapeutic effects. External rewards, extrinsic motivation, tend to be short-lived. But when you're intrinsically motivated, when the challenge itself becomes meaningful, you develop a different relationship with struggle. It stops being something to endure and becomes something to engage with, even to appreciate. There's a beautiful irony in all this. Dark Souls is known for being punishingly difficult, for killing players repeatedly, for seemingly going out of its way to frustrate and challenge. And yet, for many people, it becomes a source of comfort, a place they return to when real life feels overwhelming. Because unlike the chaos and uncertainty of the real world, Dark Souls follows rules. The challenge is consistent. Your progress, however slow, is guaranteed as long as you persist. One player described it perfectly. They said that Dark Souls taught them that failure is just a learning process. It doesn't mean you are a failure, just that you need to keep trying until you find a way to move forward. This reframing of failure, from a judgment of personal worth to simply a step in the learning process, is incredibly powerful. And this is just the beginning. This relationship with failure and death forms the foundation upon which all the other psychological elements of Dark Souls are built. Because once you've accepted that failure is acceptable, once you've been desensitized to the fear of dying, you're free to engage with the deeper themes the game explores. You're ready to confront what it means to lose yourself entirely. You're ready to face the concept of hollowing. Part 2. Hollowing, a metaphor for depression and loss of purpose. If death is Dark Souls' first lesson, hollowing is its second, and far more disturbing one. Hollowing is the state all undead are doomed to eventually reach if they lose their sense of purpose. It's a slow degradation of the self, a withering away of everything that makes you who you are, until all that remains is a mindless husk that attacks anything with souls. The first time you really understand what hollowing means, it's chilling. You meet the crestfallen warrior at Firelink Shrine early in your journey. He's given up, lost hope. He sits by the bonfire and essentially tells you that everything is pointless, that the prophecy you're following is probably a lie, that you'll end up just like all the others. Eventually, if you progress far enough, you find that he's gone hollow. He's become hostile, lost to the very fate he feared. The same happens to other characters throughout the game. Laurentius, the kindly pyromancer who offers to teach you his art, can go hollow if you lead him down the wrong path. Siegmeyer of Katarina, the jovial knight who becomes a recurring companion, meets a tragic end related to losing his purpose. Again and again, Dark Souls shows you what happens when someone loses their reason to keep going. And here's what makes this so psychologically resonant. Hollowing is an almost perfect metaphor for depression. Depression isn't just sadness. It's a loss of meaning, a flattening of emotional experience, a fading of the self. People with depression often describe feeling hollow, empty, as though they're going through the motions of life without really being present. They lose interest in activities they once enjoyed. They struggle to find purpose or meaning in their daily existence. In severe cases, they may lose their sense of identity entirely, feeling disconnected from who they used to be. This is exactly what hollowing represents in Dark Souls. The undead curse doesn't just trap you in a cycle of death and rebirth. It slowly erodes your humanity, your memories, your sense of self. Every death, every resurrection, takes something from you. And if you lose sight of what you're fighting for, if you can't find a reason to continue, the curse completes its work and you become hollow. The visual representation of hollowing is equally telling. Hollow enemies in Dark Souls are emaciated, their skin pulled tight over bones, moving with jerky, purposeless motions. They're often found repeating the same meaningless actions endlessly. A hollow soldier stands at a post, staring at nothing, because that was the last order they remember receiving before losing themselves. A hollow merchant continues selling wares long after they've lost any understanding of what they're doing or why. This resonates deeply with how depression can trap people in routines that have lost all meaning. Going through the motions of daily life, doing things because that's what you're supposed to do, but feeling no connection to any of it. The light has gone out, but the machinery keeps running on momentum alone. But Dark Souls doesn't just present hollowing as an inevitability. It shows you how to fight it. And the answer every single time comes down to purpose. Characters in Dark Souls who maintain a sense of purpose resist hollowing. Solaire of Astora continues his quest to find his own son. And as long as that search gives him meaning, he remains himself. The same is true for Siegmeyer, who maintains his jolly nature through his determination to overcome challenges and prove his worth. Even Patches, the untrustworthy trickster, remains unhallowed through his consistent purpose of looking out for himself. The player character is unique in that your purpose is defined by you, the person holding the controller. This creates a fascinating parallel. In the game, you fight hollowing by having a goal, by pursuing something that matters to you. In real life, playing the game becomes its own purpose, its own defense against the kind of purposelessness that characterizes depression. Research has consistently shown that having a sense of purpose is one of the strongest protective factors against depression and one of the most important elements of recovery. Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor, wrote extensively about this in his book Man's Search for Meaning. He argued that finding meaning even in suffering is essential to psychological survival. This existential approach to psychology aligns perfectly with the themes of Dark Souls. Players dealing with depression have described Dark Souls as helpful precisely because it gives them a concrete purpose when real life feels purposeless. The goals in the game are clear. Reach the next bonfire, defeat the boss, ring the bell, kindle the flame. These goals might seem arbitrary, but they're achievable, and achieving them provides a sense of progress when progress in other areas of life feels impossible. One player on Reddit wrote about their experience with depression, describing how they found life exceedingly difficult and had extensive experience with depressive episodes. But playing Dark Souls helped them realize something important. In the game, you have to face the same obstacles time and time again until you learn how to overcome them. It might take many attempts, failing and trying again, but when you finally figure out how to defeat that enemy, the feeling is uplifting and motivating. This player connected this directly to their approach to depression, seeing it not as a permanent state but as a challenge to overcome through persistent effort. The concept of hollowing also addresses something rarely discussed in mainstream conversations about mental health: the fear of losing yourself. Depression doesn't just hurt, it threatens your very identity. You look in the mirror and barely recognize the person staring back. You wonder if you'll ever feel like yourself again, or if this empty, numb version is all that's left. Dark Souls validates this fear by making it literal. Yes, you can lose yourself. Yes, the curse can win. The hollows you fight were once people like you, with hopes and dreams and personalities. Now they're gone, worn away by time and suffering and loss of purpose. It's horrifying because it acknowledges that the fear is real and justified. In Dark Souls 2, this theme is reinforced through a different hollowing mechanic. Each time you die, you lose a small percentage of your maximum health, eventually capping at 50%. This progressive weakening mirrors how repeated setbacks and failures can compound, making each subsequent challenge harder. The game is showing how the cycle of struggle can wear you down over time if you don't find ways to restore yourself. In the game, through human effigies; in life, through rest and support. But the game also says, not yet. Not today. As long as you keep fighting, you're still you. As long as you have a reason to continue, hollowing can be resisted. This is symbolized by the humanity mechanic. Using humanity at a bonfire reverses your hollowed state, restoring your connection to other players, improving your defenses, allowing you to kindle bonfires. It's temporary, yes. You'll die again, lose your humanity again, but you can always reclaim it if you try. This mirrors the reality of living with depression. Recovery isn't usually a single dramatic transformation. It's a daily choice to keep going, to keep engaging with life, to keep holding on to meaning even when everything feels meaningless. There will be setbacks. There will be times when the darkness returns. But that doesn't mean the fight was pointless. It means the fight continues. The NPCs in Dark Souls who successfully resist hollowing all share something beyond just having purpose. They have specific personal purposes that matter to them as individuals. Solaire seeks his son, his own enlightenment. Siegmeyer seeks adventure and to prove his honor. Anastasia, the mute fire keeper, faithfully tends her bonfire. Their purposes aren't grand or universally significant. They're personal quests that give their existence meaning. This is an important lesson about depression recovery that Dark Souls teaches through its narrative. Your purpose doesn't have to be objectively important. It doesn't have to change the world or impress anyone else. It just has to matter to you. For some players, that purpose meant. For others, it might be mastering a particular build or defeating every boss. The specific goal matters less than having one. There's also profound wisdom in how the game handles the fate of characters who do go hollow. They're not erased from the story. They become enemies you must face and ultimately defeat. This can be interpreted as a form of mercy, releasing them from the hollow existence they're trapped in. But it's also a warning. If you give up, if you lose your purpose, you don't just fade away. You become an obstacle for others, a cautionary tale. This resonates with how depression affects not just the individual but those around them. When someone loses themselves to depression, their relationships suffer. They may withdraw, push people away, or become hostile. They're not themselves anymore, and the people who care about them have to deal with that loss. Dark Souls doesn't shy away from showing this difficult reality, but the game also shows the limits of intervention. Even with your help, Siegmeyer's story ends tragically. Despite surviving the challenges you help him through, he eventually hollows at Ash Lake, consumed by despair at repeatedly needing rescue. His daughter Sieglind must put him down. However, if you save Solaire from a certain fate in Lost Izalith, he can fulfill his quest and find the meaning he sought, suggesting that purpose can protect against hollowing when genuinely maintained. The phrase, "Don't you dare go hollow," becomes a mantra in the Dark Souls community. NPCs say it to you. Players say it to each other. It's simultaneously a warning, a plea, and a show of solidarity. Don't lose yourself. Don't give up. Keep fighting. I'm fighting too, and I want to see you make it through this. This simple phrase has taken on profound meaning for players struggling with mental health issues. It's been shared in Reddit threads about depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. People get it tattooed on their bodies. They use it as a reminder that giving up is always an option, but it's not the only option, and others are invested in seeing them choose differently. The connection between hollowing and depression goes even deeper when you consider the game's treatment of memory. In Dark Souls 2, memory is explicitly connected to maintaining your sense of self. One character, Aldea, speaks about how undead lose their memories over time, forgetting who they were and what they cared about. This memory loss is part of the hollowing process, the gradual erosion of identity. This aligns with research on depression and memory. People with depression often experience memory impairment, particularly for positive memories. They may struggle to recall happy times or past accomplishments. This creates a distorted view where the past, present, and future all seem equally bleak, because the memories that would contradict this view become inaccessible. By making memory loss part of hollowing, Dark Souls acknowledges how depression doesn't just affect your current state but rewrites your entire narrative. You forget that things were ever better. You forget that you were ever different. And without those memories, without that connection to who you were, it becomes almost impossible to maintain hope for who you might become. The cure, then, isn't just about finding purpose in the abstract. It's about maintaining connection to yourself, to your memories, to your identity. It's about refusing to let the curse take those things from you. Every time you rest at a bonfire, you're reinforcing your memories, preserving your sense of self. Every time you use humanity, you're actively choosing to be human rather than hollow. This active choice is crucial. Dark Souls doesn't present recovery as passive or automatic. You have to work for it. You have to choose it repeatedly, despite setbacks and suffering. This might seem harsh, but it's also realistic and ultimately empowering. You're not waiting to be saved. You're not hoping for the curse to lift on its own. You're fighting it actively, continuously, and that brings us to perhaps the most powerful psychological aspect of the hollowing mechanic. It makes explicit what depression does implicitly. It shows you the stakes. When you meet a character like the crestfallen warrior and see what he becomes, you understand viscerally what you're fighting against. The enemy isn't just the monsters and bosses. It's the loss of self. It's the surrender to meaninglessness. By externalizing this internal struggle, by making it a visible part of the game world, Dark Souls helps players recognize and name what they might be experiencing in their own lives. It gives them a framework for understanding depression not as a character flaw or personal weakness, but as a genuine threat that must be actively resisted. This understanding can be transformative. Instead of being ashamed of struggling, instead of wondering what's wrong with them, players can say, I'm fighting hollowing. I'm defending my humanity. I'm maintaining my purpose in the face of a curse that wants to take it from me. It's still a difficult fight, but it's a fight with meaning, a fight worth having. And ultimately, that's what Dark Souls teaches through hollowing. The fight itself is what keeps you human. Not winning the fight, not being strong enough to never struggle, but continuing to fight despite everything. As long as you're still swinging your sword, still climbing out of the darkness, still searching for the next bonfire, you haven't lost. You're still you. Part 3, Existentialism and the Search for Meaning. Dark Souls doesn't give you answers. It gives you questions wrapped in ambiguity and left for you to unravel. The story isn't told through cutscenes and exposition. It's hidden in item descriptions, cryptic dialogue, environmental details, and connections you have to make yourself. Even the game's central conflict, the choice between linking the fire or letting it fade, is presented without clear moral guidance. The game refuses to tell you what the right choice is, or if there even is a right choice. This approach is deeply rooted in existentialist philosophy, a school of thought that emerged in the 19th and 20th centuries concerned with questions of meaning, choice, freedom, and the human condition. And understanding this philosophical framework helps us understand why Dark Souls resonates so powerfully with so many players. Existentialism, at its core, grapples with the idea that existence precedes essence. This concept, articulated by philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, means that humans first exist, then encounter themselves and the world, and only afterward define who they are through their choices and actions. We're not born with a predetermined purpose or nature. We have to create it ourselves. This is exactly the situation you find yourself in when you begin Dark Souls. You wake up in a cell in the undead asylum with no context, no explanation, just a corpse that drops a key into your cell and a vague suggestion that you might be chosen. But chosen for what? To do what? By whom? The game doesn't say. Oscar of Astora mentions a prophecy about an undead chosen to ring the bells of awakening and succeed Lord Gwyn. But even he admits he doesn't really know if it's true. You're thrown into the world, to use philosopher Martin Heidegger's term. This concept of thrownness describes how we find ourselves existing in a world we didn't choose, in circumstances we didn't create, without instruction manual or clear purpose. And from that position of radical uncertainty, we have to figure out what to do, who to be, what to pursue. The game emphasizes this through its minimal tutorialization. Apart from basic control instructions, you're given almost nothing. You have to explore, experiment, fail, learn. The world doesn't care if you understand it. It existed before you, it will exist after you, and it owes you no explanations. This can be frustrating, but it's also strangely liberating. Since nothing is explained, everything is possible. You're free to engage with the world on your own terms. This freedom, this radical autonomy, is central to existentialist thought. Sartre argued that we are condemned to be free, meaning that freedom isn't just a gift but a burden. We have to choose, and we're responsible for our choices, even when we'd rather have someone else tell us what to do. This weight of choice is palpable in Dark Souls. Do you trust Patches when he says there's treasure down that hole? Do you free Lautrec even though he seems suspicious? Do you give the Firekeeper soul to Anastasia or use it to upgrade your Estus flask? Do you kill Priscilla even though she hasn't attacked you? Do you ultimately link the fire or walk away? Every choice is yours to make, and the game refuses to judge you for it. This non-judgmental approach is remarkable and rare in gaming. Most games have clear good and evil paths, with rewards and punishments to guide you toward the intended right choice. Dark Souls doesn't do this. It presents choices and their consequences without moral commentary. Characters may react, but the game itself maintains ambiguity. Consider the endings. Linking the fire prolongs the age of fire, but at the cost of your own life burned as fuel, and it's only temporary anyway. The fire will fade again eventually. Walking away allows the Age of Dark to begin, which might be humanity's true destiny, but it's described in ominous terms and the consequences are unknown. Neither ending is presented as clearly better. Neither gives you a triumphant victory cutscene. Both are melancholic, ambiguous, and leave you questioning. This moral ambiguity reflects existentialist ethics, which rejects absolute, universal moral laws in favor of authentic choice. What matters isn't following predetermined rules, but making genuine decisions based on your own understanding and values. The game trusts you to engage with these questions seriously, to think about what you believe the right thing to do is, rather than telling you. This relates to another existentialist concept: authenticity. To live authentically means to acknowledge your freedom and responsibility, to make choices based on your genuine values rather than conforming to social expectations or seeking external validation. It means accepting the uncertainty and anxiety that comes with freedom. Dark Souls practically forces authenticity upon you. You can't play the game by following a strategy guide step by step. Well, you can, but you're missing the point. You can't let the game or other players make decisions for you. You have to engage with it directly, bring yourself to it, make it your own experience. And because the challenge is so significant, you can't fake engagement. You have to be genuinely present, genuinely trying, genuinely invested. The game's famous difficulty serves this purpose. It's not difficult for its own sake or to frustrate players. It's difficult to demand your full attention, to require genuine effort, to make success meaningful. A boss you beat first try without breaking a sweat isn't memorable. A boss you fight 20 times, studying its patterns, adapting your strategy, finally triumphing through skill and determination, that becomes significant. That becomes your story. This connects to another philosopher whose influence is clearly felt in Dark Souls: Albert Camus and his essay, The Myth of Sisyphus. Camus tells the story of Sisyphus, condemned by the gods to roll a boulder up a mountain for eternity, only to have it roll back down each time he nears the summit, forcing him to start over. Camus uses this myth to explore the concept of the absurd, the conflict between our desire for meaning and the universe's indifference to that desire. Life can seem meaningless, especially when viewed from a cosmic perspective. We struggle and strive, but eventually we all die, and the universe continues without us. So what's the point? Camus' answer is that we must imagine Sisyphus happy. Not despite his eternal, futile task, but because of his decision to engage with it fully. Sisyphus rebels against the meaninglessness of his situation by finding meaning in the struggle itself. The act of pushing the boulder becomes his purpose, his assertion of self against the gods who tried to break him. Dark Souls is filled with Sisyphean imagery and themes. You fight your way through Lord Ran, die, return to the last bonfire, and have to fight through the same areas again. Enemies respawn. Challenges you've overcome before must be overcome again. The cycles of fire and dark have repeated for ages and will continue repeating. Even if you link the fire, it will fade again eventually. The wheel keeps turning. But like Sisyphus, you can choose your relationship with this cycle. You can see it as pointless repetition, or you can find meaning in the act of pushing forward. One player described it perfectly, saying that Dark Souls subconsciously teaches you that everything can be overcome through perseverance, that no matter how dark and bleak life seems, everything gets better if you're willing to put in the hard work. This is the existentialist response to absurdity. Not despair, but engagement. Not passive acceptance, but active defiance through the creation of personal meaning. The universe doesn't care about you? Fine, you'll care about yourself. Life doesn't come with built-in purpose? You'll create your own purpose. The struggle seems endless? You'll find meaning in the struggle itself. The game's world reinforces this theme. Lord Ran is a dying world, clinging to the last remnants of a fading age. The gods are gone or hollow. The great kingdoms have crumbled. Everything suggests entropy, decay, the inevitable heat-death of this universe. And yet, life persists. Characters pursue their quests. Players push forward. Even in the face of certain ultimate failure, the struggle continues. This persistence without guarantee of success, this continuation despite knowing how the story ultimately ends, is quintessentially existentialist. It's choosing to be engaged with life even though you know you'll die. It's pursuing goals even though they might not matter in the cosmic sense. It's caring about things despite the fact that caring makes you vulnerable. The crestfallen warrior fails this existentialist test. He sees the futility, the endless cycle, the decay, and responds with resignation. He gives up. He stops trying to create meaning, and so he goes hollow. The player character, by contrast, keeps going even with full awareness of the same futility. That choice, that continued effort, is what preserves humanity. This is where Dark Souls offers something powerful to players struggling with depression or existential crisis. It acknowledges that yes, you might fail. Yes, the world is often cruel and meaningless. Yes, suffering is real and sometimes seems pointless. But it also says, and yet you can choose to continue. You can choose to care. You can choose to create meaning through your actions and choices, even if that meaning isn't universal or permanent. There's a concept in existentialism called existence precedes essence, which we touched on earlier, but it's worth exploring more deeply. This means that you're not born with a fixed nature or destiny. You create yourself through your choices. In Dark Souls terms, you're not destined to be the chosen undead just because a prophecy says so. You become the chosen undead by choosing to pursue that path, by choosing to continue when others give up, by choosing to engage with the world rather than retreat into hollowness. The game's character customization reinforces this. You create your character at the beginning, choosing their appearance and starting class, but these choices are barely relevant to who your character ultimately becomes. The class just determines starting equipment and stats. Any character can eventually use any weapon, learn any spell, pursue any build. Your essence, your nature as a character, emerges from how you play, what you prioritize, which challenges you embrace. This same principle applies to the moral choices in the game. You're not a hero or a villain based on some inherent quality. You become what you choose to become through your actions. Save Solaire or let him go mad. Help Siegmeyer or leave him to his fate. Join the Dark Wraiths and invade other players or protect them as a Dark Moon. These choices define you, The game even allows you to change your mind, to abandon covenants and join new ones, to shift your approach mid-playthrough. This flexibility reflects the existentialist idea that you're never locked into a single identity. You're always free to choose differently, to redefine yourself through new choices and actions. There's also the matter of NPCs and their own existential struggles. Solaire seeks meaning through finding his own sun, his own source of enlightenment. He's aware that this might be foolish, that others mock him for it, but he pursues it anyway because it gives his existence purpose. Artorias traveled into the abyss to combat evil, was corrupted by it, but even in his corrupted state, some remnant of his original purpose persists. Sif guards Artorias' grave, faithful to a master long dead, because that loyalty gives him purpose. These characters illustrate different responses to the fundamental existential questions. Some, like Solaire, if you save him, successfully maintain their purpose and remain themselves. Others, like Artorias, are corrupted or destroyed in pursuit of their goals. Still others, like the crestfallen warrior, give up and hollow. The game doesn't judge these outcomes. It simply presents them as possibilities, different paths through the same fundamental human condition. The ambiguity of the lore itself functions as an existentialist statement. The game presents fragments of information, contradictory accounts, mysterious references, and leaves you to construct your own understanding. There's no authoritative narrator explaining what really happened or what it all means. You have to interpret, to choose what to believe, to create your own narrative from the pieces available. This can be frustrating for players who want clear answers, who want to know the objective truth of the story. But from an existentialist perspective, that frustration is the point. Life doesn't come with an instruction manual explaining what it all means. We have access to partial information, contradictory perspectives, and our own subjective experiences. From these fragments, we construct meaning. The process is uncertain, sometimes uncomfortable, but ultimately necessary if we want to live authentically. The act of playing Dark Souls becomes a microcosm of existential engagement with life. You're thrown into a world you don't fully understand, given incomplete information, faced with difficult choices, challenged by significant obstacles, and ultimately responsible for creating your own meaning and purpose. The game can't tell you why you should keep playing any more than life can tell you why you should keep living. You have to find your own reasons, create your own meaning, choose your own engagement. And for many players, this resonates profoundly. The game validates their experience of life as uncertain, difficult, and sometimes seemingly meaningless, while simultaneously demonstrating that meaning can be created through choice, effort, and persistence. You're not waiting for the game to give you purpose. You're creating purpose through your continued engagement, through your refusal to go hollow. This existentialist framework also helps explain why Dark Souls can be therapeutic despite, or perhaps because of, its difficulty and bleakness. It doesn't offer false comfort or pretend that struggle isn't real. Instead, it says, yes, existence is difficult. Yes, the world is often hostile and unfair. Yes, you will fail repeatedly. And yet, meaning is possible. Purpose is possible. Not given from above, not guaranteed or easy, but possible through your own choices and actions. For someone struggling with depression, with existential crisis, with the feeling that nothing matters, this message can be powerful. The game meets you in that dark place, acknowledges the darkness, and then shows you that even there, even in the deepest depths of Lord Ran or the abyss itself, choice and meaning are still possible. Light can still be kindled. Humanity can still be preserved. Not because the world is kind or fair, but because you choose to make it so. This is the heart of existentialist thought and the heart of Dark Souls. You are free, terrifyingly free, to create meaning in an indifferent universe. And that freedom, that responsibility, is both the burden you carry and the source of your strength. Part 4, Resilience, Perseverance, and the Growth Mindset. Let's talk about what happens in your brain when you finally beat that boss who's been defeating you for hours, or when you discover a shortcut that connects back to a familiar bonfire, or when you successfully parry an attack for the first time after dozens of failed attempts. There's a rush of dopamine, sure, but it's more than that. You've just experienced what psychologists call a mastery experience, one of the most powerful builders of self-efficacy and resilience. Self-efficacy, a concept developed by psychologist Albert Bandura, refers to your belief in your ability to succeed in specific situations or accomplish tasks. It's not the same as self-esteem, which is about how you value yourself overall. Self-efficacy is contextual and skill-specific, and it's incredibly important because it influences which challenges you're willing to take on, how much effort you'll invest, and how you respond to obstacles and failures. Bandura identified 4 main sources of self-efficacy: mastery experiences, vicarious experiences, social persuasion, and physiological states. Dark Souls leverages all 4, but it's particularly masterful at creating mastery experiences. A mastery experience is successfully performing a task. It's the most powerful source of self-efficacy because it provides authentic evidence that you can succeed. When you beat Ornstein and Smuff, when you successfully navigate Blighttown, when you defeat Artorias after he's killed you a dozen times, you're not just progressing in the game. You're building concrete proof of your capability. What makes Dark Souls exceptional in this regard is that its challenges are genuinely difficult. The success isn't handed to you. You can't just grind levels until you're overpowered enough to trivialize encounters. Skill, strategy, patience, and learning are required. This means that when you succeed, you know you truly earned it. And that knowledge, that evidence of capability, transfers beyond the game. Research on video games and resilience has found that the challenge skill balance in games like Dark Souls is particularly effective at building what psychologists call psychological resilience. This is your ability to adapt to stress, adversity, trauma, or significant sources of stress. It's not about being unaffected by difficulty, but about being able to recover and even grow from it. A study conducted at Uppsala University specifically examined resilience building in Soulsborne games. The researchers found that the trial-and-error philosophy, the challenging difficulty, and the narrative elements combined to foster players' resilience and positive coping strategies. The games satisfy basic psychological needs while pushing players outside their comfort zones in a controlled, safe environment. This relates to another psychological concept, the growth mindset developed by psychologist Carol Dweck. A growth mindset is the belief that abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. This contrasts with a fixed mindset, which sees abilities as static traits that can't fundamentally change. People with growth mindsets are more likely to embrace challenges, persist through setbacks, learn from criticism, and find inspiration in other success. People with fixed mindsets tend to avoid challenges, give up easily, see effort as fruitless, and feel threatened by others' success. Dark Souls practically forces a growth mindset. You can't maintain the belief that you're simply not good enough to beat a particular challenge when the game provides clear evidence otherwise. Speedrunners beat the entire game in under an hour. Players complete it at level 1 without taking a single hit. If they can do it, the limitation isn't inherent ability but current skill level, which can be improved. The phrase, "you can't do this yet," becomes crucial. When you encounter a new boss and get destroyed, the appropriate response isn't, "I can't beat this boss," but "I can't beat this boss yet." That single word transforms the statement from one of fixed limitation to one of growing capability. It shifts the question from, "Am I good enough?" to, "What do I need to learn?" This reframing is powerful not just in the game but in life. Many people give up on challenges, whether learning a new skill, pursuing a difficult goal, or changing ingrained habits, because they view failure as evidence of fixed inability rather than as part of the learning process. Dark Souls trains you out of this fixed mindset by making learning through failure the core gameplay loop. Every death teaches you something. The enemy has a grab attack you didn't know about. Now you know. That platform is a trap. Noted for next time. The boss has a second phase you weren't prepared for. Okay, now you can prepare. This transforms failure from verdict to lesson, from ending to beginning. Instead of I failed, the thought becomes I learned. The game also teaches patience and emotional regulation, key components of resilience. You can't button mash through encounters in Dark Souls. Panicking leads to death. You have to stay calm, observe patterns, wait for openings, execute precisely. This trains a particular kind of emotional control under pressure. When you first start playing, you probably panic frequently. The boss is terrifying, the situation is intense, and your instinct is to mash roll and attack wildly. This usually gets you killed. But over time, you learn to breathe, to watch, to wait. You develop what psychologists call emotional regulation, the ability to manage your emotional responses, particularly in stressful situations. This isn't just useful in the game. Players report that Dark Souls help them develop better emotional regulation in their daily lives. When faced with stressful situations, they remember, breathe, observe, respond deliberately. Don't panic. Don't rush. Take it one step at a time. These lessons transfer surprisingly well to real-world challenges. There's also the matter of what psychologists call distress tolerance, the ability to tolerate negative emotions without being overwhelmed by them or resorting to unhealthy coping mechanisms. Dark Souls builds distress tolerance through repeated exposure to frustration, failure, and difficulty in a context where those feelings are safe and temporary. You feel frustrated when you die to the same boss repeatedly, but you learn that this frustration isn't permanent and doesn't mean you should quit. You feel anxious exploring a new area, but you learn that acting despite anxiety is possible and often rewarded. You feel discouraged after a setback, but you learn that discouragement is just a feeling, not a fact, and you can choose to continue anyway. These experiences of tolerating negative emotions while continuing to engage productively build a kind of psychological muscle. You become more capable of sitting with uncomfortable feelings without being derailed by them. This is an essential skill for managing depression, anxiety, and many other mental health challenges. The community aspect also plays into resilience building through vicarious experiences and social persuasion, two other sources of self-efficacy that Bandura identified. Vicarious experiences are seeing others succeed, which can boost your belief that you can succeed too. Dark Souls provides this through bloodstains, messages, and the broader community. When you see a message saying, "Praise the sun," or "Don't give up, skeleton," you're receiving a tiny dose of social persuasion, encouragement from others who have been where you are. It's not much, but it's something. When you see a bloodstain showing how another player died to the same enemy that just killed you, you get vicarious experience. Others have struggled here too, but many have gotten through. The broader community, whether on forums, Reddit, YouTube, or social media, provides extensive vicarious experiences. You can watch others beat challenges you're stuck on, read about their strategies, see that it's possible. This is different from just looking up a solution because you're seeing evidence that other players, people like you, have succeeded. If they can do it, maybe you can too. Research on Dark Souls and mental health consistently finds that the community aspect is crucial. Players describe finding comfort in knowing they're not alone in their struggle. The phrase, "Don't you dare go hollow," has become a community rallying cry, a form of collective social persuasion encouraging persistence. One player described their experience with Dark Souls during a difficult period in their life. They were dealing with severe depression and found getting out of bed nearly impossible. But they made a deal with themselves. If they could play Dark Souls for an hour, focusing on the challenge, that counted as a successful day. The game gave them a reason to keep trying, concrete evidence of their capability when they succeeded, and a community that encouraged persistence. This illustrates how Dark Souls can function as a form of behavioral activation, a therapeutic technique for depression. Behavioral activation is based on the idea that engaging in meaningful or pleasurable activities can improve mood and break the cycle of depression. The key is finding activities that provide a sense of accomplishment or progress. Dark Souls is almost perfectly designed for this. Every session offers concrete, measurable progress. You got further through the level. You learned a boss's attack pattern. You found a new shortcut. You upgraded your weapon. Even when you don't accomplish your ultimate goal for the session, you've still moved forward in some way. And this evidence of progress combats the depression-related cognitive distortions that tell you nothing you do matters or that you're not capable of improvement. The game's design also supports what psychologists call self-determination theory, specifically the need for competence, autonomy, and relatedness. We've touched on these before, but they're worth exploring in detail regarding resilience. Competence is the feeling that you're effective in your activities, that you're capable and skilled. Dark Souls builds competence through its difficulty curve and mastery experiences. You start barely able to survive the undead Berg and end slaying gods. That progression isn't automatic or trivial. It represents genuine skill development, and that skill is demonstrable, measurable, yours. Autonomy is the sense of being self-directed, making your own choices. Dark Souls respects player autonomy by offering multiple viable approaches to every challenge. Do you want to tank hits with heavy armor and a shield, dodge everything in light armor, keep enemies at range with magic or bows, or some hybrid approach? Do you want to summon help or solo everything? Explore thoroughly or rush to bosses? The game supports all these approaches and many more. Your playthrough is yours, shaped by your choices. Relatedness is feeling connected to others. Dark Souls achieves this through its unique multiplayer systems and the broader community. You're not directly interacting with most players you encounter, but you're aware of them through messages, bloodstains, phantoms, and summon signs. This creates what the developers called sharing of loneliness, a paradoxical feeling of connection through shared struggle even without direct communication. When these three needs are met, people experience intrinsic motivation and are more psychologically healthy. Dark Souls satisfies all three in ways that many games and even many real-world activities don't. This is part of why it can be so engaging and, for some players, genuinely therapeutic. There's also something to be said for how the game handles progress itself. In many games, progress is measured in explicit terms: experience points, levels, quest completion percentages. Dark Souls has these elements, but the meaningful progress is often more subtle. You're not stronger just because your level increased from 45 to 46. You're stronger because you learned not to panic roll, to manage your stamina better, to recognize attack patterns faster. This type of progress, skill-based rather than stat-based, is more transferable to real life and more psychologically meaningful. You can't level up your attributes in real life, but you can develop skills, learn patterns, improve your judgment. The confidence you gain from mastering a Dark Souls boss through genuine skill development is different from the confidence you might gain from simply grinding until your character is overpowered. Players frequently describe having breakthroughs not just in the game but in their understanding of themselves. One player wrote about how they always considered themselves bad at games requiring precise timing and reflexes. Dark Souls challenged this belief by requiring exactly those skills. After hours of practice, they beat Artorias, a boss known for fast, punishing attacks. This success didn't just mean they beat a video game boss. It meant their self-perception was wrong. They weren't bad at anything inherently. They just hadn't developed the skill yet. This is the growth mindset in action, and it's incredibly empowering. How many other areas of life do we avoid or limit ourselves in because we've decided we're bad at them? How many opportunities do we miss because we see our abilities as fixed rather than developable? Dark Souls directly challenges this limited thinking. The game also teaches grit, a concept popularized by psychologist Angela Duckworth. Grit is passion and perseverance for long-term goals. It's not just working hard, but continuing to work toward a goal even when progress is slow, setbacks occur, and success is distant. Gritty people maintain effort and interest despite failures, adversity, and plateaus in progress. Dark Souls cultivates grit by making long-term goals difficult but worthwhile. Beating the game takes dozens of hours, most of which will involve failure, frustration, and slow progress. But players who persist, who maintain their goal through all these challenges, develop grit. And grit, research shows, is a better predictor of success in many domains than talent or intelligence. What's particularly interesting is how the game balances short-term and long-term goals. Your long-term goal might be to beat the game, but that's broken down into medium-term goals like defeating the next boss, and short-term goals like making it to the next bonfire. This hierarchical goal structure keeps you motivated even when the ultimate goal feels distant. You might not be close to beating the game, but you can focus on just surviving the next encounter. This goal-setting strategy is used in cognitive behavioral therapy and other therapeutic approaches. Large, distant goals can feel overwhelming and demotivating. Breaking them into smaller, achievable steps makes progress feel possible and provides more frequent reinforcement. One final aspect of resilience that Dark Souls builds is what psychologists call self-compassion. This might seem counterintuitive for a game known for punishing players, but hear me out. Self-compassion involves treating yourself with kindness when you fail or struggle, recognizing that imperfection and failure are part of the shared human experience, and maintaining a balanced awareness of negative emotions rather than over-identifying with them. Dark Souls teaches self-compassion through normalization of failure. When you die repeatedly to the same challenge, you can see evidence all around you that others have struggled too. The bloodstains, the messages, the community discussions all reinforce that this is hard for everyone. You're not uniquely terrible. You're experiencing what everyone who plays this game experiences. This shared struggle creates space for self-compassion. You can be frustrated without being self-critical. You can struggle without concluding you're inadequate. The game also teaches balanced awareness of emotions. Yes, dying is frustrating. Yes, losing souls is disappointing. But these emotions are temporary and specific to the situation. They don't define you or mean everything is terrible. The game keeps going. You respawn. Another attempt is available. This emotional resilience, this ability to experience negative emotions without being overwhelmed or defined by them, is a crucial component of psychological health. All of these elements, mastery experiences, growth mindset, emotional regulation, distress tolerance, self-determination, grit, and self-compassion, combine to build genuine psychological resilience. Dark Souls doesn't just teach you how to play a difficult game. It teaches you how to engage with difficulty itself, how to maintain effort and hope in the face of setbacks, how to find meaning in struggle, and how to keep going when every instinct says to quit. And these lessons don't stay contained in the game. Players consistently report that Dark Souls changed how they approach challenges in their real lives. They became more willing to take on difficult tasks, more patient with slow progress, more likely to view setbacks as learning opportunities rather than personal failings, more capable of tolerating discomfort in pursuit of meaningful goals. In short, they became more resilient. Part 5. Isolation and Community. The paradox of multiplayer. There's a profound loneliness to Dark Souls. You traverse vast, often empty landscapes. The few NPCs you encounter are cryptic and distant. Enemies outnumber you massively and show no mercy. The world feels hostile, indifferent to your suffering. You're small, vulnerable, and alone in a dying realm that cares nothing for your survival. And yet, you're never truly alone. This is the beautiful paradox at the heart of Dark Souls' multiplayer design. The game creates an intense feeling of isolation while simultaneously connecting you to thousands of other players in subtle, indirect ways. It's a form of connection that respects solitude, that enhances rather than disrupts the lonely atmosphere, and that creates what the game's developers called the sharing of loneliness. In an interview, Dark Souls 2 producer Takashi Miyazo explained this philosophy. They wanted players to share emotions and share loneliness with other people, to get a faint sense of comfort when feeling that another player is facing the same difficulties, but without being able to have direct contact. This indirect, almost ghostly connection defines Dark Souls' approach to multiplayer. Let's start with the most visible form of this connection: bloodstains. When another player dies somewhere in the world, they leave behind a bloodstain that you can see and interact with. Touching it plays back the last few seconds of that player's life, showing you how they died. Sometimes it's instructive, warning you of a trap or ambush. Sometimes it's just darkly amusing. But always, it's a reminder. Other people have been here. Others have struggled. Others have died. This might seem morbid, but it's actually deeply comforting. When you're stuck on a difficult section, seeing dozens of bloodstains tells you that others found it difficult too. You're not uniquely bad at this. This challenge isn't just hard for you. Everyone who came before struggled here as well. This normalization of struggle and failure reduces shame and self-criticism. There's also the messages system. Players can leave short messages using a limited template of words, warning others about ambushes, pointing out illusory walls, offering encouragement, or sometimes just being silly. These messages can be rated by other players, and if your message gets rated while you're playing, you receive a small heal. This creates moments of connection across time and space. Someone somewhere found your warning helpful. They appreciated your praise the sun at Solaire's bonfire. They needed that don't give up right before the boss fog. You'll never know who they were or talk to them directly, but your message helped them, and their rating helped you in return. This asynchronous, indirect support system is remarkably effective at building a sense of community. You're all struggling through the same world, facing the same challenges, but on your own journeys. The messages are breadcrumbs left by previous travelers, proof that others have walked this path and made it through. Then there are the phantoms, translucent figures you'll occasionally see moving through your world. These are ghosts of other players, visible for a few seconds as they run past or fight enemies in their own worlds. They're not in your world, can't interact with you, but you can see them. Again, this reinforces that others are playing, struggling, persevering, even when you can't see them directly. These passive multiplayer elements create what psychologists might call ambient social presence. You're aware of others without having to interact with them, receiving the psychological benefits of social connection while maintaining autonomy and solitude. For people who struggle with social anxiety or find direct interaction draining, this can be ideal. You get community without pressure, support without obligation. But the game also offers more direct forms of connection through summoning. If you're human, not hollowed, you can see summon signs left by other players offering help. Activating a sign summons that player into your world as a phantom, and they can help you through the area and fight bosses with you. This is the game's version of cooperative multiplayer. What's interesting is how the game frames this cooperation. Summoning help is a choice, not a requirement. You can solo everything if you want. The game respects both approaches. Some players prefer the lonely individual challenge. Others appreciate the camaraderie of teamwork. Neither is right or wrong. Both are valid ways to experience the game. When you do summon help, the cooperation is limited and temporary. Phantoms can't talk to you directly unless you're using external voice chat. They communicate through gestures and actions. They're there to help you progress but will vanish once you beat the area boss or if they die. This temporary, limited cooperation maintains the game's lonely atmosphere while still providing meaningful support. There's something poignant about this impermanence. You and a phantom might fight through a challenging area together, overcoming obstacles that would have been impossible alone, sharing unspoken camaraderie through combat and gesture. Then you beat the boss, and they vanish in a cascade of light, returning to their own world. You'll probably never encounter that specific player again. But for those moments, you weren't alone. This mirrors real-life experiences of temporary connection. Not all relationships are permanent, and that's okay. Sometimes people enter our lives for a brief period, help us through something difficult, and then move on. Dark Souls captures this bittersweet reality beautifully. The game also includes PvP invasions, where hostile players can enter your world to fight you. This might seem to contradict the community and support aspects, but it actually enhances them. The threat of invasion creates tension and vulnerability. You're never completely safe, but this danger makes the moments of cooperation more meaningful. When a phantom helps you fight off an invader, there's genuine gratitude. You faced a threat together and survived. Invasions also contribute to the game's themes of hostility and mistrust. Not everyone you encounter will be helpful. Some will actively try to harm you. This creates a more complex social landscape than simple cooperation would. You have to judge whether to trust summon signs, whether to engage with invaders, whether to become an invader yourself. These choices add moral dimension to the multiplayer experience. The Covenant system deepens this further. Covenants are factions you can join, each with different goals and philosophies. Some encourage cooperation, like the Warriors of Sunlight who specialize in helping others with bosses. Others promote invasion and PvP, like the Darkwraiths who seek to steal humanity. Joining a covenant is a statement about how you want to interact with the community, what role you want to play in this world. This creates a complex social ecosystem where players take on different roles: helpers, invaders, protectors, chaos agents. No role is inherently better than others. They all contribute to the game's social dynamics. Even invasions, as frustrating as they can be, create memorable moments and stories that players share. The community that has formed around Dark Souls extends beyond the game itself. Reddit communities, YouTube channels, wikis, Discord servers, all dedicated to discussing, analyzing, and sharing experiences with the game. This broader community provides the more direct connection that the in-game systems intentionally avoid. Here, players share strategies, discuss lore, offer encouragement, and tell stories about their experiences. The phrase "don't you dare go hollow" has become a community mantra, used to encourage people struggling not just with the game but with real-life challenges. Players openly discuss mental health, using Dark Souls as a framework for talking about depression, anxiety, and recovery. This community has been remarkably supportive and inclusive, especially given gaming culture's reputation for toxicity. While negative elements exist, the overall ethos of the Dark Souls community tends toward encouragement and mutual support. Experienced players help newcomers. Struggling players receive advice and encouragement. There's shared pride in overcoming the game's challenges. Research on Dark Souls and mental health consistently highlights the importance of this community. Players don't just benefit from playing the game. They benefit from being part of a community of people who understand what the game represents and what beating it means. This shared understanding creates bonds and offers support that can be genuinely therapeutic. One player described joining the Dark Souls subreddit during a depressive episode. They posted about struggling with a particular boss and feeling like giving up, drawing parallels to feeling that way about life in general. The responses were overwhelmingly supportive. People shared their own struggles, offered tactical advice, and encouraged persistence. Several people told them, "Don't you dare go hollow," and explained what that meant to them personally. The player reported that this support helped them through a difficult period, both in the game and in life. This is the full manifestation of the game's multiplayer design philosophy. The in-game systems create ambient connection and temporary cooperation while preserving solitude and individual struggle. The broader community provides more sustained, explicit support and connection. Together, they create an experience that acknowledges and respects loneliness while offering pathways out of it. There's something psychologically important about this balance. Complete isolation is harmful to mental health. Humans are social creatures who need connection. But constant connection, particularly forced or intrusive connection, can also be draining and counterproductive. Dark Souls finds a middle path: connection that respects autonomy, support that doesn't demand reciprocity, community that allows individual space. For people dealing with depression, anxiety, or other conditions that can make socializing difficult, this balance can be ideal. You can engage with the community as much or as little as you want. You can summon help when you need it or face challenges alone. You can leave messages for others or just read theirs. The game accommodates different social needs and preferences without judgment. The sharing of loneliness that Miyazo described is, perhaps paradoxically, a form of connection. When you're lonely and isolated, knowing that others feel the same way can provide comfort. It's not that misery loves company in a schadenfreude sense, but that shared experience creates understanding and reduces the feeling of being uniquely broken or struggling alone. Dark Souls doesn't try to eliminate loneliness. It acknowledges that the journey through Lordran, like the journey through life, is fundamentally individual. No one can walk your path for you. But it also shows that even on an individual journey, you can find moments of connection, evidence of others who have walked similar paths, support when you need it, and a community of people who understand what you're going through. This nuanced approach to multiplayer and community offers a model that could be applied more broadly, both in game design and in thinking about social support for mental health. Sometimes what people need isn't constant connection or forced socialization, but the knowledge that others are out there, struggling with similar challenges, and that help is available when needed while still respecting individual autonomy and the personal nature of the struggle. In a world that often feels increasingly isolated despite, or because of, constant digital connection, Dark Souls' sharing of loneliness feels remarkably wise. It recognizes that loneliness is real, that struggle is often individual, but that connection is still possible, still meaningful, still worth seeking out, even in small, imperfect, temporary forms. Part 6. Environmental storytelling and psychological atmosphere. Close your eyes and imagine Dark Souls. What comes to mind? Perhaps the oppressive darkness of the Tomb of Giants, where you can barely see a few feet ahead. The poisonous swamps of Blighttown, toxic and claustrophobic. The grandeur of Aner Londo, beautiful but hollow, a facade of glory hiding decay. The haunting emptiness of Ash Lake, ancient dragon skeletons and silence. Each area in Dark Souls has a distinct atmosphere, a unique emotional resonance. And that atmosphere isn't accidental. It's carefully crafted to evoke specific psychological responses. This is what's called environmental storytelling, and Dark Souls is a masterclass in it. Instead of explaining the world's history through dialogue and cutscenes, the environment itself tells the story. The architecture, lighting, sound design, enemy placement, item locations, everything works together to communicate narrative and emotional information without words. Let's start with architecture and what it communicates psychologically. Consider Undead Burg, one of the first areas you explore. The buildings are crumbling, streets are littered with debris. There are bloodstains everywhere, and the few remaining inhabitants are hollow husks. Architecturally, This speaks to abandonment and decay. Psychologically, it creates a sense of desolation and loss. This was once a functioning community. Now it's ruins inhabited by mindless undead. The implication is clear. This could happen anywhere.